Halsted Telephone Company and R&J Broadcasting Incorporated is proud to present to you this broadcast on YourLiveEvent.com.
And a good Saturday morning. Welcome to another edition of High School Wrestling on YourLiveEvent.com. In the thick of things here in the postseason, and it's the Region 1 Individual Wrestling Tournament here today in Oaks. I'm Joel Morgan, Brent Dick with me. Brent, we had a good showing last week. Lisbon winning the dual championship. Runners-up, South Border. South Border gets challenged. They moved on, but some teams really set some precedents last week.
Yeah, and right off the bat here, we got a match here at 106, South Border and Lisbon going at it head-to-head. Top 4 wrestlers today qualify for the state tournament next week, 16 to 18 March February at the Fargo Dome.
Yeah, and it's going to be really good. I think the tone, again, was set last week on how these teams are going to compete. Let's take a look at mat number 1. That one about to get underway. Dalton Feist and Napoleon Gackle Streeter. Noah Swenson from Kindred about to wrestle over on mat number 1.
Yeah, mat number 2 is Ryland Vetter for South Border Wrestling Cruz Ranke. It's a 2-1 score. Ryland Vetter leads that one 2-1. This is number 4 and number 5 seeded wrestlers in the region. Ranke number 4 and Vetter number 5.
And underway over on mat number 1, and it looks like Feist getting a quick takedown. Feist gets the takedown and is trying to score some back points on Swenson from Kindred, and Swenson gets himself away, and he's on his feet, and he'll come down with a reversal. No, he won't get points scored on reversal. Might get an escape here, but they're kind of rolling around the mat right now on mat number 2.
Yeah, and Cruz Ranke scores a takedown. He's up now 3-2 on Ryland Vetter. They have 50 seconds to go in the first period. And
Swenson will get that reversal on mat number 1. Feist, the number 1 seed. Swenson unseated in the 106-pound weight class.
We got a restart with 44 seconds to go. Still Cruz Ranke leads 3-2 over Ryland Vetter.
Of the 4 wrestlers going right now on the mats here at 106, Dalton Feist, the oldest as a sophomore, 31-1 on the season. Swenson, an 8th grader, both 7th graders wrestling on mat number 2.
And Vetter tries a little bit of try to Peterson on Ranke. Ranke's able to counter, get behind him with 30 seconds to go. It's still a 3-2 score. You know, one thing with the region tournament, anything can happen here. Our wrestlers trying to punch their ticket to the state tournament. They're going to put it all out on the mat today.
3-2 the score on mat number 1. Dalton Feist got the escape. Again, leading this one 3-2. Feist on the podium last year at 106 pounds. You're looking how closely Swenson has been wrestling him, talking about opportunities for maybe to pull an upset as Feist will get Swenson down for the takedown and the closing 30 seconds of the first period. Now trying to score some back points as he has the arm from Swenson down, and Dalton Feist will get the win. It was 5-2, gets the fall here with 24 seconds left in the first period. So Dalton Feist on to the semifinals.
Yeah, the match on mat number 2 between Vetter and Ranke. It's a 3-2 score. Started the second period. Ryland Vetter on top.
There is some, with some of the buys, we do have already some team scoring. Lisbon comes into this day already with 21 points, South Border 15, EEK 9, Oaks with 6. Thanks for joining our coverage here on YourLiveEvent.com. An audio-only broadcast of today's competition due to North Dakota High School Activity Association restrictions, but happy as always to be out here and the opportunity they give us to broadcast today as Matthias Dahlstrom from Oaks wrestling Walker Miller from EEK. That is underway on mat number 1.
Yeah, mat number 2, Cruz Ranke scores a reversal, just maintained some hand control, arm over the head, hipped out, and got around for a 2-point reversal. That's in the second period with 1:17 to go. Ranke leads 5-2. And Vetter working an escape of his own now, a 5-3 score with 1:10 to go in the second period.
Mat number 1 still scoreless. They're about 30 seconds into this one. That is Dahlstrom, the 3 seed, Walker Miller, the 6 seed. So a 3 and a 6 seed wrestling on mat number 1 at 106. Dalton Feist, the first wrestler to advance on. Feist defeating Noah Swenson from Kindred. So Feist in the semis. Swenson will move to the other side of the bracket.
Yeah, Ryland Vetter on a double leg shot. Now switches over to high crotch. Yeah, 45 seconds to score some points here and tie it up, and they get stalemate back to the center of the mat. Ryland Vetter, the 7th grader, 23-12 record. Cruz Ranke, a 7th grader, 23-11. Very evenly matched. Number 4 and number 5 ranked or seeded wrestlers going at it here.
Dahlstrom gets the takedown on mat number 1, leads Miller by a score of 2-0. Less than a minute to go in the first period there on mat number 2.
Vetter with the nice double leg shot. tried to elevate on Ranky. Now Ranky has to go body lock. Trying to tie this up and get another stalemate. Vetter comes out the back door. He's going to score 2 points at the end of the period here with 10 seconds to go.
Have a reset on mat number 1 as Dahlstrom and Miller both went out of bounds. 37 seconds left in the opening period there. 2-0 Matthias Dahlstrom, 24-10 on the season, is the 8th grader. Walker Miller, another 8th grader, 12-15 on the year.
Rylan Vetter ties it up going into the third period. He chooses bottom. Vetter been the aggressor when they've been on their feet that whole second period, shooting double legs. Finally able to score, ties it up 5-5. A minute 45 to go in the third period.
Closing 5 seconds of the first period on mat number 1, and it will come to an end. Matthias Dahlstrom from Oaks 2, Walker Miller from EEK scoreless. Again, our only match that has wrapped up so far today in what is going to be a good day of wrestling here at Oaks. Dalton Feist from Napoleon Gackle Streeter pins Swenson from Kindred.
And Vetter with a little bit of a stand-up. Ranky able to turn him around. He has those hips away. Rylan Vetter scores 1 point escape. It's now a 6-5 lead for Rylan Vetter. Minute 15 to go in the third period. Vetter goes back to shoots in, has a high crotch, going to try to dump Ranky. Has Ranky going down. Rylan Vetter goes up now 8-5 with a minute to go in the third period.
Dahlstrom scores another takedown against Miller. It goes up 4-0, had him on his back, and Miller did a good job rolling onto his side. But right now, Dahlstrom close to getting those shoulders down against Miller. As you can hear the Oaks fans getting into that match over on mat number 1. A minute 47 to go in the first period. And Matthias Dahlstrom inches away from being the second wrestler to advance on to the semifinals here at 106 pounds. Walker Miller giving him a fight here, and then we'll get the fall. Matthias Dahlstrom will get the pin. Dahlstrom onto the semifinals. Miller will go the other side of the back bracket. Best he can do now. Third place right now, but would still mean a trip onto state.
And Rylan Vetter with the leg right has Ranky still on his base. And Vetter on top now. Ranky trying to work a reversal, arm over the head. He's going to run out of time here with 10 seconds. So it'll be an 8-5 lead. This will hold up. Rylan Vetter will advance to the semifinal. He wins 8-5 over Cruz Ranky.
So winners at mat 1, Dalton Feist and Matthias Dahlstrom. That was 106. Now on to 113. And it'll be Brody Michelson from South Border against Brennan Bernard from Napoleon Gackle Streeter. That is 113-pound. Michelson, the number 1 seed at 113.
All right, first upset of the day. That was on mat number 2, number 5, Rylan Vetter over.
We can help. Spring will be here before you know it, and we will help you meet the challenge. Contact RDK Enterprises at planterdoc.com. That's planterdoc.com.
Back here on YourLiveEvent.com, again, the Region 1 Individual Wrestling Tournament going on mat number 1, Brody Michelson, South Quarter, Brennan Bernard from Napoleon Gackle Streeter at his 6-1 advantage, Michelson.
Yeah, mat 2, it's a 2-0 lead, or 2-1 lead for Logan Potts. Hauser Bridwell able to score an escape. Here's 8 seconds to go in the first period. Right now, Potts down on the leg. Bridwell's over the top with a crossface. And time will expire going into the first period. Logan Potts leads 2-1, 106 pounds on mat 2.
And we'll get a victory on mat number 1. Brody Michelson will pin Brennan Bernard from Napoleon Gackle Streeter. So Michelson will move on to the semis at 113 pounds. So rolling through our weight classes here. Next up on mat number 1 at 113. Joey Hyde from Lemoore Litchfield Marion, the freshman, 27-13 on the year against Gavin Rood from Kindred, who was 8-15. Again, we'll get you audio coverage of this tournament today. Audio coverage next week, Thursday, Friday, Saturday in the state wrestling tournament at the Fargo Dome.
Yeah, mat number 2, Logan Potts has Bridwell now on his back, has an arm, head and arm. The left shoulder up just a little bit here for Hauser Bridwell, working some hand control, trying to sneak out the back door before Potts can put those shoulders to the mat. And Bridwell trying to turn those hips. Potts trying to sit through. Now Bridwell comes out in control on top. It's a 5-3 score. 3-point near fall for Potts. 2-point reversal for Bridwell with a minute to go in the second period.
Mat number one, it's 2-0 the lead for Joey Hyde from Lemoore Litchfield Marion against Gavin Rood from Kindred. Minute 13 to go in the first period. That's a quarterfinal match at 113 pounds. Again, Brody Michelson victorious already on the mat over Brennan Bernard. Other winners at 106, Dalton Feist. Ryland Vetter victorious. Matthias Dahlstrom also victorious there at 106 pounds. As an escape scored by Gavin Rood from Kindred makes it 2-1, and going right at him is Joey Hyde.
Yeah, right now, number 7 seeded Hauser Bridwell giving Logan Potts all he can handle in the second period. Potts leads 5-3. Now Potts, it's a kind of a Granby roll through. Bridwell's going to try to re-switch on him. And Potts looking for a reversal to close out this period with 3 seconds. Bridwell able to maintain control to go 5-3 into the third period. Logan Potts leads by 2.
Another takedown scored by Joey Hyde on mat number one. 4-1 his lead over Gavin Rood from Kindred. And that is a quarterfinal matchup at 113 pounds as the tapper comes out for the final 5 seconds.
And Potts and Bridwell. Potts opens up that third period tries an elbow pass. Bridwell is able to counter it. Both wrestlers still on their feet with Potts down in a high crotch single. And Potts now rolls through as a Peterson locked up. Still no takedown awarded to Logan Potts. Now he gets 2 points. He'll go up 7-3.
A quick takedown to begin the second period for Joey Hyde. His lead at 6-1 and puts Rood on his back and trying to secure those shoulders. He does. Joey Hyde will pin Gavin Rood at 113. So Joey Hyde onto the semifinals. He'll join Brody Michelson, who also advanced on from South Border. As looks like we now are set to move on to 120 pounds.
Still locked in this battle between Potts and Bridwell. Now Potts able to run a crossface and haul Bridwell's down to the mat. He picks up 3-point near fall. He'll be up 10-3 under a minute to go in the third period.
And strike that. We will stay at 113 on mat number one. It'll be Ben Wagner from Oaks against Jagger Sand from Ellendale Edgeley Cullum. That will be 113-pound quarterfinal matchup. Again, looking ahead at 120, there is a couple open spots in the weight class, so we'll kind of see some wrestlers getting moved around a little bit just to keep the tournament moving. As scoring a takedown is Jagger Sand, has Wagner scoring back points right now. Sand trying to end this one in the first period. He is the 2 seed at 113. 24-12 on the season is the EEK Thunder wrestler.
And Potts scores 3 points, another 3-point near fall with 20 seconds to go. He's taking a commanding lead now up 13-3.
And Jagger Sand will pin down Ben Wagner, so Jagger Sand at 113. He is on to the semifinals. So far at 113, semis will be Jagger Sand from EEK, Joey Hyde from LLM, Brody Michelson from South Border.
That'll do it on the match. Mat number 2, Logan Potts your winner by a score of 13-3 over Hauser Bridwell. He'll advance to the semifinals at 106 pounds.
We're going to take a quick break as these next wrestlers make their way to their mats. We'll be back on yourliveevent.com.
Abuse can affect anyone, and each person's experience is different. Abuse is about power and control, and it is not always black and blue. A loving relationship should not be threatening, accusing, isolating, or include violence of any kind. The Abuse Resource Network provides services to start living the life you deserve. For more information, visit abuseresourcenetwork.org.
Welcome back. Coming out of that Bank North timeout. Region 1 wrestling coverage on yourliveevent.com. Our winners so far at 106, Dalton Feist, Ryland Vetter, Matthias Dahlstrom, and Logan Potts. Up to 113, Brody Michelson is in the semifinals. Joey Hyde in the semifinals, as is Jagger Sand. Up to 120 now on mat number 1. And that match already underway. Joe Keller from South Border against Jaden Paul from LLM.
Yeah, mat number 213 pounds, Gerard Goldaddy, Lytton HMB wrestling Grayson Lyons. Grayson Lyons, a freshman, 9-17 record. Goldaddy, a freshman, 21-17. The wrestlers in the neutral position with a minute 15 to go out of bounds for a restart back in the center.
Over on mat number 1, Keller got a takedown and then scored a 3-point near fall against Jaden Paul from Lemoore Litchfield Marion. Keller 21-14 on the season. He is the number 3 seed in the 120-pound weight class, and looks like he'll get the fall, and he does. So advancing on is Joe Keller from South Border. He is on to the semifinals. He'll meet Brock Johnson from Kindred. So Noah Anderson from Lisbon, Brock Johnson from Kindred getting buys in the first round at 120 pounds, as we'll now move on to 126 pounds on mat number 1. Griffin Greenlee from the Lisbon Broncos against Bryce Schneider from the Napoleon Gackle Streeter Imperials.
And Goldaddy on mat number 2. The high crotch. Grayson Lyons running a crossface over the top in the situation position. He's got to step around. He can get himself 2 points, but Goldaddy with those long arms able to hang on. Now Lyons just has to step over that ankle. He picks up 2 points at the end of the first period. He's up 2-0.
Griffin Greenlee will get the takedown of Schneider and tried to put him into some back points, and Schneider just kept himself moving. Now Greenlee's going to lock in those legs and start working the upper body of Schneider. Greenlee on the season, a number 1 seed at 8-2, missed some time this year with some injuries, and he is able to come back and wrestle even though he's just 10 matches into the year. He comes back and wrestles and gets the number 1 seed at 126 pounds.
Yeah, mat 2 started the second period off the whistle. Goldaddy hits a stand-up. Lyons returns him down, has a chop and purchase. Working a 2-on-1 ride. And now switches. Working that elbow with forehead in the back of the tricep. Goldaddy's going to stand up. Lyons returns him to the mat.
Thanks for joining our coverage here of the Region 1 Wrestling Tournament on YourLiveEvent.com. Team points right now, South Border 27, Lisbon 21, Oaks 13, Napoleon Gackle Streeter 110. We're at 126 and 113. Those are the mats going on the mats here right now.
Yeah, Grayson Lyons locks up a cradle on Goldaddy, turns him over and wins by fall. So Grayson Lyons, number 4 seed at 113 pounds, winner by fall over Gerard Goldaddy from Lytton HMB.
So that will finish up the 113-pound bracket as we're on to 120 and 126. 6 seconds left to go in the first period on mat number 1. Griffin Greenlee from Lisbon 2. Bryce Schneider from Napoleon Gackle Streeter 1. And the first period will end. They did have a reset, but the first period comes to an end.
We have a 120-pound bout on mat number 1 or mat number 2 between Christopher Liebrand and Napoleon Gackle Streeter. 4-22 record. He is a junior wrestling Holter Bridwell, Lytton HMB, a senior with a 23-13 record. Holter Bridwell, the number 4. It's just the number 4, number 5 seed going at it. It's on mat 2.
Over on mat number 1, scoring a takedown right to start the second period is Griffin Greenlee, and Greenlee will turn that into a pin. So Griffin Greenlee advancing on to the semifinals at 126 pounds, defeats Bryce Schneider from Napoleon Gackle Streeter. That was over on mat number 1. Mat number 1. Blaine Wald from Oaks will now wrestle against Jay Stuffy from LLM. That will be another 126-pound quarterfinal matchup here on YourLiveEvent.com.
And mat number 2, wrestlers just locked up head-to-head, trading little head position and hand fighting. They're on that far edge of the mat. And Holter Bridwell, returning state qualifier for Lytton HMB. He wrestled 106 pounds last year.
We'll keep you as updated as we can on all the wrestlers that advance in case you missed a match early. But as we get deeper and deeper into these weight classes, those opportunities may be a little bit fleeting. So we'll keep you as updated as we can. As right now there's a takedown by Jay Stuffy over on mat number 1. Duffy is going to put Blaine Wald on his back. That's 126 pounds. Duffy, the 4 seed, Wald, the 5 seed. And Duffy's going to secure that arm and take another drive on Blaine Wald.
Yeah, mat number 2, wrestlers still locked up, collar tie position with 10 seconds to go. No, we're scoreless in the first period. It's at 120 pounds, mat number 2.
And another big push by Duffy as Blaine Wald was taken down early, and then it will be a fall. So Jace Duffy on to the semifinals at 126, where he'll face Griffin Greenlee from Lisbon. Wald will move on to the other side of the bracket, where the best he can do now is third. That was, again, 126 pounds. Now we will move on to 132 pounds, and it will be on mat number 1, Zane Allender against Fisher from Oaks, Fisher Johnson from Kindred.
And mat number 2, now a 1-0 lead for Holter Bridwell. Scored an escape. He started in bottom position to start the second. He scores an escape. The wrestlers back up. And now Lebrand working a head and arm on Bridwell. The minute 30 to go. That's on mat 2.
Mat number 1, Johnson from Kindred, Allender from Oaks, and both wrestlers just kind of coming at each other aggressively. As going for the single leg is Johnson, and he will drive down Allender. Allender able to come across the front of Johnson, and neither wrestler really having control here on this scramble. Again, that's a quarterfinal at 132 pounds. And now they're going to give the takedown will go to Zane Allender, so he'll take a 2-0 lead.
Yeah, mat number 2, Lebrand stuck with that headlock or that head and arm. He gets Bridwell over for takedown. It's now tied up 2-2. It was a 2-1 score, and Lebrand lets Bridwell up with a minute to go in the first or second period.
Mat number 1, Johnson, is going to come in on a reversal on Allender, and then they'll both roll out of bounds. So now tied at 2, 58 seconds left in the first period. Johnson from Kindred, Allender from Oaks. That's 132-pound quarterfinals.
And still tied up 2-2 on mat number 2. It's with 35 seconds to go in the second period. And Bridwell in on a double leg shot, has that head buried down deep in the mat. Lebrand over the top in the situation position.
And Allender goes to his feet, clears the hands of Johnson. Allender regains the lead 3-2 as he'll get the escape against Johnson.
We did have a stalemate called. Wrestlers restart with Bridwell back in on a double leg shot on Lebrand. Now he's going to try to elevate it.
That was a nice move by Zane Allender on mat number 1. Locked up Johnson, brought him down. Unfortunately, they went out of bounds, so they'll reset with 20 seconds left in the first period. Neutral position, Allender 3, Johnson 2.
And end of the second period, going into the third, still tied up 2-2 on mat number 2 between Bridwell and Lebrand from Napoleon. And we will start this third period in the neutral position.
And first period ends on mat number 1, 132-pound quarterfinals. Fisher Johnson from Kindred 2, Zane Allender from Oaks 3.
There's Lebrand and Bridwell. Now Lebrand goes back to that head and arm. Bridwell's just going to pull his head out, gets around for 2 points. It's a 4-2 lead for Holter Bridwell, returning state qualifier for Lit HMB.
And Johnson started the period on top. Allender will get a reversal and adds to his lead. It is 5-2 and is trying to get a turn against Fisher Johnson from Kindred. He'll get 2 on a near fall, so that was a 4-point move for Zane Allender from Oaks. Lead 7-2, minute 27 to go, second period, 132-pound semifinals, trying to set a cradle in on Johnson, and he's going to start turning him, and Johnson really fighting this one off.
And down to a minute to go, still a 4-2 lead for Bridwell over Lebrand. Bridwell riding on top, has that chop and purchase. This secures this far wrist.
Zane Allender will turn Johnson and gets the win via fall, so Allender on to the semifinals at 132. He'll wrestle against Cash Waitson from Lisbon, who was the number 1 seed and received a first-round bye at 132 pounds.
Yeah, mat number 2, Bridwell warned for stalling. He gives up a point, a stall point, so it's a 4-3 score. He's just riding that wrist, not doing anything with it. Official deemed it stalling.
Now underway at mat number 1 is Zach Doctor from Linton HMB against Daxton Exlinger, the number 2 seed for Napoleon Gackle Streeter. And right away, Daxton Exlinger will get the takedown and is trying to get some back points against Doctor.
And down 30 seconds to go, a 4-3 lead for Holter Bridwell. It's on mat number 220 pounds. Winner of this moves to the semifinals. Liebrand able to stand up, down to 20 seconds to go. Bridwell drops down to a leg. And time will expire here with 5 seconds to go. Now Bridwell picking up some near fall on Liebrand, so he will win, advance to the semifinals, 120 pounds.
Daxton Exlinger has a cradle put in on Zach Doctor, and he will win via fall. So Exlinger will be in the semifinals at 132 pounds for Napoleon Gackle Streeter. Zach Doctor from Linton HMB will move on to the other side of the bracket. I believe now 138 about to begin at mat number 1. Jack McDonald from Kindred, Maddox Shockman from Lemoore Litchfield Marion. That's a 4 and 5 seed at 138 pounds.
Yeah, 126, mat number 2. That is Blake Mitlighter, seeded number 6, wrestling Miles Theolgis for Kindred. Theolgis, returning state place winner for Kindred at 106 pounds, wrestling 126. And Theolgis takes a 2-0 lead with 20 seconds gone in this first period.
No score on mat number 1 between McDonald from Kindred and Shockman from LLM at 138 pounds. There is 2 byes in this weight class. Grant Wagner from Oaks will get a bye. He was the 3 seed. He'll wrestle against Brody Hoffman from South Border, who was the 2 seed. Actually make that 3 byes in this round. Carter Wallner, the number 1 seed at 138, the senior from Lisbon, will wrestle the winner of this Jack McDonald and Maddox Shuckman match over on mat number 1, which is entering its final minute with no score.
Yeah, mat number 2, it's under a minute to go. And Theolgis still leads us by a score of 2-0. They still make call by the official on mat number 2, so we will have a restart with Mitlighter in the bottom position. Blake Mitlighter, senior for Linton HMB, 20 and 14, wrestling Miles Theolgis, an 8th grader with a 19 and 13 record.
And McDonald had worked Shockman to his knees and was trying to turn him for a takedown. Shockman able to walk himself back up, and both wrestlers get dragged out of bounds. They'll stop with 33 seconds left in the first period. No score at 138 pound in the quarterfinals.
And on this restart, under 20 seconds to go, Miles Theolgis still up 2-0 on Blake Mitlighter. Theolgis working, and an inside cradle, has the arms locked together. Mitlighter able to counter out and stay on his knees.
And first period ends at mat number 1. Jack McDonald from Kindred, 0. Maddox Shockman from LLM, 0. And we're going to have some blood time. It's Bank North timeout over on mat number 1. Coming up next on mat number 1, we'll move on to 145 pounds. Mike Nelson from Lisbon against Max Chernlin from Ellendale Edgley Cullum. That will be the next match over on mat number 1.
Started the second period, mat number 2. And Miles Theolgis still up 2-0. They started in the neutral position. And Theolgis now working a Russian tie on Mitlighter. And Mitlighter able to kind of circle out of that now head to head. Down to a minute 20 to go in the second period. Theolgis still up 2-0 on mat number 2, 126 pound. Winner of this moves on to the semifinals.
Still on a Bank North timeout at mat number 1. Here are our winners so far today. At 106 from Napoleon Gackle Streeter, Dalton Feist. South Borders, Ryland Vetter. Matthias Dahlstrom from Oaks. Logan Potts from LLM. At 113, Brody Michelson from South Border. Grayson Lyons from Lisbon. Joey Hyde from Lemoore Litchfield Marion. And Jagger Sand from Ellendale Edgeley Cullum. At 120, winners Holter Bridwell and Joe Keller. And at 126, Griffin Greenlee and Jay Stuffy.
Yeah, Matt, too. Thiel just able to score a 2-point takedown. He's up 4-0. He went in on a double leg, then was able to kind of forklift out of that, post the inside leg, and steps around for 2 points.
Second period underway on mat number 1. That is 138 pounds. Matic Shockman will begin the second period on top of Jack McDonald from Kindred. Other winners at 132, St. Allender from Oaks, Daxton Enslinger from Napoleon Gackle Streeter.
And Thiel just picks up 2 near foul. Now Mittleiter able to get it. And gets an arm free, is up on top of situation position, trying to at least score a point here before time runs out. He will be awarded 1 point, so Thiel just takes a 6-1 lead into the third period on mat number 2.
Still no score on mat number 1. 37 seconds left in the first period. McDonald from Kindred, Shockman from Lemoore Litchfield Marion. That's the quarterfinals at 138.
And Matt, too, Thiel just has Mittleiter broke down with 1:35 to go, working an arm bar.
Maddox Shockman had the armbar in on McDonald, started getting some leverage and turning him, and able to belly out and turn was McDonald. That match entering the final 7 seconds of the second period. And now it's looking like Shockman is able to get McDonald on his back, at least for some near fall points. The period's going to end. They'll give him 3 on the near fall, and Jack McDonald from Kindred saved by the bell on that second period there at 138.
And Thiel just now leads by a score of 8-1 with 1:19 to go in the third period. And Mittleiter tried to get a stand-up, was pushed out of bounds for a restart. Still an 8-1 lead for Miles Thiel just on mat number 2 with 1:10 to go in the third period. Thiel just currently on top in this referee's position. Has the far wrist captured, now working underneath, trying to get a tilt in.
Maddox Shockman from LLM 3, Jack McDonald from Kindred 0. Minute and a half to go in the third period there. It's 138-pound semifinals as McDonald stands up, turns around, and is brought out of bounds, but will get the point for the escape, makes it 3-1. So on this reset, they will both be on their feet.
And Thiel just still has that 8-1 lead on mat number 2 there in the third period, now under 20 seconds. And Mittleiter trying to work an arm over, turn those hips out. And down to 10 seconds. And Thiel just will hang on, just depends on what this final score will be there on mat number 2. So Miles Thiel just advances to the semifinals. He wins by decision 8-1.
.40 seconds to go in the third period on mat number 1 between Maddox Shockman and Jack McDonald from Kindred.
And coming up on mat number 2, 132 pounds is Riker Vetter versus Dustin Ketterling.
3-1 the score. Shockman leading McDonald. And now about 20 seconds to go. McDonald needs at least a takedown to extend this one. And warned with stalling was Shockman, and that now gives a point to McDonald. So a takedown for McDonald, if he can get in this final 5 seconds, would be a win. And Shockman's going to bring him down and pick up near fall points, and the period will end. We'll see what the final total is going to be. And it will be 7-2. Maddox Shockman will defeat Jack McDonald. So Shockman from LLM to the semis to wrestle Carter Waldner. McDonald will go to the third place side of the bracket at 138 pounds. As we now move on to 145 on mat number 1. That will be Mike Nelson from the Lisbon Broncos against Max Chernlin from Allendale Edgley Cullum. 145 pounds, has just one bye on their bracket.
And on mat number 2, Riker Vetter secures a pin in the first period over Dustin Ketterling. He moves on to the semifinals. That's 132 pounds on mat 2. Vetter over Ketterling by fall in the first period.
And right away, Nelson able to bring down Max Chernlin. Has not gotten points for a takedown. Now he'll get 2 as he turns him and works the upper body. Going to come around with that inside cradle and trying to roll Max Chernlin. Nelson 22-2 on the season. The junior, the number 1 seed at 145 pounds.
Yeah, mat 2, 145 is Case Allender, a sophomore, 18-15 record. Wrestler Tanner Mengi, a 7th grader, 20-14. Mengi comes out, scores a 2-point takedown for the Kindred Vikings on mat number 1, minute 30 to go. So 7th grader comes out with an early lead, 2-0 on mat number 2.
Mike Nelson gets the pin over Max Chernlin. Nelson will come on to the semifinals now at 145 pounds. And I believe we are staying at 145 here. Carson Glaseman from South Border against Braden Steffes from Lemoore Litchfield Marion. That's a 3 seed against a 6 seed at 145.
And Mangy's still up 2-0 on mat number 1 or mat number 2 with 55 seconds to go in the first period. Mangy currently on top, has a crossface, now chops the arm and breaks Allender down. Allender goes to a leg pass. Going to try to elevate that and turn, and Mangy's able to get him back, broke belly down.
No score yet over on mat number 1. Our team score right now in this tournament, Lisbon 35, South Border 34, LLM 23, Napoleon Gackle Streeter 20. Again, some teams came into the day with some points because of some buys in their bracket. That's how important the seeding can be to get you some early points.
And Mangy still in control on top. They're wrestling right on the edge of the mat. With Allender stood up with 3 seconds trying to score at the end of the period. Is Case Allender. Mangy warned for stalling. And Tanner Mangy will take a 2-0 lead on mat number 2 into the second period. That's 145 pounds.
And Carson Glaseman had brought down Braden Steffes, had him on the mat, but did not establish that control as they went out of bounds. So they will reset in neutral position with no score and 30 seconds left in the first period. That's the semis at 145 over on mat 1.
Well, mat number 2, number 4 seeded Tanner Mengi from Kindred, wrestling number 5 seeded Case Allender from Oaks. Right now, Mengi has Allender tied up in a cradle. Going to try to go kind of step towards the head. And Allender able to stretch out of that, now goes to some wrist control on the bottom.
First period ends on mat number 1 between Glaseman from South Border, Steffes from LLM. Quarters at 145, they are scoreless, and it will be Steffes to be down to begin the second period. So Glaseman going to try to score some back points.
Now Allender scores an escape, goes right at Mangy. Still in the neutral position, no takedown given up. And Mangy goes to work on the head of Allender. We got a good scramble going in the center of the mat. It's a 2-1 lead for Tanner Mangy with 50 seconds to go in the second period.
And Glaseman starting to pick up some back points against Steffes. The official looking like he's counting a 3-point near fall. But if Glaseman rather can secure that leg of Steffes, this one could come to an end. And he's able to secure that leg and resets the cradle as there's a minute 13 to go in the second period. And that inside shoulder of Glaseman kind of ran up there a little bit. I believe it will be 3 on the near fall. It will be. Carter Glaceman will take a 3-0 lead against Braden Steffes at 145.
And no change of position. It's still a 2-1 score on mat number 2 between Mengi and Allender. Now Mengi shoots in with 5 seconds to go. Is in that forklift position, head between the legs. And they will run out of time. And Tanner Mengi will take a 2-1 lead into the third period on mat number 2, 145 pounds.
And Steffes is going to score the escape. Made it 3-1, and then answering back Carson Glaceman from South Border with a takedown. So he is in front 5-1. 27 seconds left in the second period at mat number 1.
And mat number 2, they start in the neutral position. And Allender working. Now we get a stall warning. And that's on Mengi. And Allender working, trying to work a go behind on Mengi. Mengi down in that forklift position, head between the legs. And another scramble. These number 4, number 5 seeds here today going at it.
Second period ends on mat number 1, and Braden Steffes scores a late reversal, and it is now going to be 5-3. And we're going to get a Bank North timeout over on mat number 1 for blood time. So a Bank North timeout on mat number 1.
Yeah, mat number 2, Tanner Mengi in that scramble comes out on top. He's up now 4-1 over Case Allender from Oaks. There are now under a minute to go in the third period. And we do have an officials timeout, so we do have a Bank North timeout here on mat number 2. Got to get a little bit of equipment squared away, get back to wrestling.
And back to wrestling on mat number 1. Excuse me, yeah, at mat number 1. Carson Glaceman 5, Braden Steffes 3. That is the third period of the 145-pound semifinals. On top is Steffes. He was down 5-1, scored a late reversal to end the second period. And a near fall will tie or put him in front right now with a lot of time left in the third period.
He had another scramble there on that restart. Kind of an unfortunate series there for Mengi. As Allender hit a Peterson, got a couple near fall, reversal near fall. Now Mengi's able to get back on top. It's a 6-5 score. And Mengi looks like he had a full Nelson. Referee didn't catch it. Now down to 20 seconds with Allender stood up. And Mengi drops down to the ankles. Wise move by Tanner Mengi. He has been warned for stalling. And Allender's going to step around. At least a loss of control coming here to close out this match on mat number 2. And time runs out of the clock. Waiting for the official signals. 2 points for Case Allender. He defeats Tanner Mengi. He advances to the semifinals at 145 pounds.
Back over here on mat number 2, it is a 6-3 lead for Carson Glaceman from Southborough over to Braden Steffes from LLM. As there's a scramble on the mat, Glaceman was able to get an escape, and it makes it 6-3. And they're scrambling right now. Steffes looking like he's established control. If he can free his leg, he would make it a 1-point match with 35 seconds left to wrestle. As trying to stand up and get some elevation as Glaceman, he'll slide through and gets behind, but grabbing an ankle on the way down was Glaceman, and I believe it's going to be a stalemate. That will be a stalemate. I wasn't sure if they're going to signal for more blood time or a stalemate, but it will be a restart. Both wrestlers on their feet. A 6-3 lead for Glaceman, and he just needs to hold out this final 19 seconds and not get hit with a stall.
Yeah, mat number 252 pounds, number 1 seeded Marshall Lindgren for the South Border Mustangs. Returning state champ comes out in a flurry. He's up 4-0. He's wrestling Jeremy Knight from Kindred. And he has Knight locked up in a cradle working for the fall, and now he'll get it. With a minute 22 to go, Marshall Lindgren, 152 pounds, wins by fall over Jeremy Knight from Kindred.
Carson Glaceman at 145 got a late takedown and back point, so he'll defeat Braden Steffes and move on to the semis at 145. As I believe we are now up to 152 on mat number 1. We are Blake Ketterling from Linton HMB against Greg Fuhrer from Ellendale Edgeley Cullum. That will be a 4 and a 5 seed at 152 on mat number 1.
Yeah, sticking with 152 pounds on mat number 2 is Cale Hebel, a sophomore, 16-9 record from Lemoore Litchfield Marion, wrestling Rylan Wald, a junior from Oaks, North Dakota, 12-13 record. And Hebel comes out in the opening 10 seconds, scores a 2-point takedown.
Both wrestlers tying up here and looking to set a throw on mat number 1, and it's Ketterling who's going to muscle down Fuhrer. No, Fuhrer's going to turn him on the way down, and we'll see what they score here. I don't think they're going to get any points out of it. They won't. Both wrestlers kind of biding time to make their first move, and they both went at the same time and brought each other out of bounds. As coming up to shoot was Fuhrer. He'll stand right up and is tied up by Ketterling as there's 1:10 left in the first period.
Cale Hebel working for a near fall on a pin now on Ryland Wall from Oaks. Hebel looking at the referee, trying to figure out what he has to do here to get this pin. That's on mat number 2 under 55 seconds to go. Now Hebel goes Saturday Night Ride on Ryland Wall. And he will win by fall. Cale Hebel advances to the semifinals, 152 pounds. He wins by fall over Ryland Wald from Oaks.
Greg Fuhrer gets the takedown and a near fall, so Fuhrer from EEK 5, Ketterling from Linton HMB 1, as I was given the score, stands up and gets an escape, makes it 5-1. 30 seconds left in the first period, quarterfinals at 152.
And mat number 2, 160-pound quarterfinal bout between Tate Thorpe from Oaks, a junior 14-12 record, wrestling Lincoln Swetson, the freshman from the Kindred Vikings, currently with 11-11 record. So Swenson, the number 4 seed from Kindred, Tate Thorpe, number 5 seed from Oaks. And Thorpe's in on a double leg takedown, has Swenson on his backside. No 2 points given up yet by Swenson. Swenson scooting out of bounds there on the far edge of the mat.
First period ends on mat number 1. Greg Fuhrer from EEK 5, Blake Kettering from Linton HMB 1. That's the quarters at 152.
And Swenson's able to keep that arm of Thorpe and it locked up. And now Swenson's going to step around edge of the mat, scores 2-point takedown, reversal of fortune there for Tate Thorpe. That's on mat number 2.
And Fuhrer gets another takedown. 7-1 his lead. It's right into back points. Now let's see if we can get a fall before that. Fuhrer a 7-1 lead. Strike that wasn't takedown, it was on a mat return, as up to his feet quickly was Ketterling. So it will be points on a near fall, as trying to secure the upper body is Greg Fuhrer. He does. Greg Fuhrer defeats Blake Ketterling. Fuhrer to the semis at 152. He'll wrestle against Marshall Lindgren from South Border. Now 160 on mat number 1. Garrett Hebel from LLM against Eli Lyons from Lisbon. Eli, a freshman wrestling at 160 pounds, and I talked to him earlier this week as we got ready for our Lisbon wrestling special, which will air next week, and asked him about being a younger wrestler in a heavier weight class, and he said he knows that a year or two from now that this will it will show the experience he's gotten, and here's a matchup against undefeated Garrett Hebel.
Yeah, mat number 2, it's a 2-0 lead for Lincoln Swenson. Down to 10 seconds to go in this first period. And Swenson's currently on top, goes to an ankle pick on the backside, and is working over the top. And they will go into the second period. That's a 2-0 lead for Swenson on mat number 2, 160 pounds.
Hebel gets the takedown of Lyons on mat number 1. And he's got some elevation on his pinning combination, and now will bring Lyons to his side for some near fall points. Lyons trying to avoid getting pinned here early in this matchup, as losing his grip is going to be Hebel, and allows Lyons to belly out. 3 on a near fall. Garrett Hebel 5, Eli Lyons scoreless.
Yeah, mat number 2 started the second period. Tate Thorpe in the bottom position. And Swenson on top, working, trying to turk the leg on the far side. Has a crossface. Now he's going to go to a cradle with 1:35 to go. And Thorpe has a little wrist control, not able to get that passed around his head. And Swenson did have a cradle, got a 1 count.
Another 3-point near fall for Garrett Hebel. Hebel 8, Lyons 0. Quarters at 160 over on mat number 1. This is coverage of the Region 1 Wrestling Tournament. Thanks for being with us on YourLiveEvent.com. Joel Morgan, Brent Dick with you here on this Saturday in Oaks. We'll be back again Coming up Thursday, Friday, Saturday, audio-only broadcast of the state wrestling tournament. Of course, still a whole lot of wrestling still to happen here today in Oaks.
Yeah, Swenson still up 2-0, 45 seconds to go, 160 pounds on mat number 2. Swenson currently on top now. Thorpe trying to pass that arm, just not able to get any separation. Swenson a little bit riding just a little bit high.
Hebel's lead 10-1 or 10-0 at the end of the first period. Lions will begin the second on top and try to stand up as Hebel, and Lions able to maintain control and gets him back down to his base. He's trying to break him down right now as Hebel makes that push to get up to his feet, trying to clear the hands of Lions. Lions looking for a mat return will get him back down.
And Swenson and Thorpe, now Thorpe back to that wrist control. Just can't get that wrist and arm passed over the far side of his head.
Hebel will get the point for the escape, and then when Lions went for a takedown, Hebel kind of passed him through and gets a takedown of his own. So Garrett Hebel 13, Eli Lions 0. Minute 10 left to go in the second period. If Hebel, he will get a turn against Lions, and even if he doesn't secure the fall, will be enough for a tech. It will be, so it's a tech victory for Hebel. 15-0 defeats Eli Lions. The number 1 seed at 160 is back to the semifinals.
The start of this third period. Tate Thorpe on the bottom. Swenson on top. Now Thorpe's working reversal. It's a 4-0 lead for Swenson, but Thorpe has Swenson over on his back now, scores 2 reversal, 3 near fall coming his way. He's up. He'll be up 5-4 once these near fall are awarded. And Thorpe, if he works this right, he can get a fall here. Swenson trying to fight off his back. Left shoulder up by quite a bit.
Mat number 1 at 170, Bowden Greenlee against Tucker Johnson from Lemoore Litchfield Marion. Greenlee already up 2-0. And we'll end this one 22 seconds in. So Bowden Greenlee, defending state champion, undefeated, 36-0, number 1 wrestler at his weight class, on to the semifinals, a win over Tucker Johnson. That is 170. I believe we will stay here at 170 on mat number 1.
And Tate Thorpe will pick up his 3 near fall. It's a 5-4 lead now. Swenson comes around the backside, scores 2-point reversal. It's a 6-5 lead for Swenson from the Kindred Vikings. Number 4 seed Lincoln Swenson. Also number 5 seed Tate Thorpe. Thorpe currently in the bottom position with 30 seconds to go.
And we will stay at 170 on mat number 1. Josh Meal from Oaks, the number 3 seed, against Drew Thorpe from EEK, the number 6 seed.
Your scoreboard over there is a little bit behind now. Thorpe's able to get Swenson over to his back. He's going to work for a fall with 5 seconds to go. Oaks trying to work some more magic in their home gym. Now it's going to run the timeout on the clock. So your winner on mat number 2 will be Tate Thorpe over Lincoln Swenson.
Over on mat number 1, it is Josh Meal from Oaks 2, Drew Thorpe from EEK scoreless. Wrestlers came out of bounds on the reset. Thorpe got up to his feet, and Meal on the mat return. Now trying to work the chicken wing on Thorpe. Team scoring right now, South Border 53, Lisbon 42, LLM 38, Oaks 28.
And mat number 260-pound quarterfinal bout between Cole Stock from South Border Mustangs, 25-10. He's a sophomore, wrestling Noah Alderan, a junior from Lytton HMB, 17-22 record. So Cole Stock, the number 3 seeded wrestler at 160 pounds. Alderan, number 6 seed.
Reset over on mat number 1, and sitting out is Thorpe, and Meal able to work the chicken wing and is trying to tilt him for some back points. They're going to start totaling up back points. He's going to give another push, is Meal, to try to end this one with a fall at the 170-pound quarterfinals. Meal, the 3 seed, Thorpe, the 6 seed.
A minute 20 to go in the first period on mat number 2. It's between Stock and Alderan. His Stock had a double leg locked up on the edge of the mat. Now goes down to a high crotch. Alderman able to step out of that. Now Stock back down to the high crotch, elevates it. Trips Alderman down, working the edge of the mat here. Scores 2-point takedown. He's up 2-0 with the restart back in the center of the mat at 1:02 in the first period.
Meehl had a good turn on Thorpe, but time ran out. Meehl will get a 3-point near fall as he leads 5-0. 2 minutes, fresh 2 minutes put up for the second period. Neutral position to begin things is right off the whistle. Thorpe went to shoot against Meehl, and Meehl just stands him up. And I'm guessing Thorpe had the choice to be neutral to begin the period as he tries to get a throw against Meehl. And Meehl will slide through and gets him down. Has not gotten two on the takedown as he tries an inside cradle. And now he'll get two for the takedown, so it will be Meehl a 7-0 advantage. That is the quarters at 170.
Your winner on mat number 1 is Cole Stock. He wins by fall over Noah Alderman. Advances to the semifinals at 160 pounds.
And we're going to get a fall over on mat number 1. Josh Meehl from Oaks against Drew Thorpe from EEK. So Meehl on to the semifinals. He'll wrestle Jason Nitschke, who got a bye in the first round. Bowden Greenlee also a winner at 170 pounds. As we continue on to 182, Carter Potasic from Oaks against Brock Wendell from Lemoore Litchfield Marion.
Yeah, mat number 2, we got to have a 170-pound bout going on between Tyson Johnson from Kindred, a sophomore, 11-12 record, wrestling Landon Schumacher, senior from Lytton HMB, 31-12 record. Schumacher, returning state place winner, placed 8th last year at 160 pounds for Lytton HMB. And Johnson hits a lat drop on Schumacher. Schumacher scrambling, able to get back up to his feet. They are in the first period with 1:10 to go.
Wendell gets a takedown and then a reversal for Potasic. So 2-2 the score. It's Potasic with control as Wendell will come from behind him and he'll hit a reversal. And Brock Wendell back in front, 4-2. It's been pretty back and forth here in the early goings at mat number 1 as the semis at 182 pounds. Winner of this matchup between Potasic from Oaks and Wendell from LLM will wrestle Ivan Caruth from Ellendale Edgley Cullum.
Landon Schumacher, number 4 seed, has Johnson up in a double leg. He's going to return him down to the mat for a 2-point takedown. He leads 2-0 with 30 seconds to go in the first period.
They'll come out of bounds on mat number 1, so they'll get a reset between Potasic and Wendell. 4-4 the score, Wendell on top. We are in the first period.
And time winds down in the first period on mat number 1. With Schumacher now has Johnson going over to his back. Going to pick up near fall. As time runs out, he does pick up 2 near falls, so he'll go into the second period with a 4-0 lead on mat number 2.
Looks like near fall points come in the way of Brock Wendell. 10 seconds left to go in the first period, and they'll come out of bounds for the reset. Now, won't be points on a near fall. Wendell will be on top for this final 7 seconds of the first period on mat 1.
And start of the second period on mat number 2. And Schumacher off the whistle tries a stand-up. Johnson able to return him back down to the mat. Has him broke belly down just off center.
And the first period will end on mat number 1. It is Potasic 4, Wendell 4. That's 182-pound quarterfinals.
And Schumacher still on the bottom. Johnson has an ankle spike and then works a crossface. Now Schumacher, nice sit-out, hip heist back around, 2-point reversal. He's up 6-0 with 1:20 to go. They're riding on top here on the near edge of the mat.
And Wendell on top to begin the second period and was trying to put Potasic on his back, and Potasic able to belly out.
And Schumacher going crossface, head to knee. Has the cradle locked up on Johnson. Now he's just going to go hip it over. And Landon Schumacher, bottom knee in the side, working for the foul, and he'll win by fall and advance to the semifinals for Lytton HMB.
And Potasic almost was able to slide through and come around for a reversal. Wendell able to put a cradle in on him and gets him down. Brock Wendell with the fall over Carter Potasic at 182 pounds. So Wendell to the semifinals where he'll wrestle Ivan Karuth. The other side of that bracket at 182, about to get underway on mat number 1, Herman Kalk from South Border against Eric Salazar from Napoleon Gackle Streeter.
And 195 pound match coming up on mat number 1 or mat number 2. Brady Letmeyer for the Moore Litchfield Marion. He's wrestling Rodney Wolf, a sophomore from Kindred, 19-12 record. Letmeyer, a senior, 13-12.
Kalk, the number 3 seed at 182. He is 19-4 on the year. Salazar, the 6 seed, 13-17. And both wrestlers trying to set in a throw.
And mat number 1, another matchup between number 4 and number 5. So far, most competitive matches I've seen are number 4 and number 5 wrestlers battling it out, trying to put themselves in the driver's seat, punch their ticket to the state tournament.
And Kalk will get a takedown, 2-0 his lead. 1:15 to go in the first period on mat 1, 182-pound quarterfinals.
And Letmeyer and Wolf on the edge of the mat. Letmeyer had a kind of cow catcher hooked up. And Wolf able to counter out of it. That gets a restart back in the center of the mat with 1:05 to go.
And 47 seconds to go, and a reversal and an escape, and we're going to get a Bank North timeout for blood time. Salazar leading 4-3. He hit the reversal. Kalk got away, got the escape to make it 4-3. And then again, that Bank North timeout here for blood time.
Yeah, mat number 2, Rodney Wolf down in a high crotch. His head buried down to the mat. Letmeyer working over the top with an ankle. They get stalemate with 22 seconds remaining in the first period. Still scoreless.
Team scoring right now, South Border 60, Lisbon 49, LLM 45.5, Oaks 40. That bonus points coming for the Lobos at 160 pounds, as there was a tech win for Garrett Hebel over Eli Lyons.
That is the end of the first period. Still scoreless going into the second between Rodney Wolf from Kindred and Brady Letmeyer from Lemoore Litchfield Marion. Wolf's choice, he chooses bottom.
And our match resuming over on mat number 1, as we are still in what has been a very competitive first period. Salazar from Napoleon 4, Kalk from South Border 3.
And Rodney Wolf scores an escape on that far edge of the mat. Able to get those hips turned, stands up. He leads 1-0 with 1:30 to go in the second period. Wrestlers called out of bounds. And back to restart with 1:23 to go. Rodney Wolf's up 1-0 on mat number 2.
And Herman Kalk's going to score a takedown and right into back points against Salazar. 3 seconds left. Is it a fall or end of period? I think it's going to be a fall. It will be. Herman Kalk from South Border pins Salazar with 2 seconds left in the period. Kalk to the semis, where he'll wrestle Levi Sfem from Lisbon.
In the second period, still 1-0 lead for Rodney Wolf over Letmeyer. Now Wolf drops down to a single. Letmeyer's going to hip down in the mat. Working over the top in the situation position. Letmeyer trying to work a kind of a front headlock in an inside cradle, chasing that leg, has it locked up. Now drops down to a single leg, has that head buried in between the legs. Rodney Wolf on top, now he's going to elevate. Working for a stalemate. Rodney Wolf just trying to hold on here with 20 seconds to go. Now Letmeyer able to get turned around. Has Wolf going to his back on mat number 2. And Brady Letmeyer working for the fall with 10 seconds to go in the second period.
Underway on mat number 1, Drew Anderson from Lisbon, Max Klein from Oaks. Anderson leads 2-0.
And Brady Letmeyer, your winner on mat number 2, winner by fall. Advances to the semifinals at 195. And he'll take on Gabe Lyons from Lisbon.
And a victory on mat number 1. Drew Anderson gets the win. Anderson from the Broncos moves on here at 220 pounds. And we're going to take a break here. We'll be back with more on YourLiveEvent.com.
Growers, here at Chad's Excavating out of Mayville, we are your water management contractors. We can help you with tile drainage plans, surface drainage plans, or both. Remember, water management is a lifetime investment. Call Chad at 701-430-0182 to get your water problems solved. That's Chad's Excavating out of Mayville. 701-430-0182, helping farmers grow.
Take a good look at Hillsborough. You probably know that the people are friendly, and you know about the quality of healthcare available at Sanford Medical Center. Maybe you've been to the Hillsborough Sports Complex to cheer on the Burros. Look at the businesses on Hillsborough's Main Street. The Hillsborough Economic Development Corporation provides financial help to local child care providers, and they're interested in supporting local businesses. For more information, contact the Hillsborough Economic Development Corporation at growhillsboroughnd.com.
And we are back here on YourLiveEvent.com. On mat number 1, Cole Richard from Kindred against Josh Haas from South Border. Haas with the lead 2-0 and trying to get a fall here.
Yeah, mat number 2, Lamore Litchfield Marion keeps the pinning going on 220-pound Sage Gushis. Wins by foul over Jack Holberg from Napoleon Gackle Streeter. So Gushis moves on to the semifinals, 220 pounds.
And Josh Haas from South Border will get the victory via fall at heavyweight. So I actually believe this will be it for the first round of competition, as we're now coming our way back around here with the 106-pounders. We'll take another quick break here, and then we'll be back with more on YourLiveEvent.com.
Wallach Johnson Insurance is your friendly neighborhood team of qualified insurance professionals celebrating over 40 years of service. As an experienced independent insurance agency, they have access to highly rated insurance companies and can shop around to find you an affordable solution for farm, crop, business, home, and auto insurance. Visit them at one of their locations in Lisbon, Gwinner, or Rutland and get a free quote started today. For more information, go to nd-insure.com.
The Lisbon Bronco Athletic Boosters is a group of parents, coaches, and community members whose mission is to enrich the Lisbon High School athletic community by providing financial support for Lisbon High School athletic programs and events. If you are interested in getting involved, they invite you to join the Bronco Athletic Booster Group on Facebook to learn more. The Lisbon Athletic Boosters send a good luck wish to all athletes competing today.
And welcome back to YourLiveEvent.com. We're now on to the semifinals at mat number 1, Dalton Feiss for Napoleon Gackle Streeter against Ryland Vetter from South Border.
And mat number 2, 106-pound semifinal, Matthias Dahlstrom from Oaks wrestling Logan Potts. Dahlstrom takes a 2-0 lead with 1:20 to go in the first period.
Yeah, already on to that second round of competition and a chance to qualify for state.
Yeah, winners in this round punch their ticket to the state tournament.
Not even noon yet. Imagine getting that load off your shoulders, start your day knowing you're going to go to state.
Yep. Be a good feeling for the winners of this in this round. Dahlstrom and Potts Potts trying to arm drag out of the situation position there on the far edge of the mat. They go out of bounds. No, again, 1 point awarded to Logan Potts. It's a 2-1 lead for Logan Potts, or excuse me, a 2-1 lead for Matthias Dahlstrom.
Dalton Feist and Napoleon Gackle Streeter has a 2-0 lead against Ryland Vetter from South Border. Feist, the number 1 seed, has 10 seconds left in the first period to try to end this one and punch his ticket on to state.
No, Logan Potts secures a 2-point takedown. Now Dahlstrom locked up in a cradle there in the center of the mat. And Dahlstrom's trying to roll through and reverse this on Potts and get a defensive pin. And Potts in a little bit of trouble. So Potts picks up 2 points for near fall. Now Dahlstrom 2-point reversal. It's a 5-4 score with 5 seconds remaining in the first period.
Ryland Vetter from South Border, who's down 2-0, starts the second period on top, and right out of the whistle, Feist onto his feet, comes around. He has not been given points on a reversal, as there's no loss of control. Now there will be points on a reversal, so Feist a 4-0 lead.
We do have a Bank North timeout on mat number 2 as real officials over there discussing the scoring.
Minute 19 to go in the second period on mat number 1. Again, this is the championship semifinal rounds.
In mat number 2, there was no change in the score. Logan Potts leads 5-4 at the start of the second period. Potts in the bottom position. Dahlstrom working an armbar as Potts broke down his hip trying to run it around. And Potts able to stand up. This is on mat number 2, 106. Now Dahlstrom returns him back down to the mat.
Mat number 1, Feist 4, Vetter 0. Cradle coming from Feist, and he just can't really lock down Vetter like you'd like to. Now he kind of gets a turn, but Vetter able to free his head. Points being added up for the near fall. Vetter trying to belly out. 17 seconds left in the second period there. Looks like Feist may be getting in on the fall, and he does. Dalton Feist, winner in the semifinals at 106, and he is on to the championship match, but guarantees himself a spot onto state regardless of what happens to him in the next round.
Yeah, number 2 seeded Logan Potts still up 5-4 over number 3 seed Matthias Dahlstrom. Dahlstrom still on top. Now Potts has headlock, head and arm on Matthias Dahlstrom, picks up 2-point reversal. You're working for some near fall as Logan Potts for Lemoore Litchfield Marion.
£113 semifinals now at mat number 1. Brody Michelson against Grayson Lyons. Michelson from South Border, Lyons from Lisbon.
And Logan Potts, winner by fall over Matthias Dahlstrom in the second period with 16 seconds remaining. He advances to the championship against Dalton Feist from Napoleon Gackle Streeter.
And underway right now, Lyons and Michelson. About 24 seconds in, and Lyons has been a little tentative. Michelson has always kind of done well in his other, he's done well overall, but kind of thrives on his opponent trying to make that first move on the upset. This time, kind of waited back and now went to shoot was Michelson. Has Lyons down. Lyons with control of one of his ankles, and they will score the takedown though. So Michelson now the 2-0 advantage. A minute 10 left to go in the first period on mat number 1.
Yeah, mat number 2, Joey Hyde from Lemoore Litchfield Marion. Russell and Jager Sand from Ellendale Edgeley Calm. Sand comes out with a 2-point takedown on Hyde with a minute 30 to go in that first period. And Joey Hyde, a freshman, 28-13 record. Jager Sand, a 7th grader for EEK with 25-12 record.
And now Michelson able to get a turn against Lyons, and if he can secure that upper body, we'll get a pin here, and we'll move on to the championship at 113. Lyons just kind of keep moving like a pendulum around there on the mat. And Michelson wasn't able to really get control for near fall points, and now they will score the near fall, so 5-0. Lions to his feet, and couldn't clear the hand, so decided to come in and try to get points on a reversal. Now they will score the escape, so it's 5-1 with 13 seconds left in the first period.
Jagerstand still maintains a 2-0 lead with a minute to go in the first period on mat number 2. Jagerstand number 2 seed, Region 1. Joey Hyde number 3 seed.
And a late takedown, I think a near fall. And there'll be no near fall points, but it will be 7-1. Michelson leading Lions at the 113-pound championship semifinals.
And now under 25 seconds in the first period with Jager-Sand maintaining this 2-0 lead over Joey Hyde. Hyde tries a little bit of a roll through. He's get caught. Sand catches him on his back for a couple counts, but not enough for a near fall. Now Hyde hip heist through, back around. No word of reversal yet as Sand able to hang on here to close out the first period.
Another takedown for Michelson. His lead now at 9-1. Over on mat number 1.
And mat number 2, Sand chooses to defer. Hyde takes neutral position to start the second period. Jager-Sand leads 2-0.
Nine to 1 the lead for Brody Michelson from South Border over Grayson Lyons from Lisbon.
And Sand picks up a 2-point takedown. Able to snap Hyde down to the mat. It goes behind for his 2 points. Now has a tilt locked up on Joey Hyde. He picks up 2 near fall. So Jager-Sand leads 6-0. Wrestlers go out of bounds for a restart. That's mat number 213-pound semifinal.
.30 seconds left to go here on mat number 1 in the second period, and Michelson has been trying to set a pinning combination on Lyons. Lyons tried to reach in on a reversal, and he exposed himself, and he is turned by Michelson. There'll be near fall points as Lyons trying to bridge himself out and avoid the pin.
And mat number 2, Jager-Sand has Joey Hyde their north-south position with Sand on top. He's going to pick up some near fall. Now they're in a scramble position. 3 near fall. He's up 9-0 with Joey Hyde on his feet. That's mat number 2. Wrestlers go out of bounds for a restart with 49 seconds remaining in the second period. Jager-Sand has a 9-0 lead. As time winds down with 35 seconds to go in the second period, Sand still has this 9-0 lead over Joey Hyde with 30 seconds remaining. And Sand on top has an armbar locked up. Just trying to push it over and taking his time. Now he has Joey Hyde going to his back.
Back over on mat number 1, it is Michelson a 14-1 lead against Grayson Lyons, and Lyons really has put up a big fight against Brody Michelson, and this one is going to end 17-1 on a tech fall, so Michelson will go on now to the championship at 113 and earns a spot onto the state tournament.
He scores 3 more near fall at the end of the period. Starts a third on the in the referee's position, riding on top. He's up 12-0 over Joey Hyde.
Up to the 120-pound semifinals now in mat number 2. Brock Johnson, Kindred against Joe Keller from South Border.
And now Sand has Joey Hyde. He's locked up north-south position with Jager Sand on top. Goes chest on chest, working for the ball, and he'll do that. Jager Sand advances to the championship match at 113 pounds. And he will take on Brody Michelson from South Border.
Keller, the 3 seed, Johnson, the 2 seed, over on mat number 1.
And 120-pound semifinal match coming up on mat number 2. And Noah Anderson for the Lisbon Broncos take on Holter Bridwell for Lytton HMB. That's on mat number 2.
And Johnson will get the takedown on mat number 1. Johnson a 2-0 lead over Keller, and that's the semis at 120. Again, all semifinals from this point forward. .45 seconds left to go in the first period on mat number 1.
And Holter Bridwell in on a double leg on Noah Anderson. Anderson, they're running the corner, just not able to get around those long arms, outstretched arms of Holter Bridwell. Now secures 2-point takedown with 1:10 to go in the first period.
Ten seconds left in the first period on mat number 1. Brockton 2, Joseph Keller 0. And that's how that first period will end here at the 120-pound semifinals.
Yeah, still in the first period on mat number 2. It's a 2-0 lead for Noah Anderson. He's a freshman, 30-5 record, wrestling Holter Bridwell, returning state qualifier for Lytton HMB, a senior, 24-13. Anderson currently working a crossfacial, trying to get it locked up, goes head to knee on Bridwell.
Neutral position, begin the second period on mat number 1. Keller from South Border 0, Johnson from Kindred 2.
And similar score, mat number 1 with 10 seconds to go. 2-0 lead for Noah Anderson. Has Bridwell locked up in a cradle. Going to get him over for some near fall to close out the period. Anderson picks up 3 near fall. He's up 5-0 going into the second period.
And going for the low single leg is Johnson, and he'll hit that one on Keller. So it's 4-0 now, Brock Johnson's lead. Under a minute to go in the second period there on mat 1.
And mat number 2, they did start in the neutral position. Now Anderson shoots a double. Bridwell reshot on that. Anderson snaps him down, now trying to hit a go behind is Noah Anderson. He does secure this ankle. A 2-point takedown. He's up now 7-0 with 1:30 to go in the second period.
Keller able to stand up, and a big mat return comes from Johnson.
Oh, Anderson and Bridwell working this far edge of the mat. Bridwell trying to work a switch on Anderson. They get called out of bounds for a restart. Bridwell in the bottom position.
.17 seconds left in the second period. Johnson 4, Keller 0. And Keller's really just fended off attacks from Johnson, and Keller's going to be hit with the stall warning. Final 2 seconds of the period will come to an end, and 4-0 will be the lead for Brock Johnson from Kindred.
And Noah Anderson had a cradle locked up on Holter Bridwell. Bridwell just able to maintain good center balance, kept those hips down. Anderson now working back out in riding position. He's warned for stalling.
Neutral position, begin the final 2 minutes over on mat number 1. Johnson leading by 4. Keller from South Border knows he's got some ground he needs to make up.
After that stall warning, Anderson's warned. You get a restart. Bridwell tried to hit a switch on Anderson. Anderson back to that cradle, has it locked up with 15 seconds to go. Just can't get Bridwell over. And time will expire in the second period with Noah Anderson leading 7-0 on mat number 2, 120-pound semifinal bout.
With a minute 10 to go on mat number 1, Johnson went for a double leg. Keller was able to swing himself around to get his first 2 points, makes it 4-2 with a minute 5 to go. We'll get a restart as the wrestlers will come out of bounds, and Joe Keller, told by his coach to cut Johnson loose. He does, makes it 5-2. So now Keller needs a big move here with a minute left to wrestle.
And Anderson started this third period in the bottom position. He scores 1 point escape. He's up 8-0 over Bridwell from Lytton HMB. Bridwell drops down to a single leg. And Anderson, heavy hips, able to get those legs back out. Riding over the top now in this situation position. He's going to try to step around again for another goal behind.
Inside of 30 seconds left to wrestle in this match over at mat number 1. Keller down by 3. And looking for a throw against Johnson. Johnson's going to stand strong. 15 seconds to go. Keller from South Border needs to pull that move if he wants to beat Johnson. Gets Johnson down. Is down for a takedown. It's 5-4. Has 5 seconds to get a point. He's going to cut him loose. Needs another takedown. It is 6-4, and the match will end. And Brock Johnson from Kindred will defeat Joseph Keller from South Border 6-4 on a 6-4 decision. So Johnson on to state and on to the championship match at 120.
And Noah Anderson secures a 2-point takedown. He's up 10-0 over Holter Bridwell from Lytton HMB. He has that crossface locked up once again on Bridwell. They are in the third period with 30 seconds remaining. 120-pound semifinal bout on mat number 2.
126-pound semifinals about to begin on mat number 1. Griffin Greenlee from Lisbon against Jay Duffy from Lemoore Litchfield Marion. It's a 1 seed against a 4 seed.
And Anderson has that cradle locked up. He scores near fall. Down to the last 5 seconds. He's up 13-0, and he'll move on to the championship match. He will take on Brock Johnson from Kindred at 120 pounds.
And Griffin Greenlee will get a takedown, and then the wrestlers are out of bounds, so now a restart. Greenlee will be on top, leading 2-0. Greenlee, again, the number 1 seed, a 9-2 season for him so far. The freshman missing time with injury, but still garnering the number 1 seed at 126 pounds. Told us this week the biggest challenge on the season obviously is getting ready to compete, but knowing that you have to keep maintaining your weight, maintaining physical condition, knowing that you're not quite cleared to wrestle. As an escape scored by Duffy, now 2-1, a minute to go in the first period here on mat 1.
Yeah, mat number 2, 126 semifinal bout between Miles Thiel, just returning state place winner for Kindred Vikings, number 3 seed, wrestling Tristan Lepp for South Border. Lepp not making the state tournament last year for the Mustangs, number 2 seed coming into this one.
And Greenlee gets a takedown and is able to pin Duffy. So with 49 seconds left in the first period, Griffin Greenlee punches his ticket on to state here at 126 pounds. We'll move on to our next weight class, 132. Cash Waitson, who had the bye in the first round from Lisbon against St. Allender from Oaks.
Yeah, Tristan Lepp able to snap down on Theolgis. He gets a 2-point go behind takedown. Now goes right away to a crossface and hammers it once again. Has Theolgis going head to knee.
And Waitson brings Allender to the mat. He has control, but has not been able to establish it for the official. As Allender tries to turn around, and Waitson will pop himself around for the 2, so Waitson up to a 2-0 lead.
Yeah, mat number 2, Tristan Lepp has a 2-0 lead with 40 seconds in the remaining in the first period. Currently on top Thiel just trying to work some hand control underneath as Lepp in good riding position behind the elbows.
And on the restart, Waitson is going to roll through Allender. And Allender trying to belly out right now, but Waitson looking to set in that cradle. And Waitson locks in that cradle. Allender just keeps moving those legs around. Waitson's going to put it in just a little bit tighter. The officials seeing some daylight. And then Waitson will lock it in. Cash Waitson the win here in the semifinals. He'll be a state's qualifier for the Broncos at 132 and will wrestle an opponent to be determined here at 132 pounds as we're now on to 138. Another Broncos wrestler, Carter Wallner, the senior, against Maddox Shockman from Lemoore Litchfield Marion.
Yeah, still at 126 pounds on mat number 2. Tristan Lepp takes this 2-0 lead into the second period. He starts in the bottom position. Lepp tries to sit out, now gets to his feet. Thiel just has to let him go. Tristan Lepp leads now 3-0. A minute 45 to go in the second period.
And right away, Wallner goes for the takedown against Maddox Shockman, and Shockman will come across the face, and both wrestlers just scrambling right now.
And wrestlers back to the center of the mat on their feet on mat number 2. This is Seelgis and Lepp. Tristan Lepp, number 2 seed coming into the region tournament. Now Seelgis, number 3. Now Lepp in a double leg takedown on Theelgis. Theelgis does have in a wizard. He's trying to sit out and get back around, but Lepp secures the takedown. He's up 5-0.
No score on mat number 1, 40 seconds in. The 138-pound semifinals between Carter Wallner from Lisbon, Maddox Shockman from LLM.
And Tristan Lepp working a crossface cradle on Miles Seelgis. Theelgis in a good position to defend this, has that inside leg wrapped up, and they get a stalemate.
Takedown for Maddox Shockman. A nice fireman's is able to bring down Wallner, and Wallner momentarily was on his shoulder and was able to pop himself up to avoid a near fall point. And it looks like he's going to have a reversal here against Maddox Shockman, and comes around for the reversal tied at 2. So 2-2 the score, 35 to go first period, 138-pound semifinals. Wallner never stopped moving, even after being taken down on that fireman's, never stopped moving, and it results in, well, avoiding near fall points, but also kind of kept momentum moving in the way of getting him that reversal.
And time winds down in this second period. Tristan Lepp leads us 5-0 over Miles Seelgis. Currently Lepp in the top position. Now Lepp goes to another crossface, has it cradled up, tries to do that suicide cradle roll through. Thiel just stuffs that going into the third period. Tristan Lepp leads 5-0.
First period ends on mat number 1. Wallner from Lisbon 2, Shockman from Lemoore Litchfield Marion 2. That is 138-pound semis. Team scoring right now, Lisbon 98, South Border 86, LLM 75, Oaks 53.
And started this third period. Miles Thiel just tried this gator roll through. It doesn't work out for him as Tristan Lepp stuffs that, puts Thiel just on his back, and he wins by fall. Advances to the championship bout. He'll take on Griffin Greenlee from the Lisbon Broncos.
Neutral position to start the second period on mat number 1, and neither wrestler overly aggressive here to get things going. We're seeing some Wallner dropping levels a little bit, trying to set up a shot against Shockman, and Shockman just with the collar tie right now.
And mat number 2 up to 132 pounds, semifinal bout. It was Riker Vetter wrestling Daxton Esslinger. Riker Vetter, number 3 seat, 25-11 record. Taking on Daxton Esslinger and pulling Gackle Streeter, 16-6 record. He is a senior.
And Carter Wallner will get a takedown, and then we're going to get a stoppage for potentially dangerous and a restart. 4-2 Wallner's lead, 53 seconds left in the second period on mat 1.
And Esslinger, returning state place winner for Napoleon. And Riker Vetter, returning state qualifier for the South Border Mustangs, was a state place winner At 106 pounds 2 years ago.
Wallner trying to work down Maddox Shockman. And driving knee to shoulder. 25 seconds left to go in the second period. A little bit of daylight under that blade. And Shockman rolled through. Wallner's going to reset. Has chest to shoulder right now against Shockman. 5 seconds to go in the period. And Shockman, I think, just took a big look at the clock and said, I just need to fight this off for a couple more seconds. And the period will end. 3 points will come the way of Carter Wallner. 7-2 his lead going into the third period now at 138-pound semifinals on mat 1.
Yeah, mat number 2, Riker Vetter, and Esslinger was in a scramble position. And back and forth. Riker Vetter comes out on top. He's up 2-1 as Esslinger able to stand up and get away.
Officials will give Wallner a point. Makes it 8-1 as the third period now begins. Shockman has the leg of Wallner and is trying to get elevation and to sweep it around. Wallner bounces around. Shockman's going to bring him down and is trying to come around with his hips to get control. And Wallner out of bounds, trying to drag Shockman with him. No points have been awarded on any takedowns as there's a scramble. Wallner's on the edge of the mat, as is Shockman. And now they'll get him out of bounds.
It started the second period on mat number 2 between Esslinger and Riker Vetter. Esslinger chooses to start the second in the bottom position. And Vetter off the whistle breaks him belly down. Now Esslinger able to get back up to his base with his head buried down in the mat. And Esslinger has Peterson hooked up on Vetter. He picks up 2-point reversal, now near fall coming his way for Daxton Esslinger. He will take the lead if he doesn't get a fall here. Vetter's got to watch his shoulders. And they're down to minute 10 with Esslinger in this Peterson position. And he's going to win by fall over Riker Vetter. Advances to the championship bout at 132 pounds.
Carter Wallner 10, Maddox Shockman 2 over on mat number 1. That's the 138-pound semifinals. We'll have a restart on mat number 1. Wallner will be on top as sitting out right on the whistle is Shockman.
We are at 138 pounds on mat number 2, semifinal bout. And this is Grant Wagner wrestling Brody Hoffman. And Grant Wagner, a senior, 23-15 record, returning state qualifier. Taking on Brody Hoffman, returning state qualifier for the South Border Mustangs. Hoffman secures 2-point takedown, the minute 30 mark in the first period.
And Carter Wallner will get the win at 138 pounds. He is on to the championship match, a 10-2 decision over Maddox Shockman. On to the championship and on to state is now on mat number 1, 145 pounds. Mike Nelson will be in action against Case Allender. Nelson, the number 1 seed at 145. Case Allender, the number 5 seed.
It is a 2-1 lead for Brody Hoffman. Wagner able to stand up, scores an escape. They're on the far edge of the mat. We're currently working the collar tie position. Now Green warned for stalling as he steps back around. You get a restart with 33 seconds to go in the first period.
Nelson went to shoot on the single leg and finally was getting the elevation against Allender, but that was as the whistle came in for a stalemate between those two. So they're going to get a restart with a minute 16 left to go in the first period there at 145 pounds in the semifinals.
Yeah, mat number 2. Hey, Brody Hoffman drops down to single leg, able to secure that. He's up 4-1 over Grant Wagner from Oaks as time expires in the first period.
Nelson has Allender back down to the mat, but again, a big scramble is trying to come across the front is Mike Nelson. And Allender just with control of his ankles. Nelson finally able to stretch him out and get 2 for the takedown.
The start of the second period. And Grant Wagner from Oaks in the bottom position with Brody Hoffman on top. And Wagner up to his base. That's on mat number 2 with 1:39 to go.
Mike Nelson's going to secure the pin with 19 seconds left to go in the first period. So Mike Nelson from Lisbon to the championship at 145 and on to state. Case Allender will now wrestle for a chance to go to state and finish third at 145 pounds. Now at 152, Marshall Lindgren from South Border against Greg Fuhrer from Ellendale Edgley Cullum. Lindgren undefeated at 33-0. Gets a quick takedown here against Fuhrer 9 seconds into the match.
And Grant Wagner scores another escape. It's a 4-2 lead for Brody Hoffman at the minute mark in the second period. And currently Wagner in a double leg shot. Now Hoffman reshoots and doubles it up, takes Wagner down to the mat.
And Fuhrer gets cut loose by Lindgren. Lindgren's going to come across the front and try to tag on 2 more. Team scoring right now, South Border 101.5, Lisbon 98. Lemoore Litchfield Marion 78, Napoleon Gackle Streeter 55.
They are down at the 30-second mark of the second period on mat number 2. Wagner able to score another escape, a 6-3 lead for Brody Hoffman. And Wagner has Russian tie locked up. Now wrestlers break apart, just working off center of the mat.
And Lindgren has Fuhrer counted up for some near fall points, trying to lock in that pin. And there's some space there by the official, and then Lindgren will tighten it up, and Lindgren gets the win. Marshall Lindgren qualifying for state now at 152 and on to the championship here in this Region 1 tournament. As we move on to 160, Garrett Hebel from Lemoore Litchfield Marion will wrestle against Tate Thorpe from Oaks.
Yeah, 138 pounds on mat number 2. Brody Hoffman scores another takedown. And now a reversal in this third period. He's up 10-3, no win by fall over Grant Wagner. Advances to the championship match against Carter Wallner at 138 pounds.
And Garrett Hebel has the leg of Thorpe and will will him down to the mat. Now trying to put in a Nelson right away. And right now back points being totaled up as Thorpe is able to belly out, but a 2-point near fall. And Hebel a 4-point move there as he leads 4-0.
We're at 145 pounds on mat number 2. Carson Glazman for the South Border Mustangs, a junior, 28-9 record, wrestling Mason Waggle for Napoleon Gackle Streeter, sophomore, 18-13 record.
And Tate Thorpe will get the escape on mat 1. He trails 4-1 against Garrett Hebel from Lemoore Litchfield Marion. And on to 160 over here on mat 1.
And mat 2 wrestlers go out of bounds. A minute 25. It's still scoreless in the first period. Mason Waggle returning state qualifier for Napoleon Imperials.
Another takedown scored by Hebel. His lead at 6-1.
Mat 2 wrestlers still tied up in the center of the mat, just trading a hand control head position. They're under a minute to go in the first period.
And Hebel has Thorpe down for near fall points and a big bridge by Thorpe, but Hebel extending out that arm. has wrist control, and that headlock locked in tight is now going to drive forward, and a big bridge from Thorpe. As there's a second left in the period, it comes to an end. It'll be a 3-point near fall for Hebel, his lead at 9-1. Fresh 2 minutes comes up as the second period begins on mat number 1. 9-1 the lead for Garrett Hebel.
And down to the final 15 seconds of this first period. And Carson Glaseman trying to step around behind Mason Wagle. Wagle has a whizzer locked in. Takes him down to the mat one more time as time expires. And no takedown awarded. They go into the second period scoreless on mat number 2.
Hebel got another takedown and puts a chicken wing in, and then is going to get a turn on Tate Thorpe from Oaks. Now securing both of those arms as he has Thorpe down, and it's a pin. Garrett Hebel, winner at the semifinals at 160. So he is another state qualifier yet again, and another chance to win a Region 1 individual championship for the senior. Now 170 pounds, I believe, will be on mat number 1. Strike that'll be 160. Cole Stock from South Border against Isaiah Caruth from EEK. So they will keep 160 over on mat number 1.
Yeah, mat number 2, 145 pounds. It's a 1-0 lead for Carson Glaseman. And Glaseman in on a single leg shot, going to try to step out the back door, step through the back door on Wagle. Wagle hanging on. The wrestler scrambling on the edge of the mat with 1:10 to go in the second period. Mason Wagle try to step around. They go out of bounds for a restart. And Glaseman maintains that 1-0 lead with 1:04 to go in the second period.
And Caruth will secure the takedown against Cole Stock of South Border. This is a 2-seed against a 3-seed. Stock 25-10 on the year. Caruth 31-7.
Wagle scores a 2-point takedown. Now Glaseman able to stand up, get away, he ties it up. It's 2-2 with 40 seconds to go in the second period. Wagle on another takedown attempt. Has Glaseman going down on the edge of the mat. He scores 2 points. He leads 4-2.
And wrestlers out of bounds on mat 1 with 45 seconds to go. Will be a restart. Caruth will be on top. Stock will be on the bottom.
We do have a caution on mat number 2 on the bottom wrestler. That goes to green on this restart with 30 seconds to go. Mason Wagle leads 4-2.
Stock will get an escape with 30 seconds left to go in the first period on mat number 1.
And down to 10 seconds in the second period. Glaseman trying to stand up. He gets 1-point escape to close out this second period. It's a 4-3 lead for Mason Wagle.
Down to the final 5 seconds on mat number 1 of the first period. 2-1 the score. Isaiah Caruth from EEK leads Cole Stock from South Border.
We go into the third period. Mason Wagle chooses the bottom position. He has a 4-3 lead. And Glaseman able to secure an inside cradle on Wagle. Wagle able to get back belly down. And now 1:35 to go in the third period. Mason Wagle maintains a 4-3 lead. He's in the bottom position on mat number 2.
Isaiah Caruth scores an escape here in the second period on mat number 1. Caruth 3, Stock 1. That is the 160-pound semifinals.
And Wagle gets stood up just as Glaseman is trying to cradle attempt on his stand-up. Wagle's able to pass the head and arm through. He's trying to work for another reversal. And Glaceman Weigel in a little bit of trouble on his hip as Glaceman recovers. Down to 43 seconds. He will pick up some near fall for Carson Glaceman. He has Mason Weigel locked up, and he's going to win by fall for the South Border Mustangs. Carson Glaceman over Mason Weigel advances to the championship at 145 pounds.
39 seconds left to go in the second period on mat number 1. Isaiah Caruth from EEK 3, Cole Stock from South Border 1. That is the semis at 160. The wrestlers are out of bounds. We'll get a restart.
Move to 152 pounds. Blaze Ranke for the Lisbon Broncos taking on Cale Hebel. Ranke, a junior. Comes in as a number 2 seed. Cale Hebel, a number 3 seed, is a sophomore. Ranke right away out. First 5 seconds scores a 2-point takedown. Now going to a cradle.
And final closing seconds on mat number 2 of the second period. And we'll go into the third here at the 160-pound semifinals. Caruth from EEK 3, Stock from South Border 1.
And the winner of this match on mat number 2 takes on Marshall Ingrid for the championship at 152 pounds. And currently Hebel crunched up here in the center of the mat. They got a potentially dangerous. And we do have a restart back in the center of the mat on mat number 2.
Third period underway on mat number 1, and to his feet was Stock and gets an escape right away, and it's 3-2. Caruth's lead trimmed down to 1 point with just over 90 seconds left to go in the final period. Again, winner of this match is on to the championship at 160, where they'll wrestle Garrett Hebel, but are guaranteed a spot onto the state tournament. Losing wrestler here in this match will have to wrestle their way back to get to the third place match.
And Blaze Ranke for the Broncos has an armbar locked up. Hebel able to roll through. They're in the first period with 25 seconds remaining. That's on mat number 2. Ranke currently on top.
Under a minute now to wrestle in the final period on mat number 1. Stock knows that he's got to make that big move here in the next few seconds, down by a point.
And time runs out in the first period. Blaze Ranke takes a 2-0 lead into the second. Is Hebel's choice. He chooses neutral.
And Stock went for the double leg and picked up Caruth and brought him down, but it was all the way over onto mat number 1. So a restart as Caruth comes to shoot on the single leg, and taking a step back is Stock. 27 seconds to go. Stock needs a takedown to win this match.
And Hebel has kind of Ranke bottled up here. A little scramble. It looks like Hebel's going to try to step around for a 2-point takedown. Now Ranke reverses it on him, steps over the top for 2 points. He's up 4-0 with a minute 30 to go in the second period.
9 seconds to go. Stock shoots in on the single leg, and they are out of bounds. A restart. 4 seconds left to wrestle, and Stock needs a takedown here if he wants to move on to state. Comes to shoot. Caruth will let him slide through and hangs on as it comes to an end. Isaiah Caruth, a 3-2 win over Cole Stock. Caruth, another representative onto state from Region 1. He will wrestle Garrett Hebel for the championship at 160 as we move on to 170 pounds. Bowden Greenlee from Lisbon, the defending state champion. And he will wrestle against Landon Schumacher from Linton HMB.
It's a 4-1 score on mat number 2 between Ranke and Hebel. Currently Ranke on top. Has a tilt hooked up on Hebel. He will score near fall. Hebel's going to roll through. Blaze Ranke picks up 2 points. He's up 6-1. Now goes to a bar half on Hebel. Has him rolled over. Working for the fall for the Lisbon Broncos on mat 2 is Blaze Ranke, and he will do it. Advances to the championship match. against Marshall Lindgren at 152 pounds.
A takedown by Greenlee, and he's getting Schumacher counted up for some back points. Now going to chest and driving Schumacher down. Schumacher continuing to bridge out, but Greenlee is going to grab the head and get some elevation as he wants the shoulders down. He'll get it. Beauden Greenlee, winner via fall here on the semis at 170. State qualifier yet again, and on to the championship match.
170-pound semifinal bout on mat number 2 between Joshua Meal from the Oaks Tornadoes, a junior, 29-9 record, wrestling Jace Nixke, a junior from the Southport Mustangs, 25-7.
182-pound semifinals on mat number 1. Ivan Caruth from EEK, Brock Wendell from Lemoore Litchfield Marion. That's a 4 seed against a 1 seed.
Mat number 2, Josh Meal, returning state place winner for the Oaks Tornadoes. Jace Nitschke, returning state place winner for the South Border Mustangs. The first 30 seconds, we're still scoreless on mat number 2.
And Wendell with the takedown of Caruth. Wendell leads 2-0. Caruth to his feet, tries to free the hands, turns around, gets the escape, and there it's 2-1. Caruth going for the double leg, has the elevation, has Wendell down, and will put in the chicken wing right away. Now comes under the shoulder and is beginning to turn Wendell.
We're still scoreless in the first period. It's between Josh Meal and Jace Nitschke. The wrestlers just trying to feel each other out.
Caruth will lock in Wendell, gets the pin, so Caruth onto the championship at 182. And a state qualifier yet again for EEK. Now Gabe Lyons will wrestle against Brady Lentenmeyer from Lemoore Litchfield Marion at the 195-pound semifinals.
Yeah, Josh Meal shot in on a double leg on Nitschke. Nitschke's going to try to step around here with 12 seconds remaining. He's going to score a 2-point takedown. He's up 2-0 on Josh Meal.
And both Lyons and Lentenmeyer kind of work down to their knees. Lentenmeyer over the top of Lyons. Lyons is going to stand up and will release himself from Brady Lentenmeyer. Gabe Lyons, the senior, 32-3 on the season. Was on the podium last year for the Broncos, the state champions. Broncos both dual and individual champions at state last year, looking to repeat that feat yet again this year, which tournament will begin on Thursday. And Thursday, Friday will be much like the last 2 years. Thursday, Friday, individual tournament. Saturday will be the dual tournament. No score here. 40 seconds into the first period at 195 on mat 1.
The start of the second period, Jace Nitschke has a 2-0 lead. He currently has Josh Meal locked up in an inside cradle, trying to turn him over for some near fall, and he will get those. And maybe a 1 count. And Meal just trying to hand fight out of this. Now Nitschke tried to roll him over. That provides a little bit of an opening. And Meal's going to score 1-point escape. 2-1 lead now for Jace Nitschke with 1:20 to go in the first or second period.
Lentenmeyer works down Lyons, and Lyons able to stand up. And he tried to put a fireman's in on Lentenmeyer, and Lentenmeyer fought it off, but Lyons will just drive him forward and will get 2 here. So he takes a 2-0 advantage. 37 seconds and counting left in the second period. Lyons will come under and grab the wrists. Now trying to set in a chicken wing.
A little scramble on mat number 2. And Jace Nitschke comes out on top. He's up 4-1 at the 40-second mark in the second period. It's a 170-pound semifinal bout.
Lyons sets the cradle. 7 seconds to go now. Lyons will get the turn on Lentenmeyer. Near fall points being totaled up as the period comes to an end. 3 points for Gabe Lyons and a 5-0 lead going into the second period. The decision, I believe, will go to Lentenmeyer. He wants to defer. Lyons choosing to be down to begin the second period here on mat 1.
And Nitschke still with this 4-1 lead on Josh Meal. And Meal gets stood up with 3 seconds to go. And Nitschke able to return it back down to the mat. Time runs out. And going into the third period, and Josh Meal down by 3 to Jace Nitschke. And Nitschke will choose neutral to start this third period.
Lions will get an escape to begin the second period. 6-0 his lead. Gabe Lyons comes in to shoot on the single leg. Now tries to switch into a double. We'll focus on the one leg of Lettenmeyer. Has elevation, sweeps him down, comes from behind, and 2 for Lions, and an 8-0 lead. South Border leading in team points right now, 142.5. Lisbon 125. LLM 95.5 points. Napoleon and Grackle Street are 55.
Green warned for stalling. So Nitschke warned for stalling and gives up 2-point takedown. It's a 4-3 lead now for Jace Nitschke at a minute 24 mark in the third period on mat number 2. They have a restart. Nitschke in the bottom position.
Lions working Lettenmeyer down to his back. Trying to go chest to chest, he will. Comes around the front. And once he gets some elevation on that arm, that should be it. And he'll extend out the arm, gets the fall, so Gabe Lyons gets the pin here in the second period. Lions, a state qualifier into the championship at 195. On to 220. Drew Anderson from Lisbon against Shane Nitschke from South Border.
And mat number 2 in the third period with a minute 13 to go. Josh Meals down by 1 point. He's currently on top. A restart, we had kind of a series of cautions traded between the two wrestlers. Meal currently in control with a minute to go in the third period. He's down by 1, 4-3. And now Jace Nitschke scores 1 point escape. Wrestler stood up center of the mat.
Shane Nitschke brought down Anderson, didn't get points for a takedown as he was hit with a potentially dangerous.
And Jace Nitschke had a nice high crotch fireman's going. Meal able to kind of stuff it. And Nitschke's going to try to pull out the back door, scores 2-point takedown. It's a 7-3 lead for Jace Nitschke at the 22nd mark in the third period. Now a 7-4 lead as he lets Meal go.
And a takedown for Nitschke, and has Anderson on his back and is driving the shoulder as he comes chest to chest. And Nitschke comes around the side of Anderson. 50 seconds left to go in the first period here at the 220-pound semifinals.
And mat number 2, your winner by decision 7-4. Jace Nitschke advances to the championship match at 170 pounds against Bowden Greenlee.
Shane Nitschke will get the pin over Drew Anderson from Lisbon. So Shane Nitschke from South Border. You're about a second ahead on there on that Shane Nitschke. He'll get the fall here now and he'll move on. And now on to heavyweights. Strike that I think we're going to stay with 220 here on mat number 1. We will.
Yeah, we're quite a ways behind here on mat number 2. 182 pounds. A semifinal bout between Levi Svem and Herman Kalk from South Border. Svem, returning state place winner for the Lisbon Broncos. Herman Kalk, returning state qualifier for South Border Mustangs. Both seniors.
So Noah Klusman will wrestle for Allendale Edgley Cullum. He'll wrestle against St. Gushach from Lemoore Litchfield Marion in the semis at 220. Winner will face Shane Nitschke.
And we do have Bank North timeout here for blood on mat number 2 between Svem and Herman Kalk. It's at 182 pounds.
Wrestlers will come out of bounds over on mat number 1. Lobos last week finished in third place in the dual tournament, went a challenge to South Border. Were not victorious as South Border and Lisbon, the representatives out of Region 1 for the dual tournament, as a takedown for Klusman, and will put a cradle in on Gushach and will get a fall. So Noah Klusman from EEK will wrestle against Shane Nitschke for the 220-pound championship.
We are back to action on mat number 2 between East Fem and Herman Koch from South Border. The wrestlers both locked up, and over-unders is pushing each other around center of the mat.
Already on the screen here at Oaks, getting up the matchups for the now wrestleback round of 106 pounds. Again, those are chances to qualify for that third place match. If you qualify for the third place match, you get a spot onto state. Heavyweights, Grant Lyons from Lisbon, Josh Haas from South Border, and it's a fall for Grant Lyons. So Lyons onto the championship for 285, and then we're going to go right to the next round of competition at 106.
Yeah, mat number 2, also winner by fall, Levi's Fem over Herman Koch. Slaps on a cradle, rolls him over for his pin. He advances to the championship match against Ivan Kruth at 182 pounds.
Cruz Ranke from Lisbon will wrestle Alex Swanson from Kindred. So last chance to stay alive here in this round, and then you would wrestle for that chance to go to wrestle for third.
Yeah, mat number 2, 195 semifinal bout between Landon Potasic, a senior, 26-11 record, wrestling Daniel Schumacher from South Border, junior, 22-2 record. And both of those losses for Schumacher coming against Gabe Lyons of the Lisbon Broncos.
So the winner of this match between Cruz Ranke and Noah Swanson will wrestle against Matthias Dahlstrom from Oaks for a shot on to third. And a takedown for Cruz Ranke, the 7th grader, a 2-0 lead. It's a 7th grader versus an 8th grader.
And mat number 2, minute 15 mark of the first period, still scoreless between Schumacher and Potasic. Potasic returning state qualifier, Schumacher returning state place winner for the Mustangs. And Schumacher over the top is going to try to score a takedown, scores 2-point takedown. He's up 2-0, under a minute to go in the first period.
First period of the wrestleback will end, and it's 2-0 Cruz Ranke over Swanson.
It's a 2-1 score on mat 2. As Potasic able to step away under 40 seconds to go in the first period. Now Schumacher drags around, scores 2-point takedown. It's a 4-1 lead for Daniel Schumacher from South Border over Landon Potasic from Oaks.
Swenson from Kindred chose up against Ranke, and Ranke's at his feet, and Swenson looking for that big mat return, and he will get Ranke back down to the mat. Cruz Ranke 2, Noah Swenson 0. Swenson sets the cradle, is going to roll back on Ranke, and Ranke able to belly out there pretty quick as there's a minute 10 left in the second period now at mat number 1. Again, this is the wrestleback round at 106. So we are on to wrestlebacks over on mat number 1. Mat number 2 still in the championship semis. They're at 195.
Yeah, mat number 2, it's a 4-1 lead for Daniel Schumacher as they start the second period. And Potasic able to hit by Stout. Scores a 1-point escape, 4-2 at the minute 50 mark of the second period.
Ranke stands up, hasn't gotten away for an escape as he gets his hands behind the legs of Swenson. Now comes away for the escape. So Cruz Ranke a 3-0 lead over Noah Swenson from Kindred.
And Schumacher scores another 2-point takedown, now a 6-2 lead for Daniel Schumacher at the minute 20 mark of the second period. Lets Potasic go. It's a 6-3 lead.
Swenson will get a takedown and an escape coming again from Cruz Ranke. So 4-2, Ranke leading Swenson. Wrestle back at 106 on mat number 1, second period coming to an end. The decision went to Swenson, and he will choose to be neutral for that 2 minutes, final 2 minutes.
Schumacher has an 8-4 lead on Potasic. The wrestlers go out of bounds for a restart. Danny Schumacher just kind of working a series of elbow passes, able to get that hand down. Oh, Potasic scoring these takedowns.
And another takedown comes for Swenson, and he will tie things up with Reinke at 4. Now Reinke comes around for a reversal and regains the lead 6-4. So 4 combined points scored in that about 10-second span, and Reinke back in front. Minute 17 left to go. We are in the third period of the 106-pound wrestleback. Region 1 tournament coverage here on YourLiveEvent.com.
Daniel Schumacher has a half. Nelson locked up on Potasic. As time winds down, you're in the second period. He has a 10-4 lead. At the end of the second, going to the third, Daniel Schumacher leads by a score of 10-4. He chooses bottom position. There are 2 minutes on the clock for Landon Potasic to close the gap here and get himself to the semifinals. Or excuse me, to the championship match at 195.
.30 seconds left to go here in the third period. 6-4, Cruz Reinke from Lisbon leading Noah Swenson from Kindred.
And Schumacher stands up right away, scores a 1-point escape. It's now 11-4 lead. And now a 2-point takedown extends that lead now 13-4 in the third period at minute 30 mark.
And we're going to get a potentially dangerous and a restart back on mat number 1. And wrestlers back up to their feet. And a return coming for Reinke as the period will end. Rather, it was an escape, and then Reinke brings down Swenson. Does not get a takedown, but able to hold off his charge and hangs on for the win. So Cruz Reinke, the winner here at the 106-pound wrestleback, and he will now wrestle against Matthias Dahlstrom for a chance to qualify on to state.
And Daniel Schumacher has Potasic going over his back, locked up a half. Nelson gets him turned over, has his near fall. He's heavy on top. He's trying to readjust and get that right shoulder flattened down to the mat. And they're at the with 30 seconds remaining in this third period. It's a 3 more near fall. He'll be up 16-4.
Next round of wrestleback at 106 on mat number 1. Walker Miller from EEK against Hauser Bridwell from Linton HMB. Again, that's another 106-pound wrestleback. So we are all wrestlebacks this point forward at mat 1.
And that'll do it on mat number 3. Your winner by decision, or by major decision, 16-4 is Daniel Schumacher. He advances to the championship match at 195 pounds. He'll take on Gabe Lyons from the Lisbon Broncos.
Going for the double leg was Miller, and Bridwell extended him out, and they got back to their feet. 5 seconds left in the first period. Again, these quick first 1-minute periods in the wrestlebacks.
And we are at heavyweight on mat number 2. Your final semifinal bout here on mat number 2. And we will go with a Bank North timeout on mat 2. The ref officials and the coaches over there having a discussion. So Bank North timeout on mat number 2.
Still no score on mat number 1 are in the second period. Miller from EEK, Bridwell from Linton HMB. 106-pound wrestleback match.
And we are now underway on mat number 2 between Aaron Hoff-Wall, Linton HMB, a senior 23-10, wrestling Jaden Hankel, senior 24-14 for the Oaks Tornadoes.
And a takedown from Miller from EEK. He'll get the lead, and then he'll get tagged for potentially dangerous. They'll restart.
The wrestlers locked up in the center of the mat. And exchanging just collar ties, snap downs. They're at the minute 15 mark in the first period, still scoreless at 285 pounds. Semifinal bout between Aaron Hoffwald from Linton HMB and Jaden Hankel.
Bridwell secures an escape, but it's 2-1. 50 seconds now to go in the second period. 106-pound wrestlebacks at mat 1. Again, we did have a wrestleback winner in Cruz Ranke. Alex Swenson will have his season come to an end. On the individual side of things, will not be able to qualify for state. Again, we do have our two of our 4 state qualifiers for most weight classes already been decided so far here today.
Jaden Hankel had a 2-point takedown. Aaron Hoffwald in this Peterson position, trying to sit through. He does get sat through here on the edge of the mat. He scores 2-point takedown. As Hankel's shoulders were still in bounce, they get called out here. No near fall. So it's tied up 2-2 on mat number 1 at 285 pounds with 10 seconds to go in the first period.
15 seconds to go in the second period at mat number 1. Walker Miller from EEK 4, Hauser Bridwell 1. And the period will end. Bridwell was at his feet and tried to pull himself away from Miller, but he couldn't.
We do have another a series of clasping violations on mat number 1. As period winds down, that's a 4-2 lead now for Jaden Hankel as Aaron Hoffwald is penalized twice for clasping.
1:45 left to go in the final period on mat 1. Walker Miller 4 from EEK. Hauser Bridwell from Linton HMB 2. Next up at 113 pounds, Brennan Bernard from Napoleon against Gerald Goldaddy from Linton.
The start of the second period, Jaden Hankel is going to score a 2-point reversal. He's up now 6-2, goes to power half over the top, has that forearm buried back in the back of the neck. Hoffwald fighting off, but now he gets those shoulders turned as Hankel does on Hoffwald, going for the fall here on mat 2, and he will win by fall and advance to the championship, taking on Grant Lyons of the Lisbon Broncos.
So all our championship semifinals have wrapped up. Let us take a short break. We'll be back on yourliveevent.com.
Honesty, loyalty, integrity. At Bank North, we've remained true to these values for generations. They shape the way we do business, work with customers, and support our communities. We've been here for more than a century, helping people grow farms and businesses, finance homes, and pursue their dreams. It's values-based banking, and it's all about working together to strengthen the common threads that bind us together. Bank North, always true.
Emery Vistos Implement has been family-owned and operated since 1935. Located in Oaks, North Dakota, they sell CarQuest automotive parts and numerous lines of agriculture parts, from edible bean equipment to air compressors and pressure washers. Plus, you'll have to stop by and check out their Ariat clothing selection at Emery Vistos Implement. Anything you need is under one roof. Stop in just south of Oaks on Highway 1 or go online to vistoimplement.com. That's vistoimplement.com.
And here we are back in Oaks. It was a victory for Walker Miller from EEK, defeated Hauser Bridwell, so Walker Miller will move on and will wrestle against Vetter for a chance to qualify for state, as we are fully now full swing in both mats 1 and 2 of the wrestleback round of this Region 1 tournament.
Yeah, consolation round match on mat number 2. That's between Gavin Rude for Kindred Vikings, 7th grader 8 and 16, wrestling Ben Wagner, freshman 11 and 18. Right now, Rude has a 2-0 lead at the start of the second period.
On mat number 1, Brendan Brenner from Napoleon Gackle Streeter against Gerald Goldaddy from Linton HMB. Goldaddy with a 2-0 lead and has a chicken wing in with 27 seconds left in the first period and is trying to secure a fall to advance on. And Goldaddy will get the fall, and he'll move on to the next round at 113 pound, the next round of wrestlebacks at 113, as we are on to 126.
It is still a 2-0 lead for Gavin Rude. Rude currently in the bottom position in the second period with a minute to go. The winner of this takes on Grayson Lyons of the Lisbon Broncos on mat number 2.
Bryce Snyder from Napoleon Gackle Streeter against Blaine Wald from Oaks. That will be a 126-pound wrestleback.
And Gavin Rude, he has the inside leg, still in that bottom position, no change. There's no reversal given up by Grant Wagner. They're down to 30 seconds to go in the second period. Now Rude comes out the back door, scores a 2-point reversal. It's a 4-0 lead at 22nd mark in the second period.
And a takedown coming from Blaine Wald from Oaks. 2-0 his lead, 17 seconds left to wrestle in the first period of 126-pound wrestlebacks.
Into the second period, Gavin Rude takes a 4-0 lead into the third against Grant Wagner from Oaks. And Wagner chooses bottom position to start the third.
Second period begins. It'll be neutral on mat 1. Snyder from Napoleon Gackle Streeter trailing Blaine Wald from Oaks 2-0. And a takedown for Schneider. Rather, a takedown for Wald in his lead at 4-0.
It's still a 4-0 lead for Gavin Rude. He's currently in top position on mat number 2. Has Grant Wagner broke belly down. They're at the minute 30 mark of this third period.
And they go out of bounds on mat number 1. Wald, I said 4-0. It is 2-0. Blaine Wald from Oaks leads. That was a big mat return he had against Schneider. And a 19 and counted to go in the second period.
And mat 2, Ben Wagner now able to get up to his base. Working some hand control, scores, steps away for a 1-point escape. It's a 4-1 lead for Gavin Rude with 55 seconds remaining in the third period.
Wald has the cradle in on Schneider. Trying to turn him, he will. He can keep those legs of Schneider secured. He'd get a fall here and moves on to the next round of wrestlebacks at 126. And he gets it. So Blaine Wald from Oaks on to the next round of wrestlebacks with a pin over Bryce Schneider from Napoleon Gackle Streeter.
And Gavin Rude scores 2-point reversal. He's up 6-1 with 25 seconds remaining in the third period. Warned for stalling for pushing Wagner out of bounds. They get a caution now on this restart.
And 152-pound wrestlebacks now over on mat number 1. Blake Ketterling from Linton HMB against Jeremy Knight from Kindred.
Down to the final 10 seconds. It's a 6-2 lead as Ben Wagner scores an escape. Wagner trying to go to work on top and get around behind or get some near fall, take down a near fall, but he won't be able to do it. Gavin Rude advances. He'll take on Grayson Lyons in the consolation semifinals.
And Ketterling will get a takedown. Ketterling, the number 5 seed, Knight, an unseeded wrestler. And Ketterling has 2 on the takedown, will get no points on a near fall as Knight just never stopped moving once he started getting turned.
We are at a 132-pound consolation match. It's between Dustin Ketterling, Lemoore Litchfield Marion Jr., 9-21 record, taking on Zach Doctor, sophomore from Linton HMB. 18-25.
Time runs out in the period, but Blake Ketterling will get 3 on an ear fall and a 5-0 lead here at the 152-pound Wrestlebacks. We'll have a 160-pound Wrestleback coming up after this. Lions from Lisbon against Swenson from Kindred. And another 2 points for Ketterling to begin the second period. 7-0 his lead. Has the Nelson in on Knight and starting to get a turn.
We're at the end of the first period on mat number 2. We go scoreless into the second. That's between Ketterling and Zach Doctor.
Blake Ketterling from Linton HMB will get the fall over Jeremy Knight from Kindred. So Blake Ketterling on to the next round of Wrestlebacks. I believe we'll have Cale Hebel coming up in his next round.
This is Zach Doctor with the big mat return on mat number 2. Takes Dustin Ketterling down to the mat. He's still scoreless during the second period at the minute 40 mark.
Mat number 1, Eli Lyons against Lincoln Swenson from Kindred. That is a 160-pound Wrestleback. Swenson losing to Tate Thorpe. That was a 4 seed losing to a 5 seed. Eli Lyons getting tech followed by Garrett Hebel. That's a 1 seed against an unseeded wrestler.
And the winner on mat number 2, they will take on Zane Allender from Oaks in the consolation semifinal match. And currently they're scoreless in the second period, down a minute 10 to go. It's 132 pounds.
And Lincoln Swenson will get the takedown with 20 seconds left in the first period of this Wrestleback on mat number 1.
Zach Doctor has this arm trap tilt. He's going to pick up 2-point near fall. He goes up 2-0 over Dustin Ketterling from Lemoore Litchfield Marion on mat 2. And they will have a restart back in the center of the mat. With Zach Doctor taking a 2-0 lead, he starts on the top position with 46 seconds to go in the second period.
Second period beginning here. Eli Lyons choosing to have both wrestlers neutral as he comes in on the low single leg. He took the move right off the whistle to Lyons, but Swenson able to swing himself around the front. Now with the single leg is Lyons. Has some elevation. Trying to get the treetop going against Swenson. And Lyons gets the takedown, ties it up at 2.
Your winner on mat number 2 by fall is Zach Doctor over Dustin Ketterling. He moves on, takes on Zane Allender from Oaks at 132 pounds. Consolation semifinal bout coming up later on here.
Coverage of the Region 1 Wrestling Tournament on YourLiveEvent.com. Thanks for being with us on this Saturday, now into a Saturday afternoon. Got underway at 10 o'clock this morning, looking at 12:30 here right now.
145-pound match, consolation round between Max Turnlin and Eldadale Edgley Culm. Sophomore, 16-15, wrestling Tanner Mengi, a 7th grader, 20-15 record. Consolation rounds with this 1 minute opening period. And Turnlin, they're working a Fred headlock on Tanner Mengi. And Mengi driving into it, skewers a single leg, elevates it. They are on the edge of the mat.
40 seconds left to go in the second period on mat number 1. Wrestleback at 160. Lisbon's Eli Lyons 2. Kindred's Lincoln Swenson 2. Lions on top here in this period. 30 seconds left to go. And has a 2-on-1 on the arm of Swenson. Will now put in the Nelson. Swenson comes to stand up. And Lyons is able to bring him back down to the mat. And we'll get a stoppage for potentially dangerous. Team points right now sees Lisbon in front 202 to South Borders 188.5. LLM 95 points, EEK 88.
The start of the second period on mat number 2 between Chernlin and Mengi. Still scoreless with Tanner Mengi riding on top. And Chernlin attempting a stand-up. They're currently in the up position and on his feet. You get a stall warning on red, so that goes against Mengi as he returns Chernlin back down to the mat.
Eli Lyons, a 4-3 lead going into the third period at the 160 wrestleback on mat number 1. And it's neutral to begin the period. That decision going to Lincoln Swenson from Kindred.
And Chernlin Mengi still scoreless as Chernlin's tripoded up. Mengi coming over the top with the front headlock. He goes head in the hole, just trying to chase that leg. And chasing that leg of Chernlin. He does secure it. Chernlin down, knee down on the mat. As Mengi drives into it, going to try to step around behind her and get in better riding position.
Minute 10 and counting. Third period. And it was Lyons who went for the takedown against Swenson. Swenson sitting out right now. Lyons trying to drive forward. Neither wrestler with control on this scramble. And now another big push from Lyons. And if he can pop his head around or pop his head under the arm of Swenson, he'll get a takedown. And then the official will give him the takedown. Then he'll free his head. So 6-3 Lyons. And has Swenson down, totaling up some back points. And Swenson rolls his way through. It'll be 2 on the near fall. Then Swenson comes around for a reversal. So that will make it 8-5 with 30 seconds left to go in the third period.
And we go scoreless into this third period on mat number 2. There's no change of position. And Mengi gets the ride on Chernlin. Now Mengi's choice, he chooses bottom. At 2 minutes on the clock for Tanner Mengi to score from the bottom position.
Final seconds will come off the clock on mat number 1, and Eli Lyons wins his wrestleback match. Lyons will win his wrestleback with an 8-5 decision over Lincoln Swenson from Kindred, now up to 170 pounds into the wrestleback on mat number 1. Tyson Johnson from Kindred against Tucker Jones from Lemoore Litchfield Marion. So Tucker Jones from LLM, Tyson Johnson from Kindred.
It is a 2-0 lead for Tanner Mengi, now up 2-0. Able to score a reversal. They're down to 50 seconds to go in this third period.
A takedown for Tucker Jones from LLM, and to his feet was Tyson Johnson, and Tucker Jones will get the mat return.
And Mengi working out front on Chernlin, now gets back around behind him. Chernlin has this wrist, going to pass it over his head. Down to 20 seconds to go in the third period as Tanner Mengi gets back around behind Chernlin. Now goes to crossface and working the ankle.
And this round of wrestlebacks a little bit light because of all those buys that happen in some of the upper weight classes. As it looks like, I believe this will be the final 2 matches of this round of wrestlebacks. Mat number 1, it's a 2-0 lead for Tucker Jones from Lemoore Litchfield Marion over Tyson Johnson from Kindred. Minute 40 to go, second period. We are neutral to begin the period, and Tyson Johnson will get a takedown of Tucker Jones and puts him right into his back. Back points being counted up as Tucker Jones keeps the body moving around.
Your winner on mat number 2, Tanner Mengi. He wins by a 2-0 decision over Max Chernlin from Ellendale Edgeley Calm. He advances. He'll take on Waggle from Napoleon. The consolation semifinal bout at 145 pounds.
Tyson Johnson, the number 5 seed, gets the pin over Tucker Johnson at 170 in the wrestleback. So That will put Jones on to the next round of Wrestleback. And I believe we are going to have a break coming up for time. So we will take a break. We're going to step aside. More wrestling coming up on YourLiveEvent.com.
Growers, here at Chad's Excavating out of Mayville, we are your water management contractors. We can help you with tile drainage plans, surface drainage plans, or both. Remember, water management is a lifetime investment. Call Chad at 701-430-0182 to get your water problem solved. That's Chad's Excavating out of Mayville. 701-430-0182, helping farmers grow.
The American farmer has been adapting to challenges in the field for generations. Columbia Grain and Agronomy is here to help on every acre with the highest quality products and expert local service. Contact the Agronomy Centers in Climax at 218-857-2165 or Arvilla at 701-343-6273. Columbia Grain and Agronomy, committed to cultivating growth through a diverse mix of products and expert knowledge. Contact them today and make the most of every acre. Call Climax at 218-857-2165 or Arvilla at 701-343-6273.
My name is Jared, born and raised in Minnesota, and I'm a project director at Enbridge. Enbridge is more than a pipeline company. It's a company participating in renewable energy projects in Minnesota and abroad, and I'm really proud to be working here.
We believe a cleaner energy future is achievable. For over 20 years, we've been early adopters of renewable energy, and we're proudly committed to net zero emissions by 2050. To hear more from Jared, visit enbridge.com/Jared. That's JERRID.
And we're back on YourLiveEvent.com, and we do have a break coming up here. It'll be a little bit of an extended break for the next round of competition due to tying on the Wrestleback. So the next round will begin around 1 o'clock. Will be about a 20-minute break, and we'll come right back here on YourLiveEvent.com.
It's time to take down planting with Green Iron Equipment. Our sales team will match you up with the best machinery for an undefeated season. Our service department will help you escape any setbacks or downtime. We've got all the right parts to beat the competition. Use Green Iron Equipment to help pin down your data in the John Deere Operations Center. Good luck to all teams from Green Iron Equipment.
Have you adjusted your crop insurance policy to reflect the increase in commodity prices and input costs? Hi, this is Bethany Rentz, crop insurance agent with Irie Insurance. We want to partner with you to provide you a comprehensive policy structure to protect your farm's revenue and preserve your equity. Give us a call today to set up a time to meet with an Irie Insurance agent. INS.com.
You're protected and appreciated at Irie.
Irie Insurance is an equal opportunity provider.
This is Chris from RDK Enterprises, your local precision planting dealer. We are less than 90 days until spring planting. 90 days. Are you ready? Is your maintenance plan in place? Do you have parts on hand? Are any upgrade options decided on and purchased? We can help. Spring will be here before you know it, and we will help you meet the challenge. Contact RDK Enterprises at planterdoc.com. That's planterdoc.com.
Abuse can affect anyone, and each person's experience is different. Abuse is about power and control, and it is not always black and blue. A loving relationship should not be threatening, accusing, isolating, or include violence of any kind. The Abuse Resource Network provides services to start living the life you deserve. For more information, visit abuseresourcenetwork.org.
Growers, here at Chad's Excavating out of Mayville, we are your water management contractors. We can help you with tile drainage plans, surface drainage plans, or both. Remember, water management is a lifetime investment. Call Chad at 701-430-0182 to get your water problems solved. That's Chad's Excavating out of Mayville. 701-430-0182, helping farmers grow.
Take a good look at Hillsboro. You probably know that the people are friendly, and you know about the quality of healthcare available at Sanford Medical Center. Maybe you've been to the Hillsboro Sports Complex to cheer on the Burros. Look at the businesses on Hillsboro's Main Street. The Hillsboro Economic Development Corporation provides financial help to local child care providers, and they're interested in supporting local businesses. For more information, contact the Hillsboro Economic Development Corporation at growhillsboroND.com.
Wallach Johnson Insurance is your friendly neighborhood team of qualified insurance professionals celebrating over 40 years of service. As an experienced independent insurance agency, they have access to highly rated insurance companies and can shop around to find you an affordable solution for farm, crop, business, home, and auto insurance. Visit them at one of their locations in Lisbon, Gwinner, or Rutland and get a free quote started today. For more information, go to nd-insure.com.
The Lisbon Bronco Athletic Boosters is a group of parents, coaches, and community members whose mission is to enrich the Lisbon High School athletic community by providing financial support for Lisbon High School athletic programs and events. If you are interested in getting involved, they invite you to join the Bronco Athletic Booster Group on Facebook to learn more. The Lisbon Athletic Boosters send a good luck wish to all athletes competing today.
And our next round of Wrestlebacks already underway here at the Region 1 tournament. Welcome back to Oaks here on yourliveevent.com. So this will be a chance to qualify for state. I'm at number 1 at 106, Lisbon's Cruz Ranke against Matthias Dahlstrom from Oaks. At mat number 2, it's Rylan Vetter from Southport against Walker Miller from EEK. Again, a win here, and you will wrestle for third place, and that will be a spot onto state. A loss, you'll wrestle for 5th and 6th place. Doesn't qualify you for state, but a chance to get some team points.
Yeah, mat number 2, 106-pound bracket. Rylan Vetter has a 2-0 lead over Walker Miller. They're down to 20 seconds to go in that first period. The winner in this round keeps that dream alive, being a state place winner next weekend, North Dakota State Class B Wrestling Tournament.
Cruz Ranke ends the first period with a 2-0 lead, got a takedown of Matthias Dahlstrom. And so 2-0 his lead. Second period begins. I didn't see who got the choice, but it'll be Cruz Ranke will be on top as Dahlstrom gets to his feet, gets the escape, and it will be 2-1.
Yeah, these first period is important for that first takedown. Wrestler scores first in that period. They're definitely in control of the match.
Dahlstrom with the escape. Ranke on the single leg. Now switching to a double, trying to get some elevation against Dahlstrom. And Dahlstrom gets walked back, and Ranke is able to stay in bounds. Surprised he was able to keep that kind of control at the edge of the mat, as now Dahlstrom will bring himself back in bounds.
Yeah, mat number 2 started the second period. Still a 2-0 lead for Ryland Vetter. He has a sit-out going and attempting to score here. And just back out of that bottom position in this situation.
(2-1) the score, 1:07 to go in the second period on mat number 1. Ranky comes in to shoot. Sprawling out is Dahlstrom, and Dahlstrom will get a hand behind the leg of Ranky, and Ranky will do the same. He'll 2-on-1 in the leg of Dahlstrom.
It's a 3-0 lead for Ryland Vetter. He scores that escape and has Miller going down to his backside. And Miller working this back ankle. Vetter just trying to work for a stalemate. And they're down to 53 seconds to go in that second period with Ryland Vetter leading 3-0 on a restart.
And Dahlstrom comes in on the double leg and will take down Ranky. And Dahlstrom will take the lead 3-2. 20 seconds to go in the second period on mat number 1. Again, 106-pound wrestle bag match.
And down to 41 seconds with the Ryland Vetter. A 3-0 lead over Walker Miller.
And that period will end. It'll be 3-2. The decision will go to Cruz Ranky. And Ranky choosing to be down here, down by a point, 3-2 against Matthias Dahlstrom.
Oh, Vetter working underneath the situation. Miller's going to hit a chin whip on Vetter. And Vetter able to get back down. Now Miller locks up a kind of a crucifix. And Vetter scrambles out the back. He scores 2-point takedown. He's up 5-0 at the end of the second period. And they are going to the third period. Ryland Vetter leads 5-0 over Walker Miller from EEK.
30 seconds, under 30 seconds left to go in the third period. Cruz Ranky down 3-2, tries to stand up and get an escape. A mat return from Dahlstrom. Almost lost his handle on Ranky, but is able to readjust.
Yeah, 106-pound weight bracket, probably top to bottom, one of the toughest weight brackets in Region 1.
Dahlstrom trying to set the cradle on Ranky as there's a minute left to wrestle.
And Walker Miller scores a 2-point reversal, now 5-2 lead for Ryland Vetter with a minute 30 to go in the third period.
And Dahlstrom is going to drop back that cradle on Ranky and will get a 2-point near fall with 30 seconds left. They're out of bounds. And on the restart, they should relay those two. I thought he had 2 on the near fall. The official will not give 2 points there, so it will remain 3-2 with 30 seconds left. Cruz Ranky, a good position of being on this restart if he can just get an escape, and a caution is issued against Dahlstrom.
You do have a stall warning on Green. He gets stalled, warned a second time for backing off the mat. Now a 6-3 lead for Ryland Vetter on mat number 2. They're in the third period with 45 seconds to go.
Ranky stands up to his feet, clears one hand, and then an adjustment by Dahlstrom. Dahlstrom looking for the mat return. Ranky able to stand through it. And now Dahlstrom is going to try again. 15 seconds to go. Ranky trying to get himself free, down 3-2. Dahlstrom looking for some insurance points here with 5 seconds left to wrestle.
And Walker Miller has Ryland Vetter in trouble on the edge of the mat with 20 seconds to go.
And it will be Dahlstrom with the decision, 3-2. Dahlstrom, a state qualifier, and on to the third place match. We'll move on to 113 pounds. Again, this is the wrestle back. Gerald Goldaddy from Linton HMB will wrestle against Joey Hyde from Lemoore Litchfield Marion.
And Ryland Vetter able to get back belly down, goes off the edge of the mat for this restart down to, actually time runs out, so Ryland Vetter moves on to that third and fourth place match. He will qualify for the state tournament for Southport at 106 pounds.
And right away, Goldaddy and Hyde tied up, and got brought out of bounds, and they will try this one again. Hyde seated at number 3, Goldaddy number 5 in this Region 1 tournament.
113 pounds, Grayson Lyons going out for the Lisbon Broncos, wrestling Gavin Rude for the Kindred Vikings. It's 113 pounds. Winner of this match moves on to the state tournament.
And Goldaddy will get the first takedown and head into near fall points, so a 4-0 advantage for Goldaddy.
And Gavin Rude advanced to this match. He was a 6-2 winner over Ben Wagner from Oaks. And Lyons with the quick 2-point takedown. Goes up 2-0 on Gavin Rude.
And first period will end on mat number 1 in the 113-pound wrestleback. Gerald Goldaddy from Linton 4. Joey Hyde from Lemoore Litchfield Marion 0. Be the wrestleback, this round of wrestlebacks, and then the placing round, I believe, will come up next. We did have to take that break, 20-minute break, before this round started. As Joey Hyde will come around with a reversal. And make it 4-2.
Yeah, Grayson Lyons will take a 2-0 lead into the second period. Wrestling Gavin Rude, Rude's choice. And he will pick the top position to start the second period.
Joey Hyde trying to get some back points or potential fall here against Gerald Goldaddy on mat number 1. And the near fall points are being counted up, and locking in tight is Joey Hyde, and he might have it if he can lift the head. And a nice turnout by Gerald Goldaddy to extend this match.
And Gavin Rude warned for stalling, not able to return Grayson Lyons. Lyons now scores a 1-point escape, steps away, he's up 3-0. Rude in on a single leg right away. Lyons leads 3-0 at the minute 35.
And it'll be a 3-point near fall. Joey Hyde's lead will take the lead, at 5-4. 48 seconds left in the second period. And caution issued against Joey Hyde.
And Lyons is up 5-0, minute 10 to go in the second period. Currently on top position as Gavin Rude broke belly down, working a hammerlock.
And Hyde rolled through Goldaddy, got points on a near fall, and then put down the head of Goldaddy hard, trying to turn him on a Nelson, and a penalty point will be given in the favor of Gerald Goldaddy. Will make it 8-3. 30 seconds left in the second period.
And Grayson Lyons wrestling Gavin Rude on mat number 2. The Lyons out front working a crossface. Now Rude broke belly down in the mat with 25 seconds to go in this second period.
And Hyde had Goldaddy turned, and Goldaddy was able to belly out quickly, but there will be 2 on a near fall, and Hyde's lead at 10-5.
And Rude warned once again for stalling, so the point goes over to Grayson Lyons. The Lyons has an armbar hooked up on Gavin Rude. As time runs out, Grayson Lyons takes a 6-0 lead into the third period.
Second period ends on mat number 1. Joey Hyde from LLM 10, Gerald Goldaddy from Litton HMB 5. That is a wrestleback at 113. And it'll be neutral position to start the third period. Decision went to Gerald Goldaddy as he is down by 5.
The start of the third period, Grayson Lyons in the bottom position. Rude cautioned by the referee at the start. Lyons stands up, Rude drops down to the ankle. Now Lyons try to elevate from the bottom. Goes to the head of Rude.
Goldaddy went to shoot on Hyde. Hyde just came across the front and muscled him down to the mat to make it 12-5. Under 90 seconds to wrestle, they are in the third period on mat number 1.
And Grayson Lyons has the arms of Gavin Rude doubled up. He scores a 2-point reversal. He's up 8-0. He's going to work. Try to get some near fall. Has a hammerlock with Rude broke belly down in the mat. They're down to 1:10 to go in the third period. Grayson Lyon leads 8-0 on mat 2.
Goldaddy put on his back now and near fall points and then a pin. Joey Hyde gets the pin. Joey Hyde will wrestle for third place and is on to the state tournament as a 113-pounder for the Lemoore Litchfield Marion Lobos.
And Grayson Lyons picks up 3 near fall on Gavin Rude. Rude able to get up to his feet. The Lion shoots through on this forklift position takedown. He's up 11-0 in the third period with 44 seconds remaining.
Now a 120-pound wrestleback. Christopher Lebrand from Napoleon Gackle Streeter wrestling against Joe Keller from South Border.
The final 20 seconds in the third period here. Grayson Lyons leads 11-0 on mat number 2.
And Keller will get a quick takedown here as Lebrand went to shoot and Keller just stepped him and ran himself around there to get the 2 points.
Grayson Lyons, your winner by major decision, 11-0 over Gavin Rude. He will advance to that third and fourth place match against Joey Hyatt at 113 pounds.
An escape over on mat number 1 for Christopher Lebrand will make it 2-1. 10 seconds to go in the first period. Again, a wrestle back at 120.
Mat number 2 consolation semifinal. Looks like Jaden Paul for Lemoore Litchfield Marion wrestling Holter Bridwell at 120 pounds. Bridwell in on a double leg takedown. Paul currently on his hip.
Four to 2 the score at the end of the first period on mat number 1. Keller got a late takedown. He got the takedown and then he saw the tapper come out. I think he thought the match was over because he went light hands on Lebrand. Lebrand stood up and got away to get the escape point, so it was 4 to 2 at the end of the period as neutral position to begin period number 2. State Wrestling Tournament will begin Thursday in Fargo. Thursday of this week will be Thursday, Friday, Saturday. We'll have audio coverage similar to this coming up on yourliveevent.com. Was another takedown for Keller. Lebrand will get away, and that will make it 6-3.
And Bridwell and Jaden Paul still scoreless in the first with Holter Bridwell working a high crotch single. And Jaden Paul whizzers down. Now Bridwell takes him down to the mat. It's going to take him right to his back. He'll score near fall at the end of this first period. He'll go up at least 4-0 over Jaden Paul.
43 seconds left in the second period on mat number 1. Consolation matchup between Joe Keller of South Border, Christopher Lebrand of Napoleon Gackle Streeter. Keller 6, Lebrand 3.
So it is a 4-0 lead for Holter Bridwell over Jaden Paul in the second period with the 1:45. Bridwell takes Paul down for another 2-point takedown. He's up now 6-0.
Another takedown for Keller. He's up 8-3. 10 seconds left in the second period now.
Bridwell working a crossface. Cradle trying to hit head to knee. Looks like he does have it locked up. He takes Paul over. And Jaden Paul giving up near fall to Holter Bridwell. Bridwell with that bottom knee in the side. He does secure a 3-point near fall, working on that far edge and that. They get called out of bounds with a minute to go. He's up 9-0 on mat 2.
Keller was down to start the third period, gets an escape, and then turns around and gets a takedown. So Keller from South Border, a 11-3 lead over Christopher Lebrand from Napoleon Gackle Streeter at 120 pounds on mat number 1. Keller, the number 3 seed in this tournament, a loss to Brock Johnson in the semifinals, putting him into this consolation semifinal matchup.
And down to 40 seconds to go in the second period. Still 9-0 lead for Holter Bridwell over Jaden Paul from Memorial Litchfield Marion. And Paul currently laying on his hip. Bridwell has this leg turk and working a crossface. He's going to try to stretch that out and expose the shoulders of Jaden Paul.
Lebrand will get an escape on mat number 1. It's 11-4, 50 seconds left to go, third period of that match.
And still no near fall given up by Jaden Paul. Down to now, officials starting to count those near fall. Down to 5 seconds to go in the second period. Bridwell secures those 2 near fall. He's up 11-0 to start the third, with Jaden Paul choosing the top position.
.20 seconds left to wrestle on mat number 1, and Joseph Keller, 11-4 lead, will close this out at 120 pounds to move on to the third place match and become a state qualifier. Next up at 126 pounds, it will be Blaine Wald from Oaks wrestling against Miles Steelgis from Kindred.
So Bridwell secures it, has a Peterson. They're working on Paul. Paul currently on his hip. It is a 13-0 lead.
Keller victorious 13-4 on mat number 1. So Joseph Keller, state qualifier for the South Border Mustangs, and again on to the third place match. Blaine Wald from Oaks will wrestle next at 126 pounds against Miles Steelgis from Kindred. That is Wald, a 5 seed, Steelgis, a 3 seed.
Holter Bridwell wins by technical fall over Jaden Paul. Had that Peterson locked up. Secured that arm and leg, leaned back into it. He's your winner by tech fall. Moves on to that third and fourth place match.
Just underway over on mat number 1. Let's get you an update on our team scoring. Lisbon 206, South Border 193.5, LLM 101.5, and EEK 88 points. Broncos continued their streak of Region 1 dual championships last week. I'd like to continue that streak of Region 1, the individual team championship here this Saturday at Oaks, and right now at a good pace with this lead at 206 to 193.5.
We got 132 pounds on mat number 2. That's Riker Vetter for the South Border Mustangs. Wrestling Johnson, Fisher Johnson for the Kindred Vikings. Vetter seeded number 3 in the tournament, Johnson number 5. He does secure a 2-point takedown in the first 30 seconds. He's up 2-0.
Wald and Thiel just wrestled through a scoreless first minute of the match as they're on to the second period now at 126. And it was Thiel just on top. Wald will stand up and get a quick escape.
And Vetter in control on top as time winds down in this first period. He will take a 2-0 lead into the second period over Johnson from Kindred.
Thiel just will get 2 on a takedown to take the lead 2-1 against Wald. Under a minute and a half to wrestle in the second period. And we're going to get a stop for potentially dangerous over on mat number 1.
And mat number 2, minute 45 in the second period. Riker Vetter still leads 2-0. And Johnson stood up on this near edge of the mat. Excuse me. And Vetter was on top. both wrestlers here on this near edge of the mat in a scramble position with Vetter trying to turn the corner. Now drops down to a double on Johnson. He secures 2-point reversal. He's up 4-0, a minute 15 to go in this second period.
Mat number 1 at 126-pound wrestleback. Theelgis from Kindred 2, Wald from Oaks 1. Theelgis got a takedown, is on top of Wald right now as Wald will stand to his feet. Theelgis looking for a mat return. Wald's going to get himself free, and that will tie it up at 2 with 30 seconds left in the second period.
There we are under a minute now, 45 seconds to go in the second period. Riker Vetter up 4-0. Has a cradle hooked up on Johnson. Shoulder up. The referee gets down there, slaps the mat for the pin. So Riker Vetter advances to the third and fourth place match.
And the second period will end on mat number 1. Good match between Wald and Theelgis, tied up at 2. And Theelgis will be bottom position against Wald here to begin the final period. And right away, Theelgis went for the stand-up, and Wald just chopped that arm and got him down to his base. Is now going to work some sort of a pinning combination here in these final 2 minutes.
And mat number 2, another 132-pound consolation semifinal bout between Zane Allender and Zach Doctor from Lytton HMB. Allender in on a quick takedown. Opens up with his 2-0 lead in the first 20 seconds of the match.
Minutes to 20 left in the third period on mat number 1, a 126-pound consolation matchup. Again, this is for a state qualifying spot at 126 and a chance to wrestle, or you will wrestle for third or fourth place.
And Allender grabs a near fall, goes back into another tilt. But he will have a 5-0 lead to start the second period over Doctor from Lytton HMB.
And Theelgis able to stand up and get an escape. 3-2 lead, 50 seconds left to go, and Wald trying to set up a move. And it's actually Theelgis who goes on the offensive first. He will shoot the single leg. Wald will sprawl out across the front.
And the second period underway with Zane Allender leading 5-0 over Zach Doctor from Lytton HMB. Currently Allender in the bottom position. Doctor hasn't broke belly down in the center of the mat.
Final 25 seconds left to go in the final period here at 126 pounds. Again, a 3-2 advantage for Miles Theelgis, and both wrestlers out of bounds. There will be a restart with 19 seconds left. And Brain Wald, if he can get a takedown, he wins this one.
Allender stands up, hits a switch on Doctor. Now turns the corner, scores 2-point reversal. He's up 7-0 on Zach Doctor.
Theelgis got hit with a stall warning. Wald went to shoot, and Theelgis is just hanging on to that arm of Wald to prevent him from getting points, and he's able to ride out that last second. Miles Theelgis defeats Blaine Wald 3-2. Theelgis will advance on to the state wrestling tournament at 126 pounds. Next up, another 126-pound match. Jace Duffy from Lemoore Litchfield Marion. He will wrestle against Blake Mittleiter from Linton HMB.
And Zane Allender secures the fall on mat number 2. He advances to the third and fourth place match at 132 pounds. So Zane Allender will take on Rylan Vetter for third and fourth at 132 pounds.
Mittleiter, one of the wrestlers who gets to take advantage of there being a bye in his weight class. The other side of the bracket had a bye, so he lost, didn't have to wrestle another wrestleback. So he hasn't wrestled since the first round, and he is wrestling, again, Jace Duffy. Duffy losing in the semifinals to Griffin Greenlee.
We're up to 145 pounds on mat number 2. That's Tanner Mengi for the Kindred Vikings, a 7th grader, 21-15, wrestling Mason Waggle, Napoleon Gackle Streeter, sophomore, 18-14 record.
Duffy has a takedown, had an arm bar in on Mittleiter, and got a quick count on a 2-point near fall and the 3-point near fall, and then we'll lose Mittleiter, who gets the escape, makes it 5-1, 10 seconds left in the first period on mat number 1.
Mason Weigel, returning state qualifier. It throws Mangy over to his back. He's got a takedown and near fall coming at the end of this period with 5 seconds to go. Now Mangy's going to roll through on Weigel. And that'll do it. 2-point near fall for Mason Weigel. He's up 6-1. I believe it's a 4-1 lead. He didn't give a reversal, or a 4-0 lead. Official over there discussing the score.
Mat number 1, second period begins. The decision went to Mittleider. He chooses to be down to begin the second period, down 5-1 against Jace Duffy. Minute 45 to wrestle in the second period.
They do leave it. It's a 6-1 lead for Mason Weigel, and that scramble on the edge of the mat, far edge of the mat, going into the second period. The clock hasn't stopped, or hasn't started on mat number 2.
Mittleider will get another point for an escape. Makes it 5-2. Minute 20 left to go in the second period. Semifinals, consolation semis at 126.
No, Tanner Mangy scores a 2-point reversal on mat 2. A minute 35 to go. It's a 6-3 lead. Now Weigel hits a Peterson on Mangy. 2-point reversal. He will pick up a count. Now 8-3 for Mason Weigel for Napoleon.
And they're going to give a takedown to Duffy, and his lead extended to 7-2. 39 seconds left in the second period, and if Blake Mittleider can pop his head free, would have 2 on a reversal, but he's working the leg of Duffy right now.
Mason Weigel got high, had a cradle, went double boot ride. He was high. Mangy grabs the head. He's going to score a 1-point escape. It's an 8-4 lead for Mason Weigel. Under 50 seconds to go in the second period.
Mittleider able to hit that reversal, makes it 7-4. 10 seconds left in the second period. Mittleider from Linton HMB trails Jace Duffy from LLM, and a stoppage for potentially dangerous with 9 seconds left in the second period. On the restart, it will be Mittleider on top.
Mangy secures a 2-point takedown now, an 8-6 lead for Weigel with 25 seconds to go in this second period. Currently Tanner Mangy on top, goes spiked ankle in the back, working crossface over the top. And Weigel, he got those hips away. He's going to score a 2-point reversal. Now a 10-6 lead for Weigel with 10 seconds to go in the second period.
And a late reversal for Jace Duffy in the closing seconds of the second period. Duffy 9, Mittleider 4. Consolation semis at 126 over on mat number 1.
Yeah, Mason Weigel, he goes to those leg rides. He's getting a little bit high over the top, leaving him vulnerable. So far, Mangy's been able to capitalize on that, grabbing that head. Yeah, Wagner looks like he's in a little bit of pain out here. He has the left leg braced up.
And Duffy put a throw down on Mittleider. Finally will get the points for the takedown as he grabs control. (11-4) the lead now for Jace Duffy. Has Mittleider on his back.
Oh, Mangy able to score a 2-point reversal there on this near edge of the mat. It's a 10-8 lead for Mason Weigel. A minute 22 to go. And Tanner Mangy's going to let Mason Weigel go. So it's 11-8 lead for Mason Weigel with a minute 22 to go, third period.
Duffy's lead at 14-4 with minute 15 left in the third period. Gets a turn against Mittleider and will get the pin. Jace Duffy a victory over Blake Mittleider, and Duffy qualifying for state onto the third place match at 126 pounds as we move up to 138.
It's still an 11-8 lead for Mason Weigel. Napoleon Gackle Streeter. Now Tanner Mangy in a double leg has it secured. 11-10 lead for Weigel. Now Mangy has Weigel cradled up. He does take him over. He's getting near fall. Down to 30 seconds. And Mason Weigel gives up another count. Tanner Mangy has his cradle locked up. He's going to secure near fall. He'll take a 13-11 lead. Tanner Mangy for the Kindred Vikings, the 7th grader. He'll win by decision 13-11 over Mason Weigel, Napoleon Gackle Streeter.
Underway on mat number 1, Jack McDonald from Kindred, Grant Wagner from Oaks. Consolation semis at 138. Wagner a 2-0 lead. A takedown of McDonald with 10 seconds left in the first period of that wrestle back round match. Wagner trying to set the cradle, doesn't have a whole lot of time on his side. He looks at the clock and he will see the period come to an end on mat number 1.
And we will have the other 145 Consi semifinal match. That's between Case Allender from Oaks, a sophomore, 19-16 record, wrestling Braden Steffes, Lamore Litchfield Marion, the senior, 9-10 record.
Wagner deferred, and it went to Jack McDonald, and the Kindred sophomore choosing neutral position to begin the second period, down 2-0. Trying to set a single leg there on Wagner and gets Wagner down. So Jack McDonald's decision works out in his favor as they are tied up at 2. Wagner on his feet, got away, but it was out of bounds.
And mat number 2, Braden Steffes, returning state qualifier, secures a 2-point takedown, doubles up. Case Allender takes him down on that far edge of the mat. Currently Allender belly down. And Steffes working over the top.
McDonald's going to give a point to Wagner on the restart. So it's 3-2 Wagner's lead. And McDonald tries to put a throw on Wagner, and Wagner gets him, drops him down to the mat with some heavy hands and tries to come around on McDonald. McDonald able to stand up and roll into a double leg and try to drive against Wagner. And McDonald will get the takedown and the lead, 4-3. Just about a minute left in the second period on mat 1.
Time expires in the first period. Braden Steffes takes a 2-0 lead over Case Allender into the second period. The wrestle will start in the neutral position. 2 minutes on the clock.
And Wagner will get a takedown against McDonald. Has him right into near fall points. Trying to lock up that upper body, chest to chest and a pin. Grant Wagner pins Jack McDonald. Wagner onto the third place match. 3 seed defeating the 5 seed, and we move up to 152 pounds now at mat number 1. It will be Blake Ketterling from Linton HMB against Cale Hebel from Lamore Litchfield Marion.
Yeah, mat 2 with a minute 20 to go. Still a 2-0 lead for Braden Steffes. Wrestlers in that neutral position. We started the second period. Steffes has a Russian tie, working for position against Case Allender.
Both wrestlers locked up on mat number 1, Ketterling and Hebel. Neither one really looking to set a move, and now it's Hebel who is going to bring down Ketterling. They're going to say he's in bounds still, so it's 2 points right into a near fall, and then they'll call him out of bounds. I don't believe that Hebel will get any near fall points there. He won't, but he has a 2-0 lead. 10 seconds left to go in the first period.
And Braden Steffes with 15 seconds to go in this second period takes a 4-0 lead over Case Allender. Allender stood up far edge of the mat, scores 1 point for an escape. Now a 4-1 lead for Steffes.
And on the restart, Ketterling gets to his feet, and dropping levels is Hebel, and he's just going to control the ankle of Ketterling, and a good strong mat return as the period ends. Hebel 2, Ketterling 0. Consolation matchup at 152.
Yeah, 145 going into this third period. Case Allender chooses bottom position. He's down 4-1 to Braden Steffes from Lamore Litchfield Marion. And right away, Allender hits a Peterson. He's going to pick up 2-point near fall, or 2-point reversal and near fall. So he will have a 6-4 lead, and he's in control with this. Peterson has the far arm locked up around his waist, and near arm over the chest and waist of Steffes. Just hold him down to the mat. Steffes has to scramble out if he has a chance at scoring some more points here.
So Hebel hit a reversal to start the second period. Got 2 for that, took a 4-0 lead, and then Ketterling returned the favor with a reversal of his own. So that made it 4-2. There was a near fall given to Hebel as well. So Cale Hebel from LLM 7, Blake Kettering from Linton HMB 2. Second period here at 152-pound semis.
In case I wonder, it now has a head and arm on Braden Steffes working for the foul. That right shoulder up just by a little bit. Official down there taking a look, and he's going to win by foul. Case Allender advances. He'll go to the state tournament and wrestle for third and fourth at 145 pounds.
And Ketterling has a cradle in on Hebel, getting back points, but trying to end this one here with a fall. That would put Ketterling onto the state wrestling tournament. It'll be 3 on a near fall. Ketterling will make it 7-5. And then he'll try again here against Hebel with 25 seconds and counting left in the second period.
The Mat 2 152 Concy semifinal match. And Greg Fear for EEK wrestling Ryland Wald. Fear, sophomore, 17-10 record. Ryland Wald, junior for the Oaks Tornadoes, 12-14. If Fear opens up with a quick 2-point takedown at the 42nd mark of this first period.
9-5 our score over on mat number 1 as Cale Hebel gets a reversal. The period ends, so Hebel 9, Ketterling 5. Fresh 2 minutes come out. It'll be Hebel down, Ketterling on top.
If you're in control on mat number 2, had a hammerlock on Wald. Wald able to get back belly down. Down to 5 seconds to go in the first period. Now 2-1 lead as Wald steps away for the escape.
And Hebel, bottom position to start the period, almost stood up. Ketterling opened himself up for Ketterling to set a cradle. Ketterling trying to position himself to drop back and turn Hebel. Ketterling the 5 seed, Hebel the 3 seed here at 152 pounds.
And started the second period. If you're on the bottom, again hits a sit-out switch. Gets a 2-point reversal. Now 4-1 lead for Greg Fear from EEK.
And Hebel another reversal and immediately puts Ketterling into back points. So 11-5, Hebel's advantage. Ketterling goes chest to chest, or Hebel goes chest to chest on Ketterling, gets the win. Cale Hebel will get the fall victory over Blake Ketterling. Hebel on to the third place match at 152 as we now move on to 160 on mat number 1.
Greg Fear up now 6-2 over Ryland Wald from the Oaks Tornadoes. They're in the second period with 1:09 to go. Currently Fear on top. And Wald maintaining his base. Fear having a tough time breaking him down. Had him broke belly down for a second. Wald back up to his base.
Eli Lyons from Lisbon, Cole Stock from South Border, 160-pound Concy semi-match at mat number 1. And Cole Stock will get Lyons down and into some back points. And now Stock will come over the top of Lyons. We'll get 3 on a near fall, a 5-point takedown for Cole Stock as he leads Eli Lyons.
And final 10 seconds of the second period. Greg Fear maintains that 6-2 lead. He currently on top, has a half Nelson locked up. Going to try to turn Wald here at the end of the period. We got a couple counts or a count from the referee, but no near fall. Going into the 30, goes up 6-2.
7-0 the lead for Cole Stock as he's picked up some near fall points to close out the first period. Second period begins. And Stock trying to add on to his lead. Minute 31 here in our second period. Consolation semis at 160 pounds.
And Matt, too, Greg Fury hits another sit-out switch. Gets a reversal and then puts Rylan Wald straight to his back. It's an 8-2 lead plus near fall coming. Now he's going to work for the foul, stretch out this far arm. Like he will have to reset. There's Rylan Wald. Left shoulder up just a little bit.
Under a minute now to go in the second period.
Oh, Greg Fuhrer able to get that left shoulder down, secures the fall. He'll advance the third and fourth place match at 152 pounds. And he will wrestle Cale Hebel.
.37 and counting left in the second period. Matt won as a Consi semi at 160. Southporter's Cole Stock. Lisbon's Eli Lyons, and Stock with a 7-0 advantage, and it's really been all defense for Eli Lyons here in period number 2.
And Matt number 2, 160-pound consolation semifinal match. Tate Thorpe from Oaks, a junior, 15-13 record, wrestling Noah Alderman, Lytton HMB, junior, 17-23, and Thorpe on a double leg. And Alderman working the situation, has that far ankle locked up. As Thorpe's just going to try to advance and step around. Tate Thorpe has that head buried between the legs of Alderman. Still no takedown awarded to either wrestler. Down to 15 seconds to go in that first period.
Third period now begins on mat number 1, and as Lyons was on top, and Stock able to get away for an escape point. Cole Stock from Southporter 8, Eli Lyons from Lisbon 0. Minute 45 and counting. Consi semis at 160. Team scoring right now: Lisbon 212, Southporter 206.5, LLM 122.5, Oaks 100.
And we will go scoreless into the second period on mat number 2 between Tate Thorpe from Oaks and Noah Alder and Lytton HMB. The two juniors battling it out for their trip to the state tournament.
And Eli Lyons gets a takedown of Stock and has him right on his back. If Lyons could secure the upper body, he can get a fall here, and would be a come from behind win. Tries to go chest to chest with Stock. Stock able to get back to his base. Lyons will get 3 on the near fall, and it was 8-0. All of a sudden becomes 8-5 as the wrestlers are out of bounds, and it'll be a restart. Minute 4 left to wrestle, and Lyons signaling to the official that he is going to let Stock loose. Stock will get the point from the escape, so it's 9-5, but Lyons had a nice takedown right into back points. That was a 5-point move.
And now it's a 1-0 score. For Tate Thorpe goes up 1-0 with an escape on mat number 2, 160-pound consolation semifinal match.
And going to shoot on the single leg is Lyons. Elevation against Stock, and they are out of bounds. 38 seconds left to go in the third period on mat number 1.
Now Noah Alderman trying to secure a takedown. He's in that top position situation, goes crossface. Tate Thorpe has that head buried right into the side of the leg, trying to step around for his own takedown here.
20 seconds left to go on mat number 1. Eli Lyons down by 4, was down 8-0 coming into this period. 10 seconds to go. Lyons could use another one of those 5-point moves. If he does, he'll get the win, and he went for the throw, and Stock was able to weather the storm, gets a takedown. It's 11-5, and the match will come to an end. Cole Stock avoids giving up some late points against Eli Lyons, will win 11-5. Cole Stock from Southporter on to the state tournament at 160 pounds and on to wrestle for third place.
Yeah, a reversal of fortune here on mat number 2. Big scramble. Now it's a 3-2 lead for Tate Thorpe. Getting old Aldrin had secured a takedown. Thorpe able to get back around for reversal. Takes a 3-2 lead into the third period.
Over on mat number 1, Consi round of 170, Tyson Johnson from Kindred, Josh Meal from Oaks.
And Tate Thorpe tried to hit a little sit-out switch. Aldrin over the top, double underhooks. Has a cow catcher hooked up on Tate Thorpe, throws him over to his back. Thorpe trying to roll through. And Aldrin working for the fall on Tate Thorpe from Oaks on mat 2. Thorpe still on his back. And Aldrin is going to win by fall. Both shoulders touch the mat. And Aldrin advances to the state tournament. Number 6 beats number 5.
Over on mat number 1, Meal, a takedown of Johnson. And Meal has Johnson into some back points. A big bridge by Johnson, able to keep himself alive. Meal in a position that he needs to adjust, but he might lose his grip, and the period will come to an end. Meal will get 3 on the near fall, so Josh Meal 5, Tyson Johnson 0. And it'll be neutral position to begin the second period on mat number 1.
Yeah, mat number 270-pound consolation semifinal bout between Landon Schumacher, Linton HMB, senior 32 and 13, wrestling Drew Thorpe from EEK, the 8th grader, 10 and 15. That's still scoreless. First 20 seconds of the match.
Meal 5, Johnson 0. Second period begins again, neutral position to start. And there was a big scramble in the first period. Meal and Johnson just went full steam ahead into the stands, so, excuse me, I should say off the mat towards the crowd. So fans around the mat a little bit more tentative the way these two have wrestled very tough at 170. Both wrestlers still on their feet as they're trying to figure out a move to pull.
And Landon Schumacher tried to throw on Thorpe. Thorpe throws him to his back. Time runs out on the clock. A lot here for the officials to sort out. As time expired in the first period, looks like Drew Thorpe will have 4 points. Schumacher 2 on the reversal as time expired. So going into that second period, it's a 4-2 lead for Drew Thorpe from EEK. And Thorpe defers to start the second period. Schumacher chooses bottom.
.30 seconds left in the second period on mat 1, and there has been no scoring this period. Both wrestlers have been on their feet. One has set a move, the other's countered. The other set a move, the other's countered. Is looking for a throw right now is Meal, and him and Johnson both go down, and it's a big scramble. And if Meal frees the upper body, which he is able to do, he'll get 2 on the takedown at 7-0, and immediately puts Johnson into back points.
And Schumacher, mat number 2, able to secure this reversal. He has a chicken wing hooked up. Now goes crossface over the top, trying to hook up a screwdriver.
Time ran out in the period for Josh Meal. He does get points on a near fall, and it's 9-0 Meal going into the third period against Johnson for Kindred. Consi semis at 170.
And Schumacher has a screwdriver hooked up. They're trying to drag over the shoulders of Thorpe. Has him over. He's going to pick up near fall. Now goes head and arm. And chest on chest. Now working for the fall is Landon Schumacher for Linton HMB. And Schumacher punches his ticket to the state tournament winner by fall over Thorpe from EEK.
Another takedown for Meal. Josh Meal 11. Tyson Johnson 0. Minute 20 left to go in the third period. They'll come out of bounds and now for a restart. This is the Consi semifinal round of this tournament. And kind of we'll get a little bit interesting here in terms of the weight classes that we'll have match up for the rest of these consolation rounds because of the buys in some of the open spots in some of these weight classes. 11-0. Meals lead over Johnson. A minute left to go on mat number 1.
And mat number 2, it's Brock Wendell from Lower Litchfield Marion wrestling Eric Salazar, Napoleon Gackle Streeter. And Wendell with a 2-point takedown now goes to an armbar. Yeah, his bar half locked up on Salazar, steps over to the far side with that half Nelson. So number 4-6 wrestling number 6 seed. And Wendell has Salazar, the shoulders turned down, working for the fall. Now is Brock Wendell for Lemoore.
Meal has near fall points coming against Johnson, trying to pin him here with 17 seconds left to go. So Meal well on his way on to a spot at the state wrestling tournament and wrestling for 3rd place here in Region 1. And final 5 seconds to go here on mat number 1.
Well, Wendell does pick up those 2 near fall. He's up 4-0 at the end of the first period. Started the second. The wrestlers in the neutral position. Salazar shoots in. Wendell goes cow catcher, throws him right over to his back. He's up 6-0 with near fall and working for the pin is Brock Wendell, and he will return to the state tournament for Lemoore Litchfield Marion at 182 pounds.
16-1 was the final score, a victory for Meal. And now I believe we're going to be at 182 over on mat number 1. Carter Potasic from Oaks will wrestle against Herman Kalk from South Border.
The wrestlers coming out 195 pounds. Mat number 2 is consolation semifinal bout between Brady Lettmeyer, Lemoore Litchfield Marion. Wrestling Devin Gator from Napoleon Gackle Streeter. Lettmeyer, 8th place finisher last year, 195 pounds at the state Class B tournament.
Takedown for Herman Kalk on mat 1 as there's 15 seconds left in the first period of the Consi semis. Potasic will get to his feet in a mat return from Kalk, and 7 seconds left to wrestle there.
And mat number 1, 20 seconds to go in this first period, still scoreless. That's between Lettmeyer from Lemoore Litchfield Marion and Gator and Napoleon Gackle Streeter.
Second period beginning over on mat number 1. Herman Kalk from South Border 2, Carter Potasic from Oak 0. Consi semis at 182. Neutral position to begin the second period, and Kalk comes to shoot, and Potasic will roll over the top of Kalk, and no points will be given. Was able to show control as Kalk frees his upper body and comes around right into a Nelson. Gets the points for the takedown. 4-0 Kalk, and now whatever he gets here on this near fall, they're saying 2 on account for the near fall. Now 3.
Still scoreless in the second period on mat number 2 between Lettmeyer and Gator.
Herman Kalk will get the pin. Herman Kalk, a state qualifier at 182 for the South Border Mustangs, and on to the 3rd place match.
And Gator warned for Stalin. Now Lettmeyer takes him down, throws him right to his back. He's going to pick up some near fall.
195 pounds now over on mat number 1. It will be Rodney Wolf from Kindred against Landon Potasic from Oaks.
Lettmeyer with this armbar locked up, caught the far wrist. Just easing into this, trying to secure some more near fall. And potentially work for this pin on mat number 2. Lettmeyer exposes those shoulders, going to pick up his 3-point near fall with 40 seconds to go in the second period. And scoops the head, goes head and arm, chest on chest, locks it up in the killer crab. He's up 5-0 with 25 seconds to go in the second period.
Under 30 seconds left to go, scoreless on mat number 1. Consu's at 190 between Wolf from Kindred, Ptacek from Oaks.
Wrestlers go out of bounds for a restart with 6 seconds to go. Lettmeyer leads 5-0 in the second period. 195-pound consolation semifinal bout on mat 2.
And Ptacek gets the takedown with about a second left to wrestle in the first period. That was a hard-fought takedown for Landon Ptacek. He'll take a 2-0 lead. Decision his, chooses to be down. Does Landon Ptacek to begin the second period.
That is the end of the second period. Brady Lettmeyer will take a 5-0 lead into this third period. Gators' choice is going to choose neutral to start the third period at 195-pound consolation semifinal match, mat 2.
Ptacek got the escape, and then there was a bit of a scramble, and Ptacek was able to get some elevation on Wolf and drives on a very low single leg as it's now 5-0 on that takedown in favor of Landon Ptacek. The senior 26-12 on the season. Ptacek winners in the first round, lost to Schumacher in the semifinal round. Rodney Wolf will get a point on an escape here, minute 20 left in the second period.
And Brady Lettmeyer hits a slide by, steps around for a 2-point takedown. He's up 7-0, minute 30 to go in this third period. Now has a half run on Gator. He's going to slam him over at his back and working for the fall. This is Brady Lettmeyer, and he advances to the state tournament once again for the Moore Litchfield Marion Lobos.
5-1 the lead, Ptacek over Wolf. 50 seconds left to go in the second period, and a takedown for Wolf will cut his deficit now to a pair as it's 5-3.
Well, Brady Lettmeyer making his way to the state tournament. The came in the number 5 seed, picked up a pin in that first round over number 4 Rodney Wolf. He makes his way, punches his ticket to the state tournament.
.25 seconds left to go on mat number 1. 5-3, Landon Ptacek with the lead over Rodney Wolf. Starting to put up more bouts on the scoreboard. We will have our 5th place matches just kind of rolling in here. I actually believe we'll have a 3rd place match coming before that as well, but place matches coming up here right after this round is done.
At 220 pounds, Sage Gushis throws a lap drop on Max Klein, sticks both shoulders to the mat, and he wins by fall at the in 32 seconds of the first period at 220 pounds. And Gushis advances to the state tournament for the Moore Litchfield Marion.
Second period ends on mat number 1. No one will get any points on that last scramble. The decision goes to Rodney Wolf as to what he wants to do, and I believe he's choosing down. Yeah, Wolf will choose to be down. Ptacek with a 5-3 lead.
And mat number 2, 285-pound consolation semifinal match between Cole Richard, the 8th grader from Kindred, 7-14, Aaron Hoffwall, Lytton HMB senior, 23-11. It's on mat 2. Hoffwall throws Richard down to the mat. Kind of bulldogs him over here. 2-point takedown.
And Wolf will get a 2-point reversal with minute 35 left to go. Wolf will get the reversal on Ptacek and has Ptacek on his back. They're counting up some near fall points. I think Wolf's might be a little high as he's making an adjustment against Ptacek, the senior, Landon Ptacek. Trying to get a return trip back onto state, but right now is just trying to fend off a potential fall to end the match here as we are tied at 5. And Rodney Wolf will pin Landon Ptacek to take a spot onto state and ends the season for Landon Ptacek.
And we do have a Bank North timeout here on mat number 2 with blood time. Cole Richard on blood time for the Kindred Vikings on mat 2.
Coming up on mat number 1, Anderson from Lisbon, Oberg from Napoleon Gackle Streeter. This is a 220-pound consolation semi-match. Drew Anderson, 16-23 on the season. Jack Hoiberg, 0-3 on the year.
And action back underway on mat number 2. It's a 2-0 lead for Hoffwald from Lytton HMB. He's working a crossface over the top, has Richard Brook belly down.
And Drew Anderson's going to get a takedown on mat number 1. Trying to put Hoiberg on his back for the win. Some daylight from the official, and then the pin. Anderson will get the pin against Hoiberg. And he is on to state with the win in the 220 consolation round.
And time expires in this first period with Hoffwald up 2-0. He had Cole Richard broke belly down his mat. Richard able to fend off Hoffwald's attack on top. His choice in the second, he chooses the top position.
And now we're on to our place matches. Cruz Ranke from Lisbon against Walker Miller from EEK. That'll be the fifth place match at 106 pounds. So a non-qualifying match, but could determine an alternate should there be an injury out of this region. Also an opportunity to get some team points. As it's Ranke who will get the takedown right away of Miller.
And Hoffwald has a head and arm locked up, going to pick up some near fall. He's up 5-0, minute 28 to go in the second period, working for the fall for Lytton HMB Lions. It's Hoffwald on Cole Richard. That head and arm is tight. The left shoulder up just by a little bit. And your winner by fall is Aaron Hoffwald for Lytton HMB. Advances to the state tournament. The senior goes with the 23-11 record.
16 seconds left to go in the first period on mat number 1. Cruz Ranke 2, Walker Miller from EEK 0. I believe it's all fifth place matches here moving forward. This announcing Landon Schumacher from Lytton picks up his 100th win of his career. So it reaches a milestone here at the Region 1 tournament. Second period begins on mat number 1, Cruz Ranke 2, Walker Miller 0. Miller will be on top to begin the period, and standing up is Ranke will grab a single leg against Miller. Miller has still maintained control as he's looking for a mat return, now trying to set a cradle against Ranke. Ranke setting into a double leg.
Yeah, mat number 2, 113-pound fifth place match is Gavin Rude wrestling Gerard Goldaddy. Goldaddy opens up with a 2-point takedown with 30 seconds to go in this first period.
Cruz Ranke will get 2 points on a reversal as they'll come out of bounds 4-0 Cruz Ranke.
Goldaddy locks up a cradle on Rude. Has him in the center of the mat. Bottom inside is going to win by fall and take fifth place for Lytton HMB at 113 pounds.
An escape for Walker Miller. Miller down 4-1. Approaching a minute left to wrestle in the second period. Mat number 1, 106-pound fifth place match.
Waiting for wrestlers to report in here on mat number 2. They'll go to 120 pounds. A fifth place match between Lee Brand from Napoleon Gackle Streeter Jr. taking on Jaden Paul, the 8th grader from Lower Litchfield Marion.
5-3 the score for Cruz Ranke. So Miller got a takedown and didn't really have great control against Ranke, and Ranke just came up and got the escape. Now Ranke looking to will down Miller to the mat with a double leg. Miller on his way down grabbed the leg of Cruz Ranke, and now Ranke will come around for a takedown, a 7-3 lead for the 7th grader from the Lisbon Broncos. So all fifth place matches, or as many as we have here, the fifth place matches moving forward. Again, you look at some heavyweight won't have a fifth place match. I believe we'll have another weight class that won't have a fifth place match. I believe that might be 220. It doesn't have a fifth place match as well. Final few seconds winding down in the second period. That's officially over on mat number 1, Cruz Ranke 7, Walker Miller 3.
We are underway on mat number 2 between Lee Brown from Napoleon and Jaden Paul from Litchfield Marion. 120-pound fifth-place match. Scoreless at the 30-second mark in the first period. Both wrestlers locked up, collar tie position, just off center of the mat.
Walker Miller will get 2 points to make it 7-5. As we are in the third period on mat number 1. Fifth place at 106, Cruz Ranke 7, Walker Miller 3. So though Cruz Ranke will not get a chance to wrestle at state, in the individual side, he will be taking part in that dual tournament for the Broncos. They won the Region 1 dual championship. And on the restart, Miller is going to release Ranke. So it is 8-5. A minute and a half left to go in the final period on mat number 1. Fifth place match at 106.
Your winner and fifth place finisher at 120 pounds is Christopher Lebrand from Napoleon Gackel Streeter. He wins by fall over Jaden Paul from Memorial Litchfield Marion on mat number 2.
Walker Miller is going to get the takedown and makes it 8-7 with just over a minute left to wrestle on mat number 1. And now is going to get back points against Cruz Ranke. Well, the official started the count, not enough for back points. We'll try again with that. Nelson goes chest to chest, a count on a near fall, and Ranke kind of squirming himself away, trying to get to his belly as another push comes from Walker Miller.
We are working our way here. 152 pounds, it looks like, on mat number 2. Waiting for wrestlers to report in. This is for fifth place. Blake Kettling wrestling Rylan Wald.
Walker Miller will take the lead 10-8 on that 3-point near fall. And to his feet is Ranke. And they're going to warn Miller on stalling as Ranke, looking to change into a double leg, will drive and roll through with Miller, and they'll come out of bounds. 15 seconds left to wrestle. Cruz Ranke down by 2. It is 10-8. And caution issued on Miller.
And wrestlers now reported in. We'll be underway here momentarily. Mat number 2, Blake Ketterling, Rylan Wald, fifth place at 152.
And the period will end. The match will end. Walker Miller from EEK 10, Cruz Ranke from Lisbon 8. That is fifth place at 106 pounds. Next up will be fifth place at 126.
Ketterling picks up a 2-point takedown. Now goes cradle, crunches over the top, has it hooked up on Wald. Going to go hip to hip on mat 2. And Wald able to counter out, goes arm through, and back up to his base. And down to 15 seconds to go in that first period. Ketterling from Lytton HMB has a 2-0 lead.
This is Blaine Wald from Oaks wrestling against Gerald Goldaddy. Wrestling against Blake Mittleiter from Linton HMB. And it'll be a takedown for Blaine Wald. A takedown for Wald and right into back points against Mittleiter.
And time expires in this first period. We got a 2-1 lead for Blake Ketterling, Lytton HMB. There was a technical violation awarded to Rylan Wald. And Wald defers over to Ketterling. Ketterling chooses bottom and start the second period on mat number 2.
And the period will end on mat number 1. And Wald will have a 4-0 lead.
And Ketterling stood up, then Wald warned for stalling, not able to return him. And Ketterling hits a standing switch, scores 2-point reversal. It's a 4-1 lead now for Ketterling on mat number 2.
Second period begins on mat number 1. Mittleiter will be on top to begin the period, and Wald stood up, and Mittleiter brought him back down to the mat. Team scoring right now, Lisbon 219, South Border 218. LLM 147.5, Oaks 106.5.
There is a 1-point escape for Ryland Wall. Just a 4-2 lead for Blake Ketterling on mat number 2. Under a minute to go in the second period. Both wrestlers stood up, working that far edge of the mat, collar ties and trading head position.
Wall trying to stand up, comes away, was trying to free himself of Mittleiter, and Mittleiter came to him for a mat return, and the momentum from Mittleiter, Wald used that to bring him down to the mat and almost had a reversal, but ran out of time, or excuse me, ran out of space. They went out of bounds. He will get a point for an escape, though, and a 5-0 lead for Blaine Wald.
The final 10 seconds of the second period. It's a 4-2 lead for Blake Ketterling. The wrestler still in this neutral position. Now work back to the center of the mat. They're locked up in a collar tie. So time expires. The start of the third. Ryland Wald in the top position.
Blaine Wald will get a takedown on mat number 1 and has Mittleiter down for some near fall points and then a fall. Blaine Wald will get the win via fall. He'll finish 5th here at 126 pounds.
Ketterling a 2-point takedown. Up 6-2 over Ryland Wald, the junior from Oaks. They're down to a minute 25 to go in the third period. Ketterling up on his knees, able to chase down Wald, gets back behind him. Now Wald stands up, hips away for 1-point escape. It's a 6-3 lead for Blake Ketterling. Ketterling from Lytton HMB, 26-20 record as a junior.
Mat number 1, Fisher Johnson from Kindred. Zach Doctor from Lytton HMB, 5th place match at 132 pounds. So that's going on again at mat number 1.
Ryland Wall shot in on a double. Ketterling able to counter out, gets those hips get down in the mat. Now wrestlers both stood up. It's a 6-3 lead for Blake Ketterling. Circle back to the center of the mat with 35 seconds to go.
A takedown for Fisher Johnson from Kindred. 10 seconds left to go in the first period.
And Ketterling warned for stalling on mat number 2. And Wald shoots in at a nice high crotch shot. Ketterling able to counter out, gets back around for 2-point reverse, or his 2-point takedown. It's an 8-4 lead for Blake Ketterling. As time expires here, down to 10 seconds in this third period.
Neutral position begin the second period on mat number 1, and it looks like Doctor will get a takedown. He will, as Johnson right off the whistle went to set up a throw, and Doctor used that momentum to bring him down, so Doctor and Johnson tied at 2. That is the 5th place match at 132 pounds. And looking at team scoring, Lisbon 219, South Porter 218.5, LLM 147.5, Oaks at 106.5. Brent, that's where those bonus points come into play.
Yeah, bonus points in these 5th place matches here. You pick up a few points or pick up a point here. Pick up 2 points for a pin, so you could get potentially 3 points scored.
2-2, Johnson and Doctor tied at mat number 1.
Yeah, mat number 2.
132-pound 5th place match over on mat number 1.
Yeah, mat 2 and 160, 5th place match between Eli Lions, Lisbon Broncos, freshman, 21-21 record, wrestling Tate Thorpe, the junior from Oaks, 15-14. It's a 2-1 score with Tate Thorpe up 2-1 over Eli Lions.
Zach Doctor from Linton H&B with control over on mat number 1. And is getting near fall points against Fisher Johnson. Strike that was they're going to begin the count from the near fall. Now it looks like he might have that locked in.
The Lions scored that escape and then shot in on a kind of a high crotch low single and switched to low single, but Tate Thorpe able to kind of step around, cradle up Lions for a 2-point takedown to start this second period. He's up 4-1.
Second period ends on mat number 1. And Zach Doctor gets a 3-point near fall as the period comes to a close. So Doctor 5, Johnson 2. Now on to the third period.
Eli Lions starting this second period on the bottom position. Thorpe able to lock up a cradle on Lions. Lions, they're trying to reverse it on Thorpe. Thorpe will pick up some near fall. The Lions in position just trying to hip ice around. He's not going to be able to do it on Thorpe. He'll go down 7-1.
Third period underway on mat number 1. On top, Zach Doctor against Zach Doctor from Linton H&B, Fisher Johnson from Kindred. Doctor 5, Johnson 2. And Doctor getting a turn on Johnson again. Same position he had him to end that second period where he got that late near fall to go up 5-3.
So it is a 7-1 lead for Tate Thorpe over Eli Lions in the second period, mat number 2.
Zach Johnson will get the fall, or excuse me, Zach Doctor will get the fall. He defeats Fisher Johnson. So Doctor from Linton H&B, 5th place finisher at 182 pounds.
And Thorpe has this leg turked on Eli Lions and comes across. Tries to stretch him out. No near fall given up by Lions. They're down to 23 seconds to go in this second period. And Thorpe working on top of Lions.
Mat number 1, 182-pound 5th place match. Carter Potasic from Oaks. Eric Zalazar from Napoleon Gackle Streeter. Got a takedown for Potasic.
Time expires in the second period. 160 pounds, 5th place match on mat number 2. And Tate Thorpe from Oaks takes a 7-1 lead into the third. He starts in the bottom position.
.24 seconds left in the first period on mat number 1. Carter Potasic with the 2-0 lead. And now we'll get a turn against Salazar. And a fall, and Carter Potasic, 5th place finisher at 182 pounds.
The Lions had Thorpe going over to his back. Thorpe able to get back, belly down, to get a count. Looks like he has a half Nelson locked up. And Thorpe now builds back up to his base. Rolls right into a half on Lions. This is on mat number 2. Lions trying to work this half Nelson. And Thorpe just a little bit too strong, not able to turn him.
£195 5th place match about to begin on mat number 1. I believe that will be the last, that will be the last 5th place match for mat number 1. Landon Potasic from Oaks against Devin Gator from Napoleon Gackle Streeter. Gator rather from Napoleon Gackle Streeter.
And Lions went hammerlock on Thorpe. Thorpe comes back up, scoots around. He's going to score a 2-point reversal. He's up 9-1 with 30 seconds to go in this third period on mat number 2, 160-pound 5th place match.
And it's Potasic with the takedown. Trying to put Gator into the cradle. Has 20 seconds left to go. First period here again, 5th place match at 195. They have not put up the schedule yet for the third and championship matches, which will be coming up here on this next round.
And that'll do it on mat number 2. Tate Thorpe, your winner, takes 5th place. Wins by major decision, 9-1 over Eli Lions from Lisbon.
Back on mat number 1, Ptasik a 2-0 lead over Devin Gator for Napoleon Gackle Streeter. Gator on the bottom here to begin this period. Ptasik on top. Atlanta Ptasik, a senior, wrestling here in this 5th place match. And Ptasik will get Gator on his back. Gator trying to bridge out. Ptasik going chest to chest, trying to lock that one in here for the fall. And Atlanta Ptasik will get the pin here to finish 5th at 195 pounds.
170 pounds, 5th place on mat number 2. Tyson Johnson wrestling Drew Thorpe. Drew Thorpe, a nice scramble, rolls through his 2-point takedown. He's up 2-0 with 15 seconds remaining in the first period. Now goes Spladle on Johnson. He has that near leg locked up, leg ride, and goes over the hips. He's going to score near fall with that Spladle. He's up 5-0, started the second period. Drew Thorpe takes a 5-0 lead over Tyson Johnson.
So one more match after this for 5th place. Hoiberg and Klein wrestling for 225th place match, and then it'll be on to the 3rd and then the championship matches.
And Tyson Johnson comes up with a lat drop. Thorpe's choice, he chose both up. Johnson throws him straight to his back. It's tied up 5-5 with Tyson Johnson working for the fall on Drew Thorpe, the 8th grader. He has a minute 40 to work for this pin on mat number 2. Johnson chest on chest up over the top, has the head and arm. Thorpe gets belly down. He ties it up 5-5. We will have another 220-pound, another 5th place match on mat number 2. That's between Max Klein and Holberg from, I believe that's Napoleon Gackle Streeter. And Drew Thorpe did have a stand up there, tried to get those hips around, but Johnson able to return him back down to the mat. They're under a minute to go, second period, still tied up 5-5.
And just announced there'll be a 10-minute break after these 5th place matches. Championships will be on mat number 1. 3rd place matches will be on mat number 2.
And Tyson Johnson still riding on top with 30 seconds to go. We are tied up 5 apiece in the second period. And currently Drew Thorpe broke belly down center of the mat. Tyson Johnson riding on top. And Johnson now working power half over the top on Thorpe. Thorpe head down in the mat. Johnson's going to try to step out to the side. Thorpe getting back, Thorpe back up to his base. And the time runs out in the second period. Goes into the third. 5 apiece. And Thorpe in the bottom position to start this third period. We're tied 5 apiece here. Winner of this takes 5th place at 170 pounds. Thorpe, nice sit out. Johnson's trying to chase him down. Drew Thorpe stands up for a 1-point escape. Now leads 6-5. I think we do have a Bank North timeout here. A little equipment adjustment on mat number 2. So your winner taking 5th place is Tyson Johnson for the Kindred Vikings. Wins 11-7 over Drew Thorpe for 5th place at 170 pounds. I'll move us to 220 pounds with Max Klein for the Oaks Tornadoes. He's wrestling Holberg from Napoleon Gackle Streeter. Klein is a freshman, 7-13 record. Jack Holberg, Napoleon Gackle Streeter, sophomore, and currently with an 0-4 record. This match just underway, first 10 seconds. The wrestlers locked up, collar tie position. And Klein goes back to work on the head of Holberg. Now is going to snap him down, drags him down to the match. Works front headlock, go behind takedown for 2 points. So Max Klein now with a power half on Holberg, trying to run it around. Holberg gets back and bases up. And final 15 seconds of this first period, Max Klein is up 2-0. Goes back to that power half, going to try to run it around. Holberg going to hold his base. Now Klein breaks him belly down. Time expires in the first period. And Max Klein takes a 2-0 lead into the second. And Klein defers to Holberg. Holberg's choice. So he picks neutral to start this second period. The wrestlers lock up immediately into collar tie, and now they push apart. Klein goes back to work on the head and arm of Holberg, snaps down. Now doubles up on Holberg, has Holberg going down. Holberg tries to sprawl out. Klein's going to get him down to his hip. Turns the corner for a 2-point takedown. It's a 4-0 lead for Max Klein over Jack Holberg for Napoleon Gackle Streeter. Now goes power half, turns him over to his back. Max Klein working for the fall for their Tornadoes. Take fifth, and he does that. So your fifth place finisher at 220 pounds is Max Klein, a freshman from Oaks.
So that will be it here for this fifth place round. Third place championship match is coming up next. There'll be about a 10-minute break, and then we'll be back here on YourLiveEvent.com.
Honesty, loyalty, integrity. At Bank North, we've remained true to these values for generations. They shape the way we do business, work with customers, and support our communities. We've been here for more than a century, helping people grow farms and businesses, finance homes, and pursue their dreams. It's values-based banking, and it's all about working together to strengthen the common threads that bind us together. Bank North, always true.
Emery Vistos Implement has been family owned and operated since 1935. Located in Oaks, North Dakota, they sell CarQuest automotive parts and numerous lines of agriculture parts, from edible bean equipment to air compressors and pressure washers. Plus, you'll have to stop by and check out their Ariat clothing selection at Emery Vistos Implement. Anything you need is under one roof. Stop in just south of Oaks on Highway 1 or go online to VistoImplement.com. That's VistoImplement.com.
Growers, here at Chad's Excavating out of Mayville, we are your water management contractors. We can help you with tile drainage plans, surface drainage plans, or both. Remember, water management is a lifetime investment. Call Chad at 701-430-0182 to get your water problem solved. That's Chad's Excavating out of Mayville. 701-430-0182, helping farmers grow.
The American farmer has been adapting to challenges in the field for generations. Columbia Grain and Agronomy is here to help on every acre with the highest quality products and expert local service. Contact the agronomy centers in Climax at 218-857-2165 or our villa at 701-343-6273. Columbia Grain and Agronomy, committed to cultivating growth through a diverse mix of products and expert knowledge. Contact them today and make the most of every acre. Call Climax at 218-857-2165 or our villa at 701-343-6273.
My name is Jared, born and raised in Minnesota, and I'm a project director at Enbridge. Enbridge is more than a pipeline company. It's a company participating in renewable energy projects in Minnesota and abroad, and I'm really proud to be working here.
We believe a cleaner energy future is achievable. For over 20 years, we've been early adopters of renewable energy, and we're proudly committed to net zero emissions by 2050. To hear more from Jared, visit enbridge.com/Jared. That's JERRID.
It's time to take down planting with Green Iron Equipment. Our sales team will match you up with the best machinery for an undefeated season. Our service department will help you escape any setbacks or downtime. We've got all the right parts to beat the competition. Use Green Iron Equipment to help pin down your data in the John Deere Operations Center. Good luck to all teams from Green Iron Equipment.
Have you adjusted your crop insurance policy to reflect the increase in commodity prices and input costs? Hi, this is Bethany Rentz, crop insurance agent with Irie Insurance. We want to partner with you to provide you a comprehensive policy structure to protect your farm's revenue and preserve your equity. Give us a call today to set up a time to meet with an Irie Insurance agent prior to March 15th. For contact information, please visit our website at irieins.com.
You're protected and appreciated at Irie.
Irie Insurance is an equal opportunity provider.
This is Chris from RDK Enterprises, your local precision planting dealer. We are less than 90 days until spring planting. 90 days. Are you ready? Is your maintenance plan in place? Do you have parts on hand? Are any upgrade options decided on and purchased? We can help. Spring will be here before you know it, and we will help you meet the challenge. Contact RDK Enterprises at planterdoc.com. That's planterdoc.com.
Abuse can affect anyone, and each person's experience is different. Abuse is about power and control, and it is not always black and blue. A loving relationship should not be threatening, accusing, isolating, or include violence of any kind. The Abuse Resource Network provides services to start living the life you deserve. For more information, visit abuseresourcenetwork.org.
Growers, here at Chad's Excavating out of Mayville, we are your water management contractors. We can help you with tile drainage plans, surface drainage plans, or both. Remember, water management is a lifetime investment. Call Chad at 701-430-0182 to get your water problems solved. That's Chad's Excavating out of Mayville. 701-430-0182, helping farmers grow.
Take a good look at Hillsborough. You probably know that the people are friendly, and you know about the quality of healthcare available at Sanford Medical Center. Maybe you've been to the Hillsborough Sports Complex to cheer on the Burros. Look at the businesses on Hillsborough's Main Street. The Hillsborough Economic Development Corporation provides financial help to local child care providers, and they're interested in supporting local businesses. For more information, contact the Hillsborough Economic Development Corporation at growhillsboroughnd.com.
Wallach Johnson Insurance is your friendly neighborhood team of qualified insurance professionals celebrating over 40 years of service. As an experienced independent insurance agency, they have access to highly rated insurance companies and can shop around to find you an affordable solution for farm, crop, business, home, and auto insurance. Visit them at one of their locations in Lisbon, Gwinner, or Rutland and get a free quote started today. For more information, go to nd-insure.com.
The Lisbon Bronco Athletic Boosters is a group of parents, coaches, and community members whose mission is to enrich the Lisbon High School athletic community by providing financial support for Lisbon High School athletic programs and events. If you are interested in getting involved, they invite you to join the Bronco Athletic Booster Group on Facebook to learn more. The Lisbon Athletic Boosters send a good luck wish to all athletes competing today.
Honesty, loyalty, integrity. At Bank North, we've remained true to these values for generations. They shape the way we do business, work with customers, and support our communities. We've been here for more than a century, helping people grow farms and businesses, finance homes, and pursue their dreams. It's values-based banking, and it's all about working together to strengthen the common threads that bind us together. Bank North, always true.
Emery Vistos Implement has been family owned and operated since 1935. Located in Oaks, North Dakota, they sell CarQuest automotive parts and numerous lines of agriculture parts, from edible bean equipment to air compressors and pressure washers. Plus, you'll have to stop by and check out their Ariat clothing selection at Emery Vistos Implement. Anything you need is under one roof. Stop in just south of Oaks on Highway 1 or go online to vistoimplement.com. That's vistoimplement.com.
Growers, here at Chad's Excavating out of Mayville, we are your water management contractors. We can help you with tile drainage plans, surface drainage plans, or both. Remember, water management is a lifetime investment. Call Chad at 701-430-0182 to get your water problems solved. That's Chad's Excavating out of Mayville. 701-430-0182, helping farmers grow.
The American farmer has been adapting to challenges in the field for generations. Columbia Grain and Agronomy is here to help on every acre with the highest quality products and expert local service. Contact the Agronomy Centers in Climax at 218-857-2165 or our villa at 701-343-6273. Columbia Grain and Agronomy, committed to cultivating growth through a diverse mix of products and expert knowledge. Contact them today and make the most of every acre. Call Climax at 218-857-2165 or our villa at 701-343-6273.
My name is Jared, born and raised in Minnesota, and I'm a project director at Enbridge. Enbridge is more than a pipeline company. It's a company participating in renewable energy projects in Minnesota and abroad, and I'm really proud to be working here.
We believe a cleaner energy future is achievable. For over 20 years, we've been early adopters of renewable energy, and we're proudly committed to net zero emissions by 2050. To hear more from Jared, visit enbridge.com/Jared. That's JERRID.
And welcome back, as we're just about ready to go here for the championship and third place round of this Region 1 individual wrestling tournament here on YourLiveEvent.com. And something to keep in mind, Lisbon leads South Border 219 to 118.5. Mat number 1 will be championships. Mat number 2, third place. Underway on mat number 1. Dalton Feist from Napoleon Gackle Streeter against Logan Potts from LLM. That's the first place match at 106. Mat number 2. Matthias Dahlstrom from Oaks against Ryland Vetter from South Border. And right away on mat number 1, Dalton Feist will get the takedown and has the 2-0 lead against Logan Potts. Feist, the number 1 seed coming into this tournament, 33-1 on the season.
Yeah, mat number 2, Matthias Dahlstrom, 2-point takedown and picked up near fall. So he will go up 5-0. Now Ryland Vetter gets an escape. Both wrestlers back up to their feet in the center of the mat.
And Dalton Feist has a cradle on Logan Potts, and he is racking up some back points. He'll return Potts back to his base. as he has a 3-point near fall coming his way that will be sent to the scorer's table here in a second as Feist is kind of gearing up and making some adjustments for another turn of Logan Potts.
Yeah, Matthias Dahlstrom, an 8th grader for the Oaks Tornadoes. 26-11 record. He takes a 5-1 lead into the second period. Better's choice. He deferred to Dahlstrom, and Dahlstrom chooses neutral to start the second.
So Dalton Feist will get 3 on the near fall, and then Potts was able to get away and get the escape to make it 5-1 with 30 seconds left in the first period. That's the championship at 106 pounds, and Potts is able to get down Feist and will get some near fall points. Potts has Feist in tight on that headlock, and Feist is going to roll him over for a reversal. We'll get the scoring all caught up here. It is 7-6. Dalton Feist leading Logan Potts.
And Matt number 2 got a restart. And Dahlstrom was in on a single leg attack on Better. Better was able to hit a whizzer. And a shin whizzer there was able to defend. They're down to a minute 25 to go in the second period. Now Dahlstrom steps around, 2-point takedown. He takes a 7-1 lead on Matt number 2.
It's a high-scoring first period on Matt number 1 in the 106-pound championship. Feist leads this one 7-6. He'll be neutral position to begin the second period. Did not see who had the call. I believe it was Logan Potts who made that decision.
Rylan Vetter trying to work a Peterson on Dahlstrom. Has that arm around the waist, seatbelt around the waist, then goes inside the back leg. Dahlstrom long and lean is going to try to defend. And he does get back around.
And Feist, I believe 2 will come the way of Feist, as setting the cradle was Potts, and Feist was able to roll through it. And Dalton Feist will take a 9-6 lead in the second period.
And Dahlstrom is up 7-1 in this third and fourth place match at 106 pounds on Matt number 2. They're down to 20 seconds to go in this second period. And Dahlstrom currently on top.
Another 3-point near fall for Feist. Doubles up Logan Potts, 12-6.
And Rylan Vetter made his way to this third place match. He won by decision 6-3 over Walker Miller from EEK. And Miller ended up taking 5th place at 106.
And Dalton Feist will pin Logan Potts. Feist is the champion at 106 pounds. Logan Potts will be the runner-up as we're through our first championship match over on mat number 1. Dalton Feist will get the fall after leading 12-6 in the second period.
Matt, too, we're in the third period with that 7-1 lead for Matthias Dahlstrom over Rylan Vetter, the 7th grader from Southport. Vetter starting this third period on the top position. He does break Dahlstrom down, goes crossface cradle on Dahlstrom, has it locked up. Tries the suicide cradle over the top. Dahlstrom's going to stuff that. He will pick up a 2-point reversal. He's now up 9-1.
Brody Michelson from Southport against Jagger Sand from EEK. Championship at 113 about to get underway.
Matthias Dahlstrom made his way to this third place match. He won by a decision in the consolation semifinals with a 3-2 decision over Cruz Ranke from Lisbon.
And both wrestlers on mat number 1 are going to put their sweatshirts on here at 113.
Yeah, I think they're just going to wait for these, or just keep them on the same match on the mats 1 and 2. We're down to 50 seconds to go on mat number 3. That's a 9-1 lead for Matthias Dahlstrom. Now green warned for stalling, so Rylan Vetter warned for stalling on the bottom. And Dahlstrom currently on top. They're working towards the edge of the mat. And Dahlstrom has that back ankle spiked and working a cradle on Vetter. Now goes head in the hole, going to try to run it over. Vetter's going to try to defend, reaches in, grabs the leg of Dahlstrom. Dahlstrom now is going to be able to tilt Vetter over and score some near fall, maybe working for a pin with 6 seconds to go. And he will pick up his near fall. Third place, Rylan Vetter from Southport, your 4th place finisher in state qualifier at 106 pounds.
And now we're on to 113 pounds over at mat number 1. Brody Michelson from South Border, Jagger Sand from EEK.
Yeah, 113-pound third-place match is Grayson Lyons from Lisbon taking on Joey Hyde from Lemoore. This has been a back-and-forth battle all year between these two wrestlers. The winner here takes third place at 113.
And a direct matchup on team score, and you got Michelson wrestling for the championship and Lyons from Lisbon wrestling for third, so a chance to keep your team in front with some points. As right away Brody Michelson will get a takedown, and then a reversal coming from Jagger Sand.
Michelson potential to score 16 points for South Border. And off the whistle, quick 2-point takedown for Joey Hyde. Takes Grayson Lyons down, Lyons belly down.
And Sand's going to readjust, and a reversal coming from Michelson. We'll see what the scoring comes back to the table. So Sand will have a 5-4 lead. As Jagger Sand was able to find some open space there and got Michelson on his back, but Michelson able to reverse back out, and now he will be on top here with 30 seconds left to go in the first period.
We are down to 15 seconds in the first period. Joey Hyde still leads 2-0 over Grayson Lyons. And Hyde up on top. Lyons broke belly down, far side of the mat. They're down to 4 seconds to go. And Hyde will take a 2-0 lead into the second period.
21 number 1, and the officials having a discussion with the score. So they will change scoring. Brody Michelson will have a 6-5 lead over Jagger Sand. 20 seconds to go in the period. Trying to sit out right away was Sand. Michelson will get him down to the mat.
Joey Hyde defers to Grayson Lyons. Lyons chooses a neutral position to start the second period. Tries to go Russian tie. Now working underneath it. Joey Hyde doubles up on the legs.
First period ends on mat number 1, the 113-pound championship.
Well, Lyons with that head buried between the legs of Hyde. Hyde's just going to try to hip out and stuff the head of Grayson Lyons.
Michelson has a 6-5 lead over Sand.
The Lyons now able to peek out. Hyde breaks him belly down in the mat.
Michelson will be on top to begin the period.
And down to a minute to go, second period. Grayson Lyons still has a leg locked up a Hyde. They're in this situation position. Lyons underneath.
Michelson has Sand on his back for some back points. Should be 3 more coming Michelson's way, and he will get it as it's now a 9-5 lead. And Sand looking to hit another reversal. Michelson trying to adjust. As Michelson will get Sand to roll through it and has him on his back. More near fall points coming his way as it is 9-5, a minute to go in the second period. And back to his belly is Sand.
We did have a restart on mat number 2. There's still a 2-0 score between Lyons and Hyde. Hyde snaps down Lyons, jumps around for a 2-point takedown. He's up 4-0.
Michelson leads this one 12-5. Trying to go chest to chest with Jagger Sand. And Sand able to bridge out. Well, Michelson looking like he's going to be in control here at 113. And back to his base is Sand. 3 more for Brody Michelson. It's going to be 15-5 with about 10 seconds left to wrestle in the second period.
Yeah, time runs out in the second period. Joey Hyde takes a 4-0 lead into this third period against Grayson Lyons. It's a 113-pound third-place match. Hyde shoots in. Lyons working a front headlock. Going to try to chin whip Joey Hyde. Hyde working a high crotch. He elevates it, takes Lyons down. Lyons has that arm trap behind his back.
Michelson has the decision to begin the third period. He'll choose to be down against Jagger Sand, leading 15-5 at the 113-pound championship over on mat number 1.
And Hyde takes a 6-0 lead over Grayson Lyons, third period, minute 15 to go.
Michael Sean comes to his feet. Sand holds control as they come out of bounds.
And now Hyde working an armbar on Grayson Lyons. Lyons up to his hip now, gets base up. Hyde breaks him back down, trying to run this armbar up and around.
Sand will, on the restart, will have Michael Sean loose. Michael Sean another takedown and right into back points. And it'll be a pin. Cody Michael Sean will get the win. He is the champion at 113. Jagger Sand will finish second. And that will put South Border in front team points wise.
Grayson Lyons scores a 2-point reversal at the end of the third period. It's a 6-2 score, 6-2 lead for Joey Hyde. And time to run out here for Grayson Lyons. Joey Hyde will be your third place winner, 113 pounds by decision, 6-2.
So that will put us now at 120. Noah Anderson will wrestle against Brock Johnson for the championship at 120 pounds over on mat number 1. Mat number 2, third place match, Joe Keller from South Border, Holter Bridwell from Linton HMB.
We're still waiting for the officials to get everything set on our mats.
So a little bit of a break here in the action as we'll get ready for our 120-pound matches. What we're going to do is we'll take a quick break and we'll come back here on YourLiveEvent.com.
It's time to take down planting with Green Iron Equipment. Our sales team will match you up with the best machinery for an undefeated season. Our service department will help you escape any setbacks or downtime. We've got all the right parts to beat the competition. Use Green Iron Equipment to help pin down your data in the John Deere Operations Center. Good luck to all teams from Green Iron Equipment.
Have you adjusted your crop insurance policy to reflect the increase in commodity prices and input costs? Hi, this is Bethany Rentz, crop insurance agent with Irie Insurance. We want to partner with you to provide you a comprehensive policy structure to protect your farm's revenue and preserve your equity. Give us a call today to set up a time to meet with an Irie Insurance agent prior to March 15th. For contact information, please visit our website at irieins.com.
You're protected and appreciated at Irie.
Irie Insurance is an equal opportunity provider.
And we are back on YourLiveEvent.com. Our 120-pound match is getting underway here in the Region 1 Wrestling Tournament. And State Wrestling Tournament, that will get underway coming up Thursday. As underway on mat number 1, Noah Anderson from Lisbon taking on Brock Johnson from Kindred. And Johnson with a 2-0 advantage.
Mat number 2, we have the Bank North timeout. Looks like Joseph Keller took a shot to the eye. Right now being checked out by the trainer. That's on mat number 220 pounds. They are on injury time.
Noah Anderson gets an escape, and it looks like we're going to have injury time now on mat number 1 as well. So injury timeout going on both mats. And we'll take another break. Back with more on YourLiveEvent.com.
This is Chris from RDK Enterprises, your local precision planting dealer. We are less than 90 days until spring planting. 90 days. Are you ready? Is your maintenance plan in place? Do you have parts on hand? Are any upgrade options decided on and purchased? We can help. Contact RDK Enterprises at planterdoc.com. That's planterdoc.com.
Our Bank North timeout comes to an end. Both matches back underway. Mat number 1, the championship at 120. Brock Johnson from Kindred 2, Noah Anderson from Lisbon 1. And a takedown for Anderson. He'll take the lead 3-2.
And mat number 2 is still scoreless in this first period. That's between Joseph Keller, Southborder freshman, wrestling Holter Bridwell, the senior from Lytton HMB. Hey, Keller working a takedown at the end of this period. And time will run out. We go into the second period scoreless on mat 2, 120-pound third-place match.
On his to his feet was Noah Anderson, rather was Brock Johnson. Noah Anderson got behind him and will return him back down to the mat.
The start of the second period, Holter Bridwell in the bottom position, Keller riding on top. Now goes to crossface, has a cradle hooked up, goes head to knee. On Bridwell, is going to suicide cradle him over. He's going to pick up near fall for Southborder Mustangs. Trying to pick up bonus points. Bridwell shoulder up, not by much. Keller has this cradle tight. He's going to win by fall for Southborder. And picking up third place is Joseph Keller.
10 seconds left in the first period in the championship at 120 on mat number 1 is Noah Anderson from Lisbon 3. Brock Johnson from Kindred 2. And that one going into its final closing seconds. The decision will go to Johnson. He defers to Anderson, who will be down. And second period now underway. Anderson's seen a lot of varsity time this year, 31-5 this season. After last year, a few varsity matches, but a majority of his time at JV. Just a kind of a logjam in the lineup for those lighter weight classes for the Broncos. Brock Johnson, an 8th grader, 16-3 on the year for Kindred. The Vikings impressive last week in the dual tournament. Of course, the Broncos got the victory, but Kindred placing and wrestling well. Minutes 13 to go in the period. We're going to get a stalemate as Anderson and Johnson weren't able to make any progress. Now, no wrestlers on there yet as they'll wait for mat 1 to clear up. They'll have another presenting of the trophies for the place winners as Anderson gets up and gets an escape. His lead at 5-2. Coming in to shoot is Johnson. And he's going to walk Anderson back. They're able to stay. 47 seconds left in the second period. Both wrestlers kind of dropping levels, taking a look at each other. Anderson comes to shoot. Brock Johnson will step back. Now Johnson shoots out of his ankles. Now looks for the crossface to try to get free and come around. And we'll get a stalemate, and they'll be back on their feet for the final 16 seconds of the second period. Ten seconds ago in the first period, championship at 120 pounds. Team score right now, 224.5, Southborder, Lisbon 219. And the period will end, Anderson leading 4-2. Anderson shoots, big step back for Johnson. Both wrestlers been a little bit tentative here to start the final period. Anderson comes to shoot, sprawling out with the leg of Johnson, and then we'll let him go as it wasn't the approach he was looking for on that. Minute 20 to go in this match here in the third period. Anderson comes to shoot on the single leg. Comes around, gets a takedown. 6-2 his lead. So Anderson has a 4-point advantage. His team now trying to make up some points as they have fallen into second. As standing up is Johnson. Anderson will grab his legs, gets him down onto his base is Brock Johnson from Kindred. Less than a minute to go in the third period now. Anderson looking for a pinning combination. Has control of the wrist of get his hands free. Out and riding with him is Noah Anderson. 30 seconds now left to go in the final period. Anderson looks at a cradle. Now we'll put his stomach or his arm across the stomach of Johnson. Anderson in good position right now to be the champion at 120 pounds and going to make up some points for his team. We'll get a restart here with 13 seconds left to go. Anderson will be on top for this final 13 seconds. Immediately goes to break down Johnson. And this one will be final in 2-1, and it's Noah Anderson, the champion at 120. Brock Johnson from Kindred will be the runners-up, and that'll be some much-needed team points for the Lisbon Broncos. So we're going to have a break here before we move on to our next weight class. We'll step aside. We'll come back with more on YourLiveEvent.com.
Abuse can affect anyone, and each person's experience is different. Abuse is about power and control, and it is not always black and blue. A loving relationship should not be threatening, accusing, isolating, or include violence of any kind. The Abuse Resource Network provides services to start living the life you deserve. For more information, visit abuseresourcenetwork.org.
Growers, here at Chad's Excavating out of Mayville, we are your water management contractors. We can help you with tile drainage plans, surface drainage plans, or both. Remember, water management is a lifetime investment. Call Chad at 701-430-0182 to get your water problems solved. That's Chad's Excavating out of Mayville. 701-430-0182, helping farmers grow.
And we are back on YourLiveEvent.com. We'll have the championship match at 126 pounds on mat number 1. Griffin Greenlee against Tristan Lepp from South Border. Mat number 2 will be the third place match. There was a medical forfeit. 126-pound third place match. It'll be Riker Vetter from South Border against St. Allender from Oaks.
Wrestling in the championship at 126 pounds from Lisbon, Griffin Greenlee.
And already underway on mat number 1, Greenlee and Tristan Lepp.
Yeah, if you're looking for a team point race right now, this is a key matchup here at 126, and then I believe the other one to be 195.
Yeah, Greenlee 10-2 on the season, came into today wrestling 10 total matches on the year. An injury kind of sidelined his season, but ready to go. And Tristan Lepp, 21-7, has been wrestling all year. So a good matchup between these two. They usually get a chance. They meet regular season. They meet at East-West, and these two would have met last week, but seen each other for the first time.
You know, this would be good kind of gauge for Griffin Greenlee to see where he's at here after that long layoff, taking on a quality opponent like Tristan Lepp, state-ranked wrestler.
And Greenlee, of course, already both these wrestlers already know that they're going on to the state tournament. And I think similar styles. I think both of these guys like to wrestle kind of loose.
Yeah, I expect to see some scrambles here. Once, like you're talking about, once they loosen up here a little bit and let things start flying, it's going to be who comes out on top of these scrambles.
And they're going to tie up here with 30 seconds left to go. And neither one really given on what the next move is. You see Greenlee reaching out for the leg of Tristan Lepp.
Yeah, Greenlee just working a Russian tie on Lepp. Lepp's, Just trying to defend, now pushes Greenlee away.
17 seconds left to go in the first period. And Lepp comes to shoot, had some distance. Greenlee some time to respond. He'll go to shoot, and both wrestlers dropping levels at the same time. Will return to the center of the mat with 7 seconds to go. And this first period ends will be scoreless between Greenlee from Lisbon, Lepp from Southport. Waitson trying to come around. He'll grab onto the ankle. And now trying to go on a crossface. Will trying to clear the hand around. He's going to keep moving. Comes around. Waitson showing some patience and then freeing himself up for the takedown. His lead at 6-2. Esslinger trying to sit out, and Waitson just trying to ride out here on top to set up a pinning combination. 45 seconds left to go in the second period. Championship at 132 pounds. Cash Waitson from Lisbon. Daxton Enslinger from Napoleon Gackle Streeter. The Broncos right now in second team point-wise behind the South Border Mustangs. And the wrestlers will come out of bounds here. 22 seconds left in the second period.
Now Waitson tried to hammerlock on Esslinger. Esslinger able to escape out of bounds for this restart.
And right off the whistle, Esslinger rolls through, gets away, has an escape, makes it 6-3. And just came in and dropped his shoulder and rolled himself through to get away. So a quick escape. Esslinger will cut his deficit down to 3 as the closing seconds come our way and the second period ends. Cash Waitson from Lisbon 6. Daxton Enslinger from Napoleon Gackle Streeter 3. And Waitson will be on top to begin the third period. Enslinger came out with the same thing in mind and on that reset when he got that escape. And Waitson this time was ready for it as he tucks the wrists inside here and starts walking Daxton Enslinger towards the center of the mat.
That was a nice sit out by Esslinger, just not as much speed and velocity on it as they in that previous period.
Feet. Nelson with a 3-0 advantage.
And Mengi has Allender back down to his backside. Allender's trying to get hips up, gets stood up. Mengi goes, doubles up here. Allender with the whizzer and now gets 2-point takedown. He's up 4-1 as time expires in the second period.
And a mat return from Nelson. Strike that a takedown from Nelson. Will make it 5-0. Minute 6 seconds left to go in the second period. Championship at 145 pounds. And they'll come out of bounds for a restart. 57 seconds left to go.
Yeah, started this third period. And Tanner Mengi up 4-1 over Case Allender. 145-pound third place match. Allender currently on top, has a leg ride in on the far side.
.47 seconds left in the second period on the 145-pound championship. On mat number 1, it looks like Glazeman gets warned for stalling. And Nelson has the arm of Glazeman, is starting to get a turn, and they're going to start counting points on a near fall. Nelson with the arm bar is going to start getting a turn there of Glazeman. 10 seconds left.
And also working for a fall on mat number 2.
And Mike Nelson will get the pin. He will pin Carson Glazeman at 145 pounds to win the championship.
And Tanner Mengi has Case Allender over on his back. Her right shoulder up just a little bit. Referee, officials down there taking a look. He has 30 seconds to work the fall for the Kindred Vikings and take third place. Case Allender able to get belly down. It's a 9-1 lead for Tanner Mengi, 7th grader from Kindred. Yeah, Allender able to steal one from him in that first round. Case Allender seeded 5 in the tournament. Tanner Mengi seeded 4. And that'll do it on mat number 2. Your winner by major decision, Tanner Mengi from the Kindred Vikings over Case Allender. Major decision 9-1.
We'll take a quick break. We'll be back with more coverage of the Region 1 Wrestling Tournament on YourLiveEvent.com.
Integrity. At Bank North, we've remained true to these values for generations. They shape the way we do business, work with customers, and support our communities. We've been here for more than a century, helping people grow farms and businesses, finance homes, and pursue their dreams. It's values-based banking, and it's all about working together to strengthen the common threads that bind us together. Bank North, always true.
Emery Vistos Implement has been family owned and operated since 1935. Located in Oaks, North Dakota, they sell CarQuest automotive parts and numerous lines of agriculture parts from edible bean equipment.
And our next round's underway, 152-pound championship and third place match for the championship. Marshall Lindgren from South Border undefeated on the season against Blaze Ranke from Lisbon.
Yeah, mat number 2, Cale Hebel, Lemoore Litchfield Marion, sophomore 18-10, wrestling Greg Fuhrer, Ellendale Jacombe, sophomore 18-10. Evenly matched. Hebel up over the top has a 2-point lead, 2-0. Maybe we'll get a stalemate call with Hebel on top here in this restart. And Fuhrer's going to sit through. Hebel has a leg right in, goes over the top, kind of chin whips. Fuhrer down to the mat. It's going to work for near fall as the period draws to a close with 8 seconds left.
And Lindgren and Ranke, neither one is really committed too much to a move here through the first minute of the 152-pound championship. Just a lot of tie-ups around the center of the mat.
Started the second period. It's a 5-0 lead for Cale Hebel. A couple of sophomores battling it out. Hebel goes elbow pass, picks up a 2-point takedown. He's up 7-0.
And coming in to shoot was Ranke, and sprawling out is Lindgren. They're going to call a stalemate. 36 seconds left in the first period.
And Cale Hebel, your winner by fall over Greg Fuhrer, takes third place at 152 pounds.
Final 30 seconds of the first period, still no score. And the championship against Lepp and Greenlee, it was a 1-0 decision. And this one kind of looking at that pace right now with 15 seconds left to wrestle in the first period. And Lindgren has that hand wrapped up. Brent, we saw last week, maybe not as sharp, not as aggressive off the gate with that. Today, he's looked like he hasn't skipped a beat. Maybe he's figured out a little bit more how to wrestle with that.
Yeah, maybe he's got a little more ability to grip. Maybe they taped it a little bit different.
Second period, we'll have Blaze Ranke be on the bottom, Marshall Lindgren on top. Ranke gets to his feet, gets away, gets an escape, and scores first. 1-0 to lead. 7 seconds here into the second period. And Lindgren hasn't lost all season, 34-0. Blaze Ranke 30-4. Minute and a half to go in the second period. Ranke went in to make a move. Lindgren comes down and will kind of come around the front and has control of the arm. Ranke and Lindgren will be called on the stalemate.
Yeah, Ranke shot in for that double. Lindgren just came hard with those hips over the top.
Minute 10 to go in the second period. And Lindgren comes in for the double leg. Ranke had control of the upper body, and Lindgren was just able to get himself free. He moved quick.
Yeah, like a cat out there. Lindgren able to get back up to his feet. Got those hips squared up.
Lindgren comes to shoot again. across the front was Ranky. Lindgren able to get himself free yet again as we're into the final 45 seconds. 1-0, Blaze Ranky with the lead here in the championship of 152 pounds.
One thing I think that hand does or takes away from Marshall Lindgren is he has a great elbow pass that he'd been using up until last week with great effectiveness.
20 seconds left to go. Lindgren comes to shoot. And Ranky kind of dropping him down to the mat, looking for a moment to strike and turn him over. Instead, they'll get a stalemate. This period, Ranky got the escape early, but you're kind of seeing a change to his approach. He's letting Lindgren make the first move, make the first step, and he's just being very reactive to it. Purposefully.
Trying to counter.
Yeah. As he tries again to come around and runs out of time, that was the best look that Ranky had on that. Kind of came down with the heavy hands when he went to shoot and try to walk him around as the period ends. This time Marshall Lindgren will be down. Blaze Ranky will be on top. 1-0 the lead for Ranky. Championship at 152 pounds. Lindgren comes to his feet. Ranky will lose one hand, will lose the other. We're tied at 1.
Yeah, Lindgren's so quick and powerful, able to stand up there within the first 10 seconds and score an escape.
Minute 45. Really, this has been cut to a minute 45 long match now with a 1-1 score. And Lindgren tries to shoot on Ranky. Ranky will fight this one off. He'll come to shoot on the single leg. This time Lindgren will come around the front. We've seen a handful of stalemates called between these two.
Yeah, and referees, you get into these regional state competitions, they call these stalemates a little bit quicker than what you'd see during the regular season.
Minute 10 seconds left, final period. Marshall Lindgren from South Border 1. Blaze Ranky from Lisbon 1. Championship at 152 pounds. The only mat that's going here in the gym right now at Oaks.
Yeah, one thing, maybe we haven't seen as much as somebody push Marshall Lindgren, so we'll see with this tied up 1-1, kind of how he reacts here going into this late third period.
Lindgren tried to get control of the head of Ranky, comes in to shoot. Ranky tried to reach for the leg, and now with the underhooks control of the upper body is Lindgren. Lindgren very aware of how much time is left in this, and he's just waiting to kind of shift the weight of Ranky and get his move. Ranky able to get himself away here. 20 seconds now to go, 1-1 the score.
Yeah, Ranky now warned with stalling on that shot by Lindgren. Lindgren hits an arm drag. Ranky goes high crotch.
Ranky now getting both legs of Lindgren down. 10 seconds left. If Ranky can come around, he'll get a takedown. He'll come out. Oh! He will not give him the takedown. And you can hear the Lisbon fans that were inches away from a takedown, which should put Blaze Ranky up 3-1. And we'll be tied going into sudden victory. 1-1 the score, sudden victory overtime.
Yeah, this one going into sudden victory.
Lindgren looking for a throw, and nice job by Ranky to drop levels along with Lindgren, take away any sort of attack he has.
Yeah, referees right away into the sudden victory overtime. No rest for either wrestler.
37 seconds left. Lindgren comes to shoot. Both wrestlers tied up. And Lindgren tries to reach it on the leg, and Ranky drops levels. Ranky comes around, gets the takedown and the win. Sudden victory overtime. Blaze Ranky defeats Marshall Lindgren 3-1, and Lindgren suffers his first loss of the year.
I'm going to kind of equate that yesterday. I think Grace All for the Lisbon Broncos. He came up with a big win for her region championship at 145 pounds. Beat previously undefeated ranked wrestler from Northern Cass.
And a nice win for Blaze Ranky, and we're going to take a quick break. We'll come back with more on YourLiveEvent.com.
Washers. Plus, you'll have to stop by and check out their Ariat clothing selection at Emery Vistos Implement. Anything you need is under one roof. Stop in just south of Oaks on Highway 1 or go online to VistoImplement.com. That's VistoImplement.com.
Growers, here at Chad's
Back on your liveevent.com and on to the 170-pound matchup between Bowden Greenlee and Jace Nitschke. And then we have the 160-pound third place match going on.
That match, was it between Hebel? 160 for that championship.
Okay, so yeah, that was I know that we did have that forfeit. Yeah,
Yep.
we did have a medical forfeit for the championship at 170, so we won't wrestle that quite yet. It will be the third place match at 160.
Yeah, the third place match for 160 pounds was Cole Stock for South Border. Sophomore, 27-11 record, wrestling Noah Alderman from Lytton HMB, a junior, at 18-23.
Caruth will finish second, and it will be Hebel who will win the championship. Yeah, medical forfeit. I think we've had 3 of them now here in this round.
And Alderman double underhooks on Stock, going to run him out of bounds. And Alderman, the number 6 seeded wrestler in this weight bracket at 160. He defeated the number 5 wrestler from EEK, Thorpe. Or excuse me, no, it was Tate Thorpe from Oaks. Defeated him by pin, consolation semifinals. And Cole Stock defeated Eli Lyons by decision 11-5. So these two wrestles are start this second period scoreless.
Team point update, Lisbon 240, South Border 236.5. So some of those key head-to-head matchups went in favor of the Broncos.
Noah Alderson putting together a great region tournament, goes into this second period scoreless with Cole Stock. Scott's going to drag his feet. Alderson able to get out of bounds. A minute 39 to go in the second period.
Again, no championship at 160 to be wrestled because of a medical forfeit. They are keeping both mats at the same weight classes, so won't move ahead with the 170-pound championship.
And Cole Stock will secure this takedown. He kind of tippy-toe right on that black out of bounds line. He goes up 2-0. And Alderman limping back to the center of the mat.
He looks like Stock might be a size 12 shoe, and I think he needed every bit of that size 12.
That's right. Yeah, they used to have big feet sometimes. Yeah, Stock now picking up 2 near fall. It has this leg turked underneath of Alderman. Now we're going to turk him back over again for additional near fall. Still has this leg turk. No points awarded yet by the official. Official awards that 3 points, a 5-0 lead for Cole Stock. Alderman back up on a foot hopping. He gets out of bounds for a restart back in the center of the mat. And Stock goes chop and purchase into this chicken wing. And tried to roll through on it, get a tilt. Time runs out on the clock. You go into the third period with a 5-0 lead for Cole Stock. He's going to choose the top position. Alderman still within striking position, just down 5-0. 2-point reversal and near fall could tie it up. Now Stock has Alderman turked over. They try to press this and get the foul and pick up some bonus points for the South Border Mustangs, and he'll do that. So Cole Stock Hey, getting the work done for the South Border Mustangs at 160 pounds, winner by fall, and takes third place.
So we'll move on to 170. We'll keep it right here as Bowden Greenlee from Lisbon will take on Jay Snitschke from South Porter. And then third place match, Josh Meal from Oaks against Landon Schumacher from Linton. Bowden Greenlee, an undefeated season, 38-0. Jay Snitschke, 26-7. And Greenlee, again, will wrestle next year at North Dakota State.
Your runner-up from South Border, Marshall Lindgren. And your champion at 152 pounds from Lisbon, Blaze Reinke.
So here we go, 170-pound round here in the championship third place round underway.
And mat 2 between Meal and Schumacher. The first 10 seconds, wrestlers in the center of the mat, just doing some hand fighting and working collar ties back and forth.
And in the championship, Bowden Greenlee of Lisbon will be taking on Jay Snitschke of South Border.
2-0 the lead for Bowden Greenlee. Gets an early takedown. Be an alternate start, adding that restart. Nitschke will be cut loose, and that will make it 2-1. And going for the firemen's was Nitschke. Greenlee able to muscle his way through it, gets himself behind. Nitschke gets some elevation and gets him down to make a 4-1 lead.
End of the first period, we're scoreless between Schumacher and Meal. Looks like it's Meal's choice. He chooses bottom to start this second period. They're both wrestlers returning state place winners.
Trying to get to his feet is Nitschke. And Greenlee trying to get a mat return will get a stop for potentially dangerous with 47 seconds left in the first period. Alternate start again, and Greenlee will cut loose Nitschke, and it will be 4-2. And the single leg for Greenlee. Driving in on Nitschke. And comes around for the takedown.
And Meal hit a roll through, kind of Granby roll through, gets on top of Schumacher, works head and arm. Now Schumacher rolls Meal through. A big scramble. They do have some points coming. We'll see how this sorts out. 2 near fall for green, 2 reversal, and 2 near fall for red.
And Greenlee on a mat return to Nitschke. 6-2 the lead in the first period will end.
So right now the official score is 4-4 on mat number 2 with 45 seconds to go in the second period. And currently Landon Schumacher is in the top position. Meal tripoded up.
Greenlee bottom position to start the second period, comes up to his feet, trying to free the hands of Nitschke, comes around, gets a point, and goes right at a single leg. Now trying to switch into a double against Nitschke, has Nitschke down to the mat, 9-2, Greenlee's lead.
We got a restart back in the center of the mat with 30 seconds to go in the second period. Still tied up 4-4 between Schumacher and Meal. And Schumacher has an armbar hooked up on Josh Meal. Going to run this around. And Meal just trying to counter out, keep those hips turned.
Greenlee's lead at 9-3, about to get another takedown here to make it 11-3, and we'll let Nitschke go as it's 11-3 the score.
Landon,
11-4.
Yeah, Landon Schumacher, he wins by fall. Able to get those shoulders of Meal turned. 2 seconds left in the second period. Schumacher, your winner here, takes third place, 182 pounds.
Another takedown for Bowden Greenlee, 13-4, his lead. Less than a minute to go in the second period. Championship at 170 pounds. And Greenlee will let Nitschke go on the start on the reset and will come right in for a fireman. Will switch to a double and has Nitschke down. (15-5) the score. Championship at 170. 37 seconds to go in the second period. (17 seconds now to go, and Greenlee takes a look at the clock, and I think he is setting up to let Nitschke go and kind of let Nitschke to lighten up a little bit and then right back on the attack. As now Nitschke up to his feet. Greenlee looking for a mat return. Keeps him back down to the mat as the second period ends. 15-5, Greenlee leads Nitschke. Third period, Greenlee will be in the bottom position for Jay Snitschke. And Greenlee gets an escape, 16-5 his lead. And Greenlee comes around, another takedown, 18-5. And will allow Nitschke to his feet, 18-6. Greenlee with the snap down of Nitschke, works his way around. We'll get two more. That is 20-6. And the release of Nitschke, 20-7. Minute 17 to go. Third period. Takedown for Greenlee, and that will be the tech fall. Greenlee wins 22-7. Some bonus points for his team and a championship at 170 for Bowdoin Greenlee. Some more points coming for the Lisbon Broncos. We're going to take a break here, and we'll get you set for 182 pounds next on YourLiveEvent.com.
We are your water management contractors. We can help you with tile drainage plans, surface drainage plans, or both. Remember, water management is a lifetime investment. Call Chad at 701-430-0182 to get your water problem solved. That's Chad's Excavating out of Mayville. 701-430-0182, helping farmers grow.
The American farmer has been adapting to challenges in the field for generations. Columbia Grain and Agronomy is here to help on every acre with the highest quality products and expert local service. Contact the Agronomy Centers in Climax at 218-857-2165 or our Villa at 701-343-6273. Columbia Grain and Agronomy, committed to cultivating growth through a diverse mix of products and expert knowledge. Contact them today and make the most of every acre. Call Climax at 218-857-2165 or our Villa at 701-343-6273.
And 182 pounds already underway. Championship on mat number one. Ivan Caruth, 4-0 lead against Levi Svem. Got an early takedown and then immediately into back points, countering a move from Levi Svem for the championship at 182.
Yeah, mat number two, 182. Herman Kalk for South Border. Senior 21-15. Wrestling Brock Wendell from Lower Mitchell and senior 27-11 record. That's scoreless in the first period as time winds down. 10 seconds remaining.
And Caruth just on top of Svem right now. Caruth 30-5 on the year. Svem 31-5. A freshman versus a senior.
Moving into the second period on mat number two. Brock Wendell chooses the bottom position to start the second. They're scoreless on mat two.
Caruth the number 1 seed. Svem the number 2 seed. Team points right now, Lisbon 249.5, South Border 240.5. 17 seconds left in the first period, and Svem just trying to hold the defense here on the bottom against Ivan Caruth, down 4-0. And down to the final 7 seconds, and Svem takes a look at time. We'll get to his base. Caruth trying to turn him over, and Svem avoiding some late back points as the first period ends. Caruth 4, Svem 0, championship at 182.
Yeah, Herman Kalk will pick up 2 near fall. And has a screwdriver locked up on Wendell. Wendell rolls through, gets belly down, back to base. And we do have a Bank North timeout here on mat number 2 with some blood time.
Caruth, bottom position to begin the period, leading 4-0. Will turn right around on Svem. Hasn't been given a point for an escape quite yet, as he's looking to get a throw on Svem. Svem, a good mat return, had Caruth on the side, and Caruth able to belly out to avoid back points. For 4-0, Ivan Caruth from Ellendale Edgeley Cullum leading Levi Svem. Caruth tried to snap up, and Svem able to control the arms. It's like everything that Svem has thrown at Caruth, he's had an answer for here on the bottom as they'll roll through. And Svem trying to get a turn on Caruth, had it for a second, and Caruth comes out, and Caruth in a position to potentially get 2 for a reversal, and he'll get it to lead 6-0.
We're back to wrestling on mat number 2. It's a 2-0 lead for Herman Kalk from South Border. Going up against Brock Wendell. Has Wendell locked up in a cradle. And Kalk now goes, head in the hole. Is going to try to tilt Wendell over. Wendell's trying to counter. And Kalk's going to hold in there. He did pick up a count here with 30 seconds to go in the second period, but no near fall. So it's still a 2-0 lead for Herman Kalk over Brock Wendell.
25 seconds to go in the second period on mat number 1. Caruth 6, Svem 0, championship at 182. Final 10 seconds. And the period will end. And I believe it's Svem. Yeah, Svem will be down to begin this final 2 minutes, trailing 6-0. He'll be bottom position, and I think we'll have a caution on Caruth, as right off the whistle he starts a turn on Svem. Svem trying to get back to his base and comes around trying to get a reversal and a whistle. And that will end the period. So it was the end of the period after a restart, and now we'll start the third period, and it will be neutral position to begin the final 2 minutes.
It is a 2-0 lead for Herman Kalk. He's currently in the bottom position. Now stands up on mat number 2 in the third period. Wendell's trying to run him out of bounds. Kalk gets up 1 point escape. It's a 3-0 lead now for Herman Kalk at 1:40 to go in the third period.
Minute and a half to go in the third period on mat number 1, championship at 182. Ivan Caruth from EEK 6, Levi Svem from Lisbon 0. And they're both wrestlers out of bounds. A restart at neutral position.
And mat number 2, third period. And coming up on a minute mark remaining. Wendell and Kalk still a 3-0 lead for Herman Kalk. The wrestlers go back to the center of the mat.
And we'll have a stalemate on mat number 1, 1:03 to go. Point was awarded to Levi Svem. He trails 6-1 as Caruth comes in looking for a fireman. And Svem trying to get a turn on Caruth. We'll have 2 on a takedown, and didn't hold him long enough to get 2 on the near fall, as Svem now gets Caruth on his back again. Svem will get the win. Levi Svem, the champion at 182, a come from behind win for the Broncos.
Working for a fall. Brock Wendell now has Herman Kalk on his back, edge of the mat. It's a 2-3 score. So Brock Wendell, we come from behind win here, and he'll do it. He has near fall coming. As time winds down, he picks up 3 near falls, so he'll win this one 5-3. and pick up third place for Lemoore Litchfield Marion.
Exciting matches both there at 182 pounds as we get set for 195 pounds. Continuing on with our coverage here of the Region 1 Wrestling Tournament in Oaks. Broncos picking up some big team points to get in front of the South Border Mustangs.
Yeah, Bronco senior wrestlers coming through and kind of flexing their muscle a little bit here.
And going through wrestlers on the podium here right now is our 195-pound competitors are ready to go. Gabe Lyons from Lisbon, Daniel Schumacher from South Border, while on mat 2, Rodney Wolf from Kindred against Brady Lettenmeyer from Lemoore Litchfield Marion, get up to 195 pounds. Exciting matchup between these South Border Mustangs and Lisbon Broncos, and it's carried over here today in this Region 1 individual tournament is already underway now. Lyons and Schumacher.
Yeah, Mat 2, Rodney Wolf for Kindred Vikings, sophomore, 20-13 record. Wrestling Brady Lettenmeyer, senior from Lemoore Litchfield Marion, a 15-13 record. And Lettenmeyer returning state place winner for Lemoore.
And it's just been both wrestlers fighting for some hand fighting, some wrist control. And Lyons has kind of been reactive on Schumacher intentionally, as Daniel Schumacher has kind of been the first to try to make moves.
You got a scramble. Wrestlers go out of bounds with Rodney Wolf on the attack on mat number 2. Lettenmeyer fortunate enough to get out of that. They're down to 35 seconds to go in this first period. Rodney Wolf with the leg attack here on mat number 2. Has it locked up, head to the inside, good position. Lettenmeyer goes whizzer on Wolf.
And coming in to shoot was Lyons, sprawling out Schumacher. Lyons will come back to his feet, tied up with Schumacher. They're going to release. 30 seconds left in the first period. Now over here at mat number 1. Broncos leading team points, 249.5 to South Border's 240. And they'll come out of bounds.
Yeah, start of the second period. We're scoreless on mat number 2, 195-pound third place match between Wolf and Lettenmeyer. Both wrestlers locked up center of the mat here this first 10 seconds.
Caution to Schumacher on mat number 1 as he went a little early before the whistle on the restart.
Oh, Lettenmeyer, 2-point takedown. He's up 2-0 on Wolf.
And the first period will end on mat number 1. Lyons and Schumacher scoreless in the 195-pound championship.
Rodney Wolf able to get those hips cleared. Has Lettenmeyer in trouble on his hip, trying to get at least a reversal out of this. He will get that. Has a head and arm on Brady Lettenmeyer. Working for the fall. Rodney Wolf, and he's going to get it for the Kindred Vikings. Your third place winner is a sophomore. He wins by fall, takes third place at 195.
Gabe Lyons will get to his feet, and we'll get an escape to begin the third period, second period leads 1-0 against Daniel Schumacher. Again, this is the championship for 195 pounds. Both wrestlers just kind of tied up with wrist, dropping levels. Schumacher, he'll pop right up and will grab a wrist of Lyons. Lyons will come towards the shoulder. Lyons comes in to shoot, and controlling the front is Schumacher. Has an arm and a wrist, and the underhook, and we'll get a stalemate. They'll get back to their feet. After this, we'll be down to our final 2 weight classes. Inside of a minute to go in the second period. Again, Gabe Lyons leading 1-0. against Daniel Schumacher. And Lions coming in to shoot Schumacher against sprawling out. I have a feeling we'll get a stalemate on this because seen quite a few of them here so far in this match, and now we're going to get some movement going. As going for a throw was Schumacher. He felt the pressure of Lions coming towards him and just couldn't hang on to the grip. So Lions gets a little bit of a break with 25 seconds left in the second period. And Schumacher comes to shoot on the double leg. And Lions stands him up, and Schumacher will go a little bit higher. Now they'll release. 10 seconds left to go. Schumacher coming right at Lions. The wrestlers managed to stay in bounds. As the second period ends, it'll be 1-0. Gabe Lions will lead going into the final period. Third period begins. Lions will be in the top position. Schumacher stands up. Lions will grab the leg and will drop Schumacher down. And another good head-to-head matchup between the Broncos and the Mustangs. Teams jockeying for a top spot here in the region as an escape for Schumacher. That will tie the matchup at 1 with 1:25 to go in the final period. And a takedown for Schumacher. He let Lions make the first move and use his own momentum against him. Kind of slid him through and then went right back behind him. 3-1 the lead for Schumacher. Lions will get away, makes it 3-2. A minute left to go in the third period. Championship at 195. Lions down by a point. Kind of snapped down a little bit there on Schumacher, and Schumacher able to come back up. 35 seconds to go in the final period. Lions needs 1 point to hang on, and they're going to warn Schumacher on the stalling with 20 seconds left to wrestle. And Lions lost control of Schumacher, and Schumacher jumped on top, but the official stopped it. And I'm wondering if Schumacher's hand or finger came towards the eye of Lions. That's why there's a Bank North timeout taken here in the match by the official. Yeah, the face of Lions was facing the other direction from where we're broadcasting from, so we couldn't get a line of sight on what happened, but the official instantly kind of just stopping that match. About 50 seconds left on that injury time right now for Gabe Lions. You know, with the wrestling beginning on Thursday at the state tournament, you don't want to take too many, want to push it a little too hard here in this region tournament. We know that Gabe Lions is a qualifier onto state. So we'll see what decisions they're going to make here in this next 20 seconds. So yeah, the Coach Lucina, training staff still tending to Gabe Lions right now down on the mat. Let us step aside. We're going to take a break. And we got more coming up next on YourLiveEvent.com.
Born and raised in Minnesota, and I'm a project director at Enbridge. Enbridge is more than a pipeline company. It's a company participating in renewable energy projects in Minnesota and abroad, and I'm really proud to be working here.
We believe a cleaner energy future is achievable. For over 20 years, we've been early adopters of renewable energy, and we're proudly committed to net zero emissions by 2050. To hear more from Jared, visit enbridge.com/Jared. That's JERRID.
It's time to take down planting with Green Iron Equipment. Our sales team will match you up with the best machinery for an undefeated season. Our service department will help you escape any setbacks or downtime. We've got all the right parts to beat the competition. Use Green Iron Equipment to help pin down your data in the John Deere Operations Center. Good luck to all teams from Green Iron Equipment.
Have you adjusted your crop insurance policy to reflect the increase in commodity prices and input costs? Hi, this is Bethany Rentz, crop insurance agent with Irie Insurance. We want to partner with you to provide you a comprehensive policy structure to protect your farm's revenue and preserve your equity. Give us a call today to set up a time to meet with an Irie Insurance agent prior to March 15th. For contact information, please visit our website at irieins.com.
You're protected and appreciated at Irie.
Irie Insurance is an equal opportunity provider.
This is Chris from RDK Enterprises, your local precision planting dealer. We are less than 90 days until spring planting. 90 days. Are you ready? Is your maintenance plan in place? Do you have parts on hand? Are any upgrade options decided on and purchased? We can help. Spring will be here before you know it, and we will help you meet the challenge. Contact RDK Enterprises at planterdoc.com. That's planterdoc.com.
Abuse can affect anyone, and each person's experience is different. Abuse is about power and control, and it is not always black and blue. A loving relationship should not be threatening, accusing, isolating, or include violence of any kind. The Abuse Resource Network provides services to start living the life you deserve. For more information, visit abuseresourcenetwork.org.
Growers, here at Chad's Excavating out of Mayville, we are your water management contractors. We can help you with tile drainage plans, surface drainage plans, or both. Remember, water management is a lifetime investment. Call Chad at 701-430-0182 to get your water problems solved. That's Chad's Excavating out of Mayville. 701-430-0182, helping farmers grow.
Take a good look at Hillsborough. You probably know that the people are friendly, and you know about the quality of healthcare available at Sanford Medical Center. Maybe you've been to the Hillsborough Sports Complex to cheer on the Burros. Look at the businesses on Hillsborough's Main Street. The Hillsborough Economic Development Corporation provides financial help to local child care providers, and they're interested in supporting local businesses. For more information, contact the Hillsborough Economic Development Corporation at growhillsboroughnd.com.
Wallach Johnson Insurance is your friendly neighborhood team of qualified insurance professionals celebrating over 40 years of service. As an experienced independent insurance agency, they have access to highly rated insurance companies and can shop around to find you an affordable solution for farm, crop, business, home, and auto insurance. Visit them at one of their locations in Lisbon, Gwinner, or Rutland and get a free quote started today. For more information, go to nd-insure.com.
So we're back here at Oaks at 195. Gabe Lyons will not finish the match. He was taken off with the trainer and the coach. So Daniel Schumacher will get the championship at 195. Gabe Lyons will finish second, hoping that Gabe Lyons was all right. He didn't. He was able with the training staff to get up and walk off the mat. So kind of eliminates a lot of scare in that situation. But again, not able to finish that match as we're getting ready to move on here to 220 pounds. And they're ready to go here for the third place in 220-pound matchup in the championship. Shane Nitschke, the sophomore from South Border, against Noah Klusman from Allendale Edgerly Cullum.
And third place match on mat number 2 is Sage Gushus, Drew Anderson. And Drew Anderson from Lisbon. They're working a collar tie right now on Gushus.
For the championship, Shane Nitschke from South Border will be taking on Noah Klusman from Allendale Edgerly Cullum.
And it's a takedown for Nitschke and a 2-0 lead. Nitschke, the sophomore, spent a lot of last year at the heavyweight weight class. As sliding himself through is Klusman and comes around for a reversal and tied at 2.
Yeah, Gushus locks up, has a headlock on Drew Anderson, working for the fall for Lamore Lobos. That thing's tight. Down to 5 seconds to go for Drew Anderson to fight off his back. And time will run out. Oh, there was 0 on the clock, but
2-2 the score on mat number 1, the championship here at 220 pounds.
yeah, time was out on the clock, but the referees are going to let that one go.
Klusman was trying to get a turn on Nitschke and lost his grip. Nitschke slid himself through to take a 4-2 lead with 30 seconds left to go in the first period. Again, that is the championship at 220 pounds. Region 1 wrestling coverage here on YourLiveEvent.com. We'll have coverage of the state wrestling tournament that will begin Thursday. Individual Thursday, Friday, dual championship on Saturday. We'll have coverage of all the way through Class A and Class B of the individual, and then dual tournament. We'll have streams for the Broncos and then for the Central Cast boys and girls. Second year of a sanctioned girls state wrestling tournament. With this year, regions, individuals having to qualify this year, dual team now for the girls. So a lot of changes made in the last 12 months since we last had our state wrestling tournament. Second period begins. Shane Nitschke, who leads 4-2, will be in the bottom position. When you think about how impressive the year was last year for Nitschke as a freshman wrestling heavyweight. This year comes wrestles at 220, a 29-2 season. Noah Klusman, a 29-7 season. Minute 20 now to go in the second period. Nitschke to his feet and a reversal and puts Klusman on his back, gets the pin. Shane Nitschke, a reversal right into a pin, and Shane Nitschke, the champion at 220 here in Region 1. We'll take a break. Back with more on YourLiveEvent.com.
The Lisbon Bronco Athletic Boosters is a group of parents, coaches, and community members whose mission is to enrich the Lisbon High School athletic community by providing financial support for Lisbon High School athletic programs and events. If you are interested in getting involved, they invite you to join the Bronco Athletic Booster Group on Facebook to learn more. The Lisbon Athletic Boosters send a good luck wish to all athletes competing today.
Honesty, loyalty, integrity. At Bank North, we've remained true to these values for generations. They shape the way we do business, work with customers, and support our communities. We've been here for more than a century, helping people grow farms and businesses, finance homes, and pursue their dreams. It's values-based banking, and it's all about working together to strengthen the common threads that bind us together. Bank North, always true.
And we are back here. Heavyweights now, our final weight class in the Region 1 tournament. Grant Lyons from Lisbon wrestling against Jaden Hinkle from Oaks for the championship on mat 1.
Yeah, mat number 2, The third place match is Aaron Hoffwald, HMB senior, 24-11, wrestling Joshua Hayes from South Border junior, 10-13. Oh, Hayes in Hoffwald, locked up in a headlock. They got a scramble on the edge of the mat. It's a 2-point takedown for Hoffwald from Lytton HMB.
Over on mat number 1, it is 2-0 Lions and a restart as he's got an arm and the head of Hinkle right now, trying to turn him. Lions had him turned and able to belly in was Hinkle, but 2 on an ear fall will make it 4-0 Lions lead.
The final 15 seconds of the first period, Aaron Hoffwald has a 2-0 lead over Joshua Hayes from South Border. Hoffwald working on top and trying to pick up that far ankle.
One minute left to go in the first period here in the heavyweight championship. And Lions starting to get a turn against Jaden Hinkle. .35 seconds left to go.
Here we are in the second period with Haas and Hoffwald from HMB. They're going in the neutral position. They're locked up in that headlock position now. Hoffwald takes Joshua Hayes down to his back. He has 2-point takedown and now working for the pin. And Hoffwald runs around the top of the head.
Lions looking for the pin on mat number 1. Has 9 seconds. Readjusts here against Jaden Hinkle.
A similar situation on mat number 2 with Hoffwald over the top, chest on chest, and they get back belly down for 3 near fall.
Lions will get 3 on the near fall, leads 7-0 going into the second period. And Lions will be in bottom position to begin period number 2 in the heavyweight championship.
And it is a 7-0 lead for Hoffwald from Lytton HMB in the second period with 45 seconds remaining.
And Lions gets a reversal and a pin, and Grant Lyons, the heavyweight champion here at Region 1 at 285 pounds.
And Hoffwald, your winner by fall on mat number 2. He takes third place at 285 pounds for Lytton HMB Lions.
So there we go. We'll take a break. We'll come back. We'll get you team points. Tell you more about how this Region 1 tournament shook up when we return on YourLiveEvent.com.
Emery Vistos Implement has been family owned and operated since 1935. Located in Oaks, North Dakota, they sell CarQuest automotive parts and numerous lines of agriculture parts, from edible bean equipment to air compressors and pressure washers. Plus, you'll have to stop by and check out their Ariat clothing selection at Emery Vistos Implement. Anything you need is under one roof. Stop in just south of Oaks on Highway 1 or go online to VistoImplement.com. That's VistoImplement.com.
Growers, here at Chad's Excavating out of Mayville, we are your water management contractors. We can help you with tile drainage plans, surface drainage plans, or both. Remember, water management is a lifetime investment. Call Chad at 701-430-0182 to get your water problems solved. That's Chad's Excavating out of Mayville. 701-430-0182, helping farmers grow.
The American farmer has been adapting to challenges in the field for generations. Columbia Grain and Agronomy is here to help on every acre with the highest quality products and expert local service. Contact the Agronomy Centers in Climax at 218-857-2165 or our villa at 701-343-6273. Columbia Grain and Agronomy, committed to cultivating growth through a diverse mix of products and expert knowledge. Contact them today and make the most of every acre. Call Climax at 218-857-2165 or our villa at 701-343-6273.
My name is Jared, born and raised in Minnesota, and I'm a project director at Enbridge. Enbridge is more than a pipeline company. It's a company participating in renewable energy projects in Minnesota and abroad, and I'm really proud to be working here.
We believe a cleaner energy future is achievable. For over 20 years, we've been early adopters of renewable energy, and we're proudly committed to net zero emissions by 2050. To hear more from Jared, visit enbridge.com/Jared. That's JERRID.
It's time to take down planting with Green Iron Equipment. Our sales team will match you up with the best machinery for an undefeated season. Our service department will help you escape any setbacks or downtime. We've got all the right parts to beat the competition. Use Green Iron Equipment to help pin down your data in the John Deere Operations Center. Good luck to all teams from Green Iron Equipment.
Have you adjusted your crop insurance policy to reflect the increase in commodity prices and input costs? Hi, this is Bethany Rentz, crop insurance agent with Irie Insurance. We want to partner with you to provide you a comprehensive policy structure to protect your farm's revenue and preserve your equity. Give us a call today to set up a time to meet with an Irie Insurance agent prior to March 15th. For contact information, please visit our website at irieins.com.
You're protected and appreciated at Irie.
Irie Insurance is an equal opportunity provider.
And welcome to our post-game show. Kevin McClary, one of the co-head coaches for the Broncos, with us. Coach, you guys get the Region 1 championship. You guys were really pushed by South Porter. You guys have been pushed by South Porter all year. This was a good showing for you guys here this Saturday.
Is there a question in there?
Yeah, that's the question. So yeah, South Porter gave you guys a really good test here today. What can you say about the Mustangs?
Oh, that's a deep team. Yeah, they went 14 for 14 on qualifiers today. That's hard to compete with. We ended up going 12 for 14, 10 in the finalist. It was a good day for us. But yeah, they run us right to the edge.
Let's look at 152 pounds. Blaze gets that win against Marshall Lindgren. Lindgren's been tough, undefeated all year. Blaze came out with the goal in mind, came right down to the wire. He put a heck of a performance for you guys at 150. What can you say about that match?
Blaze did a hell of a job with that match. He's been prepping up that one since the East-West. That one's been burning him up, so he was more than excited to get in and wrestle it.
Bowden has had an impressive career. Obviously, we talked at length today. He gets to go all three periods. He gets to test himself. He's done a good job finding ways to challenge himself against some of these opponents and make the most of those matches.
Yeah. Bowden's just enjoying the day. You kind of watch him wrestle, and there's nothing really seems to bother him. He just wants to go out and give it heck for 6 minutes and see what happens.
You guys get to add another championship here. State tournament begins on Thursday. What do the next few days look like for you guys?
Monday's back to kind of the regular grind. We're gonna we'll start talking over dual lineups for Saturday. Tuesday kind of a bit medium practice. Wednesday lighten down, and go time on Thursday.
All right, Coach. Well, congratulations here on a good performance in Oaks, and we'll be seeing a lot of you coming up here the next week.
All right, thanks, Joel.
All right, talking to Kevin McClary, co-head coach of the Lisbon Broncos. We got more coming your way next year on your live event.
This is Chris from RDK Enterprises, your local precision planting dealer. We are less than 90 days until spring planting. 90 days. Are you ready? Is your maintenance plan in place? Do you have parts on hand? Are any upgrade options decided on and purchased? We can help. Spring will be here before you know it, and we will help you meet the challenge. Contact RDK Enterprises at planterdoc.com. That's planterdoc.com.
And welcome back here to Oaks. They just officially announced the Region 1 Senior Athlete of the Year, and that's going to be Bowden Greenlee as he gets a big win here today as he's looking for another state championship. But he will be the Region 1 Senior Athlete of the Year as they announce that award. The Broncos, again, will win double region championships this year. They win the duals, they win the individuals, and they get ready to go on for the state wrestling tournament as they'll go right now and they'll get their plaque. Will the Lisbon Broncos. So the Broncos Region 1 champions again, and some celebration from the Broncos faithful, but they got their eyes set, they got their mind set on another opportunity to try to win another double state championship, and it will begin at the Fargo Dome coming up on Thursday. So we'll get a chance to talk to more members of this Broncos wrestling team. They're going to get their team picture first taken here, and then we'll get a chance. We're hoping to talk to Bowden Greenlee, the Region 1 Senior Athlete of the Year, and a chance to talk to Blaze Ranke as he was the Region 1 152-pound champion, hands Marshall Lindgren his first loss of the season. Our final team points-wise, as we'll take a look at that here, team point-wise will fall in favor of the Lisbon Broncos. South Border will be the runner-up here in this competition. Here in this Region 1 tournament. Actually, here we're going to take another break as the Broncos just about done with pictures, and we'll get you more coming up next on yourliveevent.com.
Abuse can affect anyone, and each person's experience is different. Abuse is about power and control, and it is not always black and blue. A loving relationship should not be threatening, accusing, isolating, or include violence of any kind. The Abuse Resource Network provides services to start living the life you deserve. For more information, visit abuseresourcenetwork.org.
Growers, here at Chad's Excavating out of Mayville, we are your water management contractors. We can help you with tile drainage plans, surface drainage plans, or both. Remember, water management is a lifetime investment. Call Chad at 701-430-0182 to get your water problem solved. That's Chad's Excavating out of Mayville. 701-430-0182, helping farmers grow.
And welcome back here as wrapping up our Region 1 coverage. Lisbon gets the win, 261.5 over South Border, 252.2. And then Lemoore Litchfield Marion will finish third. Oaks will finish 130.5 to finish in fourth place. And we'll get another interview here coming up. Blaze Ranke joining us here, winner at 152 pounds. Congratulations on winning that championship. That was a hard-fought match. You get that takedown and sudden victory overtime. What's going through your mind?
I'm just extremely happy, and I've had really good guys in the room to practice with to make that match a lot different than it was the first time.
Marshall Lindgren, a very tough opponent. You hand him his first loss of the year. What felt different for you going into this match?
From the first match, I just worked a lot on my shot defense with my teammates up in the room, and that made a big difference in the end of that one.
You get to the end of the third period. You guys are tied at 1. You take them down, and you're just out of bounds. The referee made a call right there, right or wrong on that call. A tough moment to have to go through knowing you're going to sudden victory. What did you have to kind of tell yourself to get recollected to know that you had to continue to wrestle on in that match?
Yeah, so I thought it was kind of close over there and just kind of had to regroup all my thoughts and get back into it and just know I got to still get one more takedown to win the match. So,
you guys were really pushed by South Border today. It came down to a couple weight classes, including your win against Marshall Lindgren. obviously you guys come out on top here. I know you guys are happy to be region champions yet again here, but how much do you guys enjoy being challenged by teams like South Border and teams that you see throughout the season and challenged by each other?
Oh, it makes it way funner having someone to compete with instead of just killing everybody. And all the boys did really good today, and we ended up getting it done. So.
All right, well, congratulations on another region championship. Congratulations on your win today, and we'll see you out at state.
Thank you.
Blaze Ranke, a member of the Lisbon Broncos wrestling team, as they are victorious here at the region tournament, and we'll get a chance now to talk to the Region 1 Senior Athlete of the Year, Bowden Greenlee, as he picks up another championship. Bowden, congratulations on winning Region 1 Senior Athlete of the Year. First off,
thank you.
What's that feeling like to win that award? I know probably when you're a 7th grader, you're thinking in the back of your mind that's something you wanted to win.
Yeah, that's something I've wanted to win for a long time, so good to get it done.
When they were announcing some of the accolades that you had, they talked about your academic performances, all-state academic team. What's it like trying to balance getting your grades and being a competitive wrestler?
Yeah, it's good. It's good stuff. I know I got to get it done in the classroom to get it done on the mat, so they all go hand in hand.
And I talked to Blaze about this when I just had him on here now. Is South Border, they really pushed you guys today. They pushed you guys last week. I know you guys enjoy being challenged. How much do you guys thrive off of competition?
Oh, yeah, we love it. Blaze made a huge gap from last week to this week. A lot of little subtle changes, and a lot of our guys just keep getting better. It's really fun to watch.
Watching you guys cheering each other on, especially in all the matches, but that one for Blaze in particular. Again, what kind of testament does it speak to the fellowship and the brothership that you guys have in that wrestling room?
Yeah, it's awesome, man. I'd die for all of them, and I hope they do the same for me. It's pretty awesome.
All right, well, congratulations on your individual performance today and your team performance, and we'll be seeing you out in Fargo.
Thank you. Appreciate it.
Bowden Greenlee from the Lisbon Broncos, they are winners here today of the Region 1 individual championship here. They win as a team. South Border finishes second. The Broncos will send a whole slew of wrestlers onto the state wrestling tournaments, which we'll have coverage for you on yourliveevent.com. Time now to give out some of our post-game awards. One of them will be the Enbridge Energy Wrestler of the Tournament, and that's going to go to Blaze Ranke at 152 pounds as he pulls the upset. He defeats Marshall Lindgren, who was undefeated, 32-0. He gets the win in sudden victory overtime to win the 152-pound championship, and he will be the Enbridge Energy Wrestler of the Tournament. Well, the RDK Enterprises Precision Wrestler of the Tournament, that will go to Bowden Greenlee, who comes away with the Region 1 Senior Athlete of the Year. He will be the RDK Enterprises Precision Wrestler of this tournament. My thanks to Brent Dick, who joined us on our broadcast. He'll be joining us on at State as well beginning Thursday. Our thanks to all of our sponsors. Our thanks to Oaks for giving us the opportunity to come out here and broadcast. And thanks to all those who joined us. Again, our final here today, the Region 1 champions are the Lisbon Broncos at 261.5 to South Border's 252.5. Everyone will be moving on to State beginning Thursday at Fargo. You've been listening to wrestling coverage on yourliveevent.com.